Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Machine Girl, From Contract Schoolgirl to the Strongest Commander. Chapter 61. The rewards from this battle were not bad. It also gave Lin Feng a lot of pressure and exposed some small problems. Lin Feng opened the system and prepared to upgrade everyone. Battle result statistics. Hunting status. Servant level 208, Soldier level 25, General level 4. Energy crystals. Servant 416 remaining, 2426, Soldier 50, 52, Warlord 8 total, 38. Points, 8660 total, 50,060. Soul power, 8660 total, 40,660. Soul Devourer's points had reached 40,000. Lin Feng directly upgraded to level 3. The next level required 80,000 soul power. Soul Devourer Spiritual Bestowment Effect, Feedback. Commander and Warlord's core attributes will be increased by 10% with each evolution. A total of 30% of their attributes had been fed back. Then, he spent 12 Warlord crystals to upgrade Red Fury's Heaven Raising Slash by 2 levels. Damage increased by 20%, attack range and distance increased by 20%. Next was the Storm Mech's firepower. Lin Feng was still brooding over the fact that the beam cannon did not finish off the opponent in one shot today. Lin Feng used 1000 servant crystals to upgrade the beam cannon to level 2, increasing its firepower by 10%. Then, he spent 14 warlord crystals to upgrade the Storm Goddess Fury by 3 levels. Damage increased by 30%, attack range and distance increased by 30%. Next was the Phantom Mech. Lin Feng had always wanted to make wings for the Phantom Mech. However, Lin Feng asked Su Yunpeng and Jian Wei, but they had never heard of mech wings. Later, Lin Feng found out that there were no mech wings in the Chaos Star region. The system's wings came from Etha, Gundam, Expedition, War Soul, and other civilizations. However, an S-grade component in the system store required 250,000 points. The reward for upgrading the contract was a S-grade dual-circuit fission reactor *2. Lin Feng had not found any use for it yet. At least for now, the machine lady in this world could not use it. Perhaps it was prepared for other worlds. Lin Feng opened the new function of the system upgrade, the lottery function. Supreme Lottery Pool, 50,000 points. You can obtain S-grade and A-grade components. The probability of obtaining S-grade components is 1%. Luxurious Lottery Pool, 10,000 points. You can obtain A-grade or B-grade components. Supreme A-grade components are 50,000 points. It doesn't seem like a loss, but the reward is random. I can't choose. Quote. Just right. Lin Feng immediately clicked, confirm. All the components began to jump rapidly. Lin Feng was dazzled, and the scene finally froze. Lin Feng's face lit up when he saw its appearance. Wings of the War God S suitable for medium to small-sized mech armors. The Silver Emperor is the spirit. After equipping, the mech will have the ability to fly, and its speed will be based on the mech's maximum speed. It has extendable paddles and can be used in both machine and battle armor states. It has 300 miniature wind god engines inside and can perform perfect operation. After loading, the weight increases by 2t. When in use, it consumes 3 megajoules per hour per second. Spiritual Bestowment Effect, Heart of the Battle Soul, can increase the Battle Maiden's attack power according to the current maximum speed of the mecha. War Spirit World, War God Divination, Good Luck. Taking a gamble, the motorcycle flew into the sky. Lin Feng did not hesitate. The Spiritual Endowment and the Warp Engine were simply a golden pair. As the upper limit of the warp drive continued to increase, the firepower of the Phantom Mech would also continue to increase. After that, the enemy planes in the sky might become blind. Everyone leveled up. Lin Feng tested it out. The effect was great. With today's experience of fighting against large mechs, coupled with the improvement, the next time he encountered a situation like today, Lin Feng was confident that all of them would stay. Everyone returned to Xingyao Manor. With the addition of 2 new members, the villa became much livelier. Especially with the addition of the Tsunere Shui Feng. The few of them could be considered to get along, so Lin Feng did not have to worry too much. After eating and washing up, Lin Feng was ready to go out. After all, he could not disappoint a beautiful woman. I have something to do tonight, so I'll go out for a while. You don't have to wait for me. Shui Feng was a little curious and wanted to go out to play. However, Su Qingyan was very sensible and stopped her. This was because she was present when Lin Feng and Yin Xin agreed to meet. If you want to play, Sister Jian Wei can give you some tutoring first. You're not suitable to play such a high-level game yet. Jian Wei smiled and did not say anything. She only pulled Shui Feng to understand the general knowledge of this world. As for the high-level game that Su Qingyan mentioned, she was not prepared to teach. Lushan International, a high-end apartment with an elevator. It was his first time going to someone else's house, so Lin Feng was a little nervous. I won't be staying with my family, right? Lin Feng thought as he directly knocked on the door. The moment Yin Xin opened the door, her hormones began to soar. The temperature of the entire room seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Her long silver hair was specially decorated with 2 cat ears. Her delicate face was slightly flushed. The tight white sleeveless chiffon shirt vividly showed off the E-grade evil tattoo on the front. It was swaying and on the verge of collapse. It was the kind that could be swayed for a long time with a pat. The bottom was only slightly transparent white silk. The main thing was that it was very prominent and had a guiding pattern. Lin Feng could not take his eyes off it. Pound. You're finally here. Everything is ready. Yin Xin was a little shy as she led Lin Feng into the bedroom. There was a mesmerizing fragrance. The bedroom was specially decorated to be very romantic. Lin Feng's blood vessels surged. Thus, the curtains of a sports competition were drawn. However, this was really a football game, the kind that could only be played by a man and a woman. Lin Feng made the first move and directly blocked Yin Xin's attacking route. Yin Xin dribbled the ball and hit him. You dribbled the ball and hit someone. Your action is very obvious. It's a foul. Then how should I punish you? Yin Xin's voice was charming and moving. Then I'll punish you by dribbling the ball 3 times. Okay, then I'm coming. Hiss. The moment Yin Xin dribbled the ball past him, Lin Feng's pores all over his body became hot. Why are you offside again? You're standing too far back. Did he break the rules again? Yes, the ball just now doesn't count. Change your dribbling. Use my ball this time. Yin Xin dribbled the ball and lost it. Lin Feng took back the ball. Lin Feng retracted his hand and touched the ball. He was whistled for handball. Then, he dribbled the ball past him and weaved back and forth. Finally, he broke through the goal. However, because he used too much force when he shot the ball, he was injured and bleeding. The situation in the first half was very intense. Although Lin Feng dribbled the ball to the goal many times and his leg went in, the ball did not go in. In the end, he did not manage to shoot the ball. Men should be like the Ivory Coast players. They should not shoot the ball for 60 minutes. Once they did, they should shoot twice. However, the situation in the second half escalated. Lin Feng seemed to have mastered the essence of the game. It was as if he had entered the realm of no one. After a successful shot, he changed to another goal and continued to break through. The summer sun shone brightly, and the lake rippled with waves. The flowers bloomed, and the spring was strong. Smiles bloomed, and laughter filled the air. When the two of them woke up, it was already late in the morning. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were full, and the waves reached their temples. Their hair was combed low, and the half-moon reached their shoulders. The two of them decided to review the results of last night's practice. Yin Xin's expression changed, and her voice trembled. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was riding with the wind and rain, quickly riding down the hills in his heart. He was confident that he had lived for 200 years, and he would be able to hit the water 3,000 miles away. Are you going to sign the contract today or tomorrow? This time, Lin Feng got on the train first. But I just submitted the application yesterday. It should take another day or 2, right? Yin Xin asked with a hoarse voice. I don't need to wait for the application to be approved. I was given the highest privilege yesterday. This privilege was indeed very considerate. After Lin Feng's bonus, he was very energetic. However, a person only had 24 hours a day. He still had to do what he had to do. After all, he couldn't just enjoy power and do practical things like. As the plan was confirmed, Lin Feng didn't just need battle-type people. He was also prepared to find some support and management-type people to assist him. Really? Then let's go now. Yin Xin was a little shocked. She was about to get up and put on her clothes. The moment Yin Xin stood up, she realized that she had the will but lacked the strength to do so. I can't walk. Then, I'll carry you there. Then, forget it. No, there are so many people. It's so embarrassing. Yin Xin wanted to go, but she was afraid that others would see her embarrassment. You should rest today. You can sign the contract tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't force her. He had an appointment with Qin Shiru and Millie today. Signing 3 contracts in a day might be a little too high profile. Hey, are you still coming tonight? Yin Xin thought for a while and asked. You rest first, or you can come with us. Will they accept me if I go? As far as I know, they're both S and SS class. Quote. Yin Xin was a little timid. She didn't think she was bad in other aspects. However, she still had to admit the difference between S class and A class. Don't worry about that. Each of you has your own strengths and characteristics. Okay, then wait for me to finish the medicine. Yin Xin was ecstatic. Lin Feng's words were an affirmation of her talent and characteristics. Lin Feng left Lushan International and went straight to Warrior Girl. Because of Su Qingwan's message, Mecha No. 1 had been dragged back. He planned to study the data and the specific operating principles first. At the same time, he also wanted to determine if there were any safety hazards in the system and the chip. If he was suitable, he would be a good match for Flying Blade as the door god of the base. This would save him a lot of trouble. At the very least, he wouldn't have to deal with magical beasts below the warlord level. Another purpose was to study how the mech could transform between a battleship and a mech. It seemed to be able to help Yi Xian and Shifeng improve further. When Lin Feng arrived, the Century Center was already packed with people. The military, maintenance, and police were all present. Lin Feng was a little confused. Perhaps it was because he had been living in fear for a long time, but when he heard that the commander of the Sea Conqueror had achieved such a great victory, he was shocked. And this was the result of taking the initiative to attack. Everyone was abnormally excited. However, there were also some people who didn't pay attention to the military. Is this giant mecha the mysterious mecha from Junhai City? Of course not. I've seen that mysterious mech before. And didn't you read the news this morning? This is Mecha No. 1 that was defeated by the Storm Goddess. Quote. A young girl was holding a tablet in her hand. She liked to write and draw directly on the tablet. Therefore, she wasn't used to using a virtual screen. This person was Xiao Shun's daughter, Xiao Yuang, a strict data stream researcher. She was also a small researcher. She had a small oval face and a pretty face. She was a very bright girl. Although she was wearing the simplest t-shirt and jeans, she still attracted a lot of attention. What about the other giant white mecha? A little girl asked weakly. Xiao Yuang opened an analysis software that she had written and said, do you see this? The Storm Goddess mecha. Quote. Number 2 on the Junhai City Combat Power Ranking. Hearing about the ranking, everyone gathered around. Why is there no data for number 1 on the ranking? That's the mysterious mecha. It's a very special mecha. It hasn't appeared since the battle 5 years ago, Xiao Yuang continued. Wow, didn't you see that the commanders from number 2 to number 4 on the mecha combat power ranking are all Lin Feng? What's going on? I don't know. There's a lot of hidden information. But I know that he's only a 1-star commander. But he's already ranked first on the Junhai City's commander ranking. Not only is he ranked first, but he's only awakened a few days ago. I really don't know how he did it. I heard that he was the one who resolved the recent crises and was given the title of Fire Country's Guardian. Look, Jinjin, isn't that Lin Feng? Wow, he's young and promising. Quote. Xiao Yuang raised her head and her eyes flashed. It's really him. Without any hesitation, she rushed forward. Lin Feng didn't expect that it would be so difficult to enter his store. Later, he had to ask Lan and Millie to come out and fetch him before he could enter quickly. After tidying up his messy hair, he was about to enter the maintenance room. Behind him, a clear and melodious voice shouted. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. The voice was so loud that it felt like a crane in a flock of chickens amidst the cheers. Lin Feng heard the voice and turned around. He was curious why the girl's voice was so loud. The woman was Xiao Yuang. She waved her wrist with all her might so that Lin Feng would be the first to see her. Lin Feng asked An Lan to ask about the situation, and with Lin Feng's permission, An Lan brought the girl in. Have you always been so loud? Lin Feng looked at her curiously. Of course not. It's a little gadget I made. It's a directional megaphone. It can increase the efficiency of sound transmission by changing the height. Although I don't understand, it sounds very powerful. Oh right, why are you looking for me? Quote, can I take a closer look at the destroyed number 1 mech? Xiao Yuang looked at Lin Feng expectantly. As if her eyes could speak, she was praying for Lin Feng's permission. An Lan, check her identity. If there's no big problem, come in. After saying that, Lin Feng asked someone to pull the giant mech into the maintenance hall. Xiao Yuang, who had passed the verification, rushed in eagerly. Take a look if you want to. Lin Feng had a feeling that this girl was not simple. Do you mind if I use the equipment? Xiao Yuang asked. Lin Feng thought for a while and asked An Lan, what's her identity? There's no problem with her identity. 1.6 Principal of Black Firmament, Xiao Shun's daughter. Hearing that she was Xiao Shun's daughter, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. It seemed that Xiao Shun wasn't exaggerating that day. She was indeed good-looking. She also looked very capable. As you wish. Lin Feng was also curious about what Xiao Yuang wanted to do. Xiao Yuang couldn't hide her excitement. She put down her backpack and took out a notebook. Then, she took out two 20 cm square pillars. After connecting them, the two pillars stood on both sides of the mech. Then, they transformed into a robot with a door frame. A screen appeared and started to scan the giant mech. The secret binary code on the computer started to jump. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Even Lin Feng was surprised. Are all high school students like this now? I don't believe you if you say this is a high school student. Junhai City, Warrior Girl. Xiao Yuang operated for a while, and the database of mech number 1 was completed. She even upgraded it into a model of a mech. Clicking on any part of the model could synchronize the data in the database. The various attributes and descriptions of the parts appeared on the screen. Lin Feng found it unbelievable and started the system to scan it again. There was not much error in the data. He exclaimed in his heart, this is almost as good as my pixel eyes. However, for ordinary people, this was indeed very convenient. She was indeed the daughter of a researcher. Her talent and strength were probably better than many university teachers. No wonder Xiao Shun had such high standards and praised her. This software was good whether it was installed in the maintenance system or the manufacturing center. One scan could analyze the main components and materials. Of course, this was only for materials that were already recorded on the blue planet. If there was no data, it would not be able to analyze it. Only Lin Feng's system could do that. Lin Feng saw that Xiao Yuang had finished the analysis and asked, how is it? What's the conclusion? Quote, this mech is different from the previous ones that were powered by bioenergy. Previously, it didn't matter if it was the aberration mech or the mech beast. The previous ones all relied on the biological energy provided by the biological body. 10 was also the version that the blue planet people learned at the beginning. Quote, this mech has no life and is a second-generation independent mech. It is directly powered by a controllable nuclear fusion reactor, combined with a kinetic energy core, chips, and various systems. The only flaw is that the kinetic energy is not sustainable. It is not like the commander that can continuously convert and provide energy. Xiao Yuang explained while clicking on the model. Well, what do I need to pay attention to if I want to use it? Chips, fire control system, avionics system, recommended replacement. Especially the chips, they may be hacked or controlled remotely. Well, not bad. Have you studied missiles, energy cubes, and the like? Xiao Yuang directly opened the database and the model. You mean these? Lin Feng looked carefully and was shocked. This girl could not miss out on such a treasure. Well, are you willing to follow me? Xiao Yuang was surprised. After hearing about it from her parents, she was very interested in Lin Feng. Now that she was directly invited, she was even more overjoyed. However, she still asked tentatively. If my awakening level is very low, will you be willing to contract me? After all, contracting a good commander had always been the most important thing for all machine girls. She was very satisfied with her IQ, but she was also afraid that she would awaken a very bad talent. Of course, even if Lin Feng did not agree, she would still choose to follow him. Sure, we'll form a contract after you awaken. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. In any case, the news of him contracting multiple machines had already spread like wildfire, so contracting one more would not cause him any loss. Moreover, she was so elegant, and her IQ and R&D were all on the line. Most importantly, Lin Feng now knew that he had no contract limit, unlike other commanders who could only contract one person each. He didn't have to worry about missing out on a better machine. But a high school student returning to prison. In theory, it was too harsh. According to Xiao Shun, he had just turned 18 years old, which meant that he supported him. This was a feasible plan. Moreover, the commander-in-chief was helping him find a machine lady. Lin Feng's marriage could be considered an imperial edict. Thank you. Xiao Yuang's peach blossom eyes curved into beautiful crescents. She was already extremely excited. All right, there's an urgent matter that requires your assistance and your equipment. This matter was indeed urgent. It was related to an important plan of Lin Feng's. Xiao Yuang was also a little excited. She had always been passionate about this. Now, she was even directly given a lot of trust by her idol. All right, wait a moment, I'll inform my dad. We can set off at any time. Do you have a device that enhances sound and reduces noise? Yes, this can reduce the vibration of the surrounding medium. As she spoke, she had already taken out a ball-shaped object from her bag and started explaining. Lin Feng accepted it very gratefully. He curiously looked at the other practical tools in his bag and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was a huge gain. However, Xiao Yuang said that this was just the tip of the iceberg. She was really a research genius. Not only did he obtain a treasure girl, but he also obtained 10 treasure chests. The kind that could be continuously updated. Not to mention how high the technological content was, it was really practical. Time is tight. Now, you and Jianwei will go to the manufacturing factory and meet up with the Wanderer. Unlock the data of the mechanical abyss together and prioritize the analysis of the Desire Stone and the mental Rubik's Cube. The Wilderness Wanderer had already been repaired by Lin Feng, so the probability of the machine lady dying was still relatively small. Most of the time, he just needed to change some parts. This was also why there were so few commanders in this world. It was because commanders were more likely to die in battle. The Wilderness Wanderer was the machine lady who was captured 5 years ago. However, Lin Feng was still a little worried, so she was currently in a forceful state. She was very familiar with the operating system of the City of Desire and urgently needed her help to complete the data decryption. According to the analysis results just now and the system upgrade reward he received, at least the ship lady's side had a rough idea. Lin Feng handed the repair plan to Qin Shiru and Bo Lan, so he didn't have to worry about the rest. He wanted to start building his own missile base and start moving the base into Zhengzhou Mountain Port. Other than that, he had to consider the upgrade of the Wandering Immortal and the Snow Wind. However, before that, there was still one more thing to do. Shiru, I'll go and take over the construction team first. We'll go and sign the contract at 6 in the evening. Once the contract is done, we'll go home directly. Qin Shiru understood what Lin Feng was implying. Her eyebrows trembled a little, and her eyes unconsciously narrowed a little. Women always liked to gossip. She had already understood Lin Feng's combat strength and tactics from Su Qingyan. At the same time, she also understood Lin Feng's preferences. Okay, got it. Qin Shiru's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. However, there was a kind of joy in her heart. She had finally found a perfect commander. Moreover, she already knew Lin Feng's plan to take back the military port. His powerful innate talent could finally shine. She turned her head and began to contact Millie. Millie, sign the contract at 6 in the evening. Millie's excited voice instantly came from the other side. Qin Shiru hesitated for a moment, but still decided to bear it alone tonight. After all, this was the most important day for her. Millie, can we not do it together tonight? After all, it's the first time. Millie also knew Qin Shiru's personality, so she didn't insist. Looking at Qin Shiru's shy look, Bo Lan's cold face also bloomed with some expectations. Sister and Lan, this is what Lin Feng told me. I didn't. Bo Lan wasn't angry. It's okay. I'm not the kind of girl who cares about these things. Also, you guys fought for it first. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame my cold personality. At that time, I didn't express my intentions at the first moment. Quote. Hearing Bo Lan's words, Chincharu's psychological pressure lessened a lot. She held An Lan's hand and said, "It's okay. 1 or 2 days won't make a difference. It'll be your turn soon. Okay. At that time, I can still ask you guys for some experience." After the two finished speaking, they began to study the repair plan that Lin Feng gave them. Junhai City, Pearl Institute. Lin Feng brought Su Qingwan and her sister to school. He was ready to see the engineering team that Xiao Shun and Lu Gang had gathered. After the introduction of the machine lady, the primitive high-energy construction machines in this world had gradually been eliminated. The machine lady used biological energy and had decent combat strength. Most importantly, as the territory continued to shrink, energy was scarce, and there were not many places for construction vehicles to be used. Who would want to develop buildings when their survival was threatened? However, it was different for Lin Feng. This was just the beginning, and there would only be more and more construction. There were many experienced car drivers in society, but a new car was still more attractive. The key was that university life was good. Therefore, Lin Feng directly asked Su Qingwan and her sister to contact the two universities. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, he instantly caused a sensation. Although the ranking list had been suppressed, it could no longer be suppressed. When the ranking list was released, the entire city was shocked. Now that Lin Feng was famous, he was a hostile commander. They could only avoid him. This was also in line with Lin Feng's wishes. His goal was to cross the galaxy, and he did not have the time and energy to compete with these university commanders. He did not want another clown like Sun Kai. As Lin Feng's mecha combat strength continued to rise, the reputation of Pearl Institute in Black Firmament also rose. This was because the machine lady of their school was also rising in the national ranking list. The ranking list would have the school she belonged to or graduated from. As the principal, this was the greatest honor. Moreover, they all knew that this was deliberately suppressed by half. After all, with such a strong commander, it was not that they did not want to be targeted. On the other hand, the girls were almost fanatical, and they were all thinking about how to recommend themselves. Even the guards of Xingyao Manor had piled up self-recommendation letters with photos and all kinds of detailed information. Company CEO, I'm willing to be a maid to take care of trivial matters for the commander. B-grade charming electric lady, she's beautiful and has a sweet voice. She's remarkable. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The two sides of the road where the three of them passed were filled with people. Some were shouting, while others were discussing intensely. There were also some people who were fantasizing about how they could get close to Lin Feng. The strongest commander in Junhai City. If I can get close to him, my life will be perfect. Forget it. Don't you know what kind of background he has? School belle, S-grade talent, or even 5S-grade talent. Quote. I just want a temporary contract. At the very least, I can experience the life of a war concubine for a few days. I don't think a temporary contract would even make the cut. I wonder if he has a habit of using maids. Lin Feng went straight to the lecture hall. Seeing Lin Feng appear, the test dance immediately walked over. I just heard that you've met Yuang. How was it? I didn't lie to you, right? She just arrived today and insisted on going to take a look. I couldn't stop her. Yes, I've met her. I've inherited the talent of your research. I've already promised her that it won't be a very formal confession. Xiao Shun was relieved after hearing Lin Feng's words. Don't worry. With Yuang's talent, she will definitely awaken a good talent. When Lu Gang heard this, he felt a burst of envy. It was as if he wished he could have a beautiful woman as well. Alright, let's get down to business first. According to Su Qingwan's request, I want 4 brand new engineering cars that are B-grade and above. Their looks also meet your standards. Then, 4 beautiful women walked up to the stage. Lu Gang was not to be outdone. Hee, I got more than you again this time. Most importantly, I found an S-grade shield tunneling machine among the graduates. Speaking of this, Liu Gang was extremely proud. Under Liu Gang's signal, 6 beautiful women with good figures walked up to the stage. Lin Feng glanced at the stage. They were all wearing stockings and short skirts, and had long legs. The women on the stage seemed to be a little unaccustomed to this kind of scene. They felt a little strange and a little reserved. However, their eyes were filled with passion. After all, they all knew that the person on stage was the strongest commander in Junhai City. He was also the most talented commander. Even if they could not get close to each other, it would be great if they could get close to each other. How is it? Do you like any of them? They had already talked about it. They could accept a temporary contract or a maid. Xiao Shun looked at Lin Feng's wandering eyes and thought that Lin Feng did not like any of them. Well, I'm not choosing a concubine. I'm just looking for an engineering team. In fact, Lin Feng was just using the system to check everyone's information. 2 excavators, 2 bulldozers, a heavy truck, a loader, a tunneling machine, a road roller, and a crane. These were all A grade. One of the beautiful blonde women was an S grade shield tunneling machine. She had blonde hair and starry eyes, and she looked like the girl next door. She made people feel comfortable and very approachable. Xiao Shun did not look like a researcher at all. He said casually, "We know. But when it comes to men, I was young once too." Quote. Lin Feng's worldview almost collapsed. He really wanted to ask, how did you become the principal and the chief researcher of Junhai City? But before he could react, Liu Gang also said faintly, "Xiao Shun is right. Whether a man is lustful or not has nothing to do with his character." Lin Feng could only say that he was still too young. "Thank you for your efforts. Stay. I'm quite satisfied." Hearing Lin Feng's statement, the 2 of them and the people on the stage were surprised. But Lin Feng's original intention was to recruit an engineering team with a certain level of fighter jets. After all, working in the forbidden area was still possible for them to be attacked by magical beasts. Of course, it would be best if they had good looks and a good figure. These top 10 talents were also very rare and met the system's requirements. After all, each school only had 1 or 2 A grade and above students every year. Now it seemed that Su Qingyan and Su Qingwan's standards were quite high. Okay, they'll be your royal engineering team from now on. They don't have to participate in classes and don't have to worry about credits. Okay, time is tight. Let's go to work immediately. Lin Feng was also hesitating. At this moment, the women on the stage were just short of celebrating. They were getting familiar with each other. The school still has some outstanding A-grade students. Do you want me to organize them for you? On one hand, Liu Gang and Xiao Shun hoped that more of their school's names would be on the list. On the other hand, they hoped that Junhai City would have more powerful fighters. They were all people who had experienced the war 5 years ago and knew how important a powerful mech was. Lin Feng's newly awakened mech lady was far stronger than those mech ladies from 5 years ago. Cough, after the base is built, we might still need some more people. After saying that, Lin Feng quickly left. If he stayed any longer, he would probably not be able to do anything anymore. Although A grade was definitely considered a very good talent. However, since he did not need it now, he could study in school for a few more days. It was always good to learn more. Lin Feng directly pulled the engineering team to the frontline command center. After knowing Lin Feng's plan, the military all cooperated. Everyone gathered and waited for orders. First, he had to open a safe passage that could cross the forbidden area quickly. Then, other than the guards and patrolling troops, everyone else was involved in the project. The main goal was efficiency. However, Lin Feng purposely made it so high profile this time to let the people from the mechanical abyss see him. Then, Lin Feng sent the most important engineering team into the project. With Su Yunpeng and Su Qingwan in charge of safety, Lin Feng was very assured. After the arrangements were made on the surface, Lin Feng brought the shield tunneling machine and tunneling machine to a basement. Shield tunneling machines and tunneling machines were essential for underground work, especially the S-grade shield tunneling machine. Junhai City, 107 Mechanical Abyss. The Alliance's meeting was once again passively started. At this moment, the 3 of them had ferocious expressions, but no one spoke. Lin Yuan's neck was so swollen that it looked like it was about to explode. His head was covered in sweat. His lips were full of foam, and his fists were pounding on the table. One could guess how many of his subordinates had died in his hands before coming here. Pound. At this moment, Arak also suddenly hammered the table. The anger that he had been suppressing all day and night erupted like a volcano. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. He was like an enraged lion. After coming to Blue Planet for so many years, I have never suffered such a big loss. The Blue Planet people are just low-dimensional creatures, how dare they do this? Bang! Bang! He directly smashed the cup on the table. Monet was already heartbroken from losing the first giant mech. Seeing Eros's actions, he was instantly furious. He immediately glared, and his eyes turned red. His eyebrows stood up one by one, and veins popped out on his face as he roared at the two of them. Why are you venting your anger on me after losing the battle? Who will take responsibility for my losses? Do you know how much effort I spent on a giant transformation mech? Quote. How did you promise me yesterday? Seeing Monet's appearance, Arak felt that he had indeed lost his composure. After all, whether it was now or before, Monet was always the strongest. In fact, because the pressure was too small, he even sent many powerful mechs and high-level magical beasts to support other places. Lin Yuan was instantly discouraged by Monet's roar, and he could only say fiercely. After all, Monet had always been his superior, and his strength was not on the same level as him. He had been previously arrogant, and there was no time for him to beg him. That guy's combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. I don't know how long he has been planning, but now he suddenly attacked. Lin Yuan thought so. He would never believe that Lin Feng had suddenly appeared. What's even more infuriating is, do you know what he is doing? Brazenly building a road in the forbidden area. On top of our territory. How can you tolerate this? Monet was still angry. He didn't want to be fooled by the two of them again. He only said indifferently, stop, the outer area is your territory. You can't possibly not have a way, right? Arak also said, my losses yesterday were also very severe. Not only did I lose a capable general of the star domain, but I also lost all the sea beasts that I had accumulated. Lin Yuan felt even more pained. He had almost pressed all of his missiles, but his was still at the lion-tiger cannon position. Locke, why don't you lend me some of your polymerized mecha? I'll stake everything I have and take over Junhai City. When the time comes, I'll share half of the energy with you. Arak was the actual participant of yesterday's battle. He definitely wanted revenge, but he wasn't as impulsive as Lin Yuan. It's not that we can't do that, but we have to discuss the future first. Now that we can't even complete the quota, how are we going to play if we fail? Let's finish it together. Quote. Monet, why don't you recall the Lord-level demonic beasts and first-generation high-star level mechas? The moment Monet heard that mecha number 1 was killed, he already knew that the opponent this time wasn't simple. He already had a plan in mind. Okay, I'll recall the Lord-level and 3 Commander-level demonic beasts. The giant mecha still has 5 pieces left. I'll cover it. This time, you guys can do whatever you want. Your polymerized mecha, other than its size, has a comprehensive performance that's comparable to my giant mecha. Okay, with you covering it, we'll definitely get our revenge. We'll go make careful preparations now. This time, we can't act rashly. At this time, Lin Feng and the 2 machine ladies were still digging not far from the manufacturing center. The shock-absorbing silencer magic box that Xiao Yuang had given them was indeed pretty good. With such a huge commotion, no one outside could hear anything. But at this time, something happened to Ning Chushui. She directly turned from a shield tunneling machine into a body of flesh and blood. Her pretty face was completely pale. Are you okay? Lin Feng went forward to help Ning Chushui up. Looking at Ning Chushui's appearance and thinking about the huge shield tunneling machine, he knew something was wrong. Is it overloaded? Yan Yan, the tunneling machine beside him, also turned back into a human and came over to take a look. It's probably because she used too much energy and collapsed. The shield tunneling machine's power is too high. She won't be able to last long with her own energy. Maybe she didn't want to disappoint you, so. Yeah, I was too anxious. Lin Feng took a bottle of Parisian water and fed Ning Chushui some. Ning Chushui's originally rosy lips were a little dry. After a few minutes, Ning Chushui slowly propped herself up. I'm sorry, I'm useless. Don't say that. I didn't consider everything. You really worked too hard. If you can't hold on, take a rest first. It's okay. Lin Feng took out some energy food and gave them some. Take a rest first. I'll check the progress. Lin Feng took out the drone that he had taken from Xiao Yuang and scanned it. The blueprint appeared on the screen. Looking at Lin Feng's gloomy face, Ning Chushui, who had rested for a while, turned back into a shield tunneling machine. Don't, if you overdraw again, there won't be a way tomorrow. Lin Feng stopped her with some heartache. Lin Feng wouldn't do something like draining the pond to fish. It's okay, I can do it. I'm much better now. Ning Chushui insisted, and there was already the sound of pushing. Chushui, are you willing to contract with me? Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Can I? Chushui was a little surprised and a little overwhelmed. Yeah, but you have to wait for a few days. Let's wait for this plan to succeed first. It should be stable for a while. Okay, that's great. At this moment, Ning Chushui's heart was blooming with joy. Lin Feng turned around and said to Ning Chushui, your energy is not enough to support it now. For the sake of progress, I need to force you to log in now. Ning Chushui was stunned at first. Although she didn't understand, she directly agreed, okay. Lin Feng directly forced her to log in. The shield tunneling machine obviously trembled a little. It seemed to be a little uncomfortable being suddenly invaded. After logging in, Ning Chushui could connect to her energy interface. Ning Chushui felt like she was wrapped in a huge amount of energy. Her whole body felt comfortable, except for some rejection. She thought to herself, too much. Is this the powerful energy of an SSS level commander? Let's start now. With the support of Lin Feng's energy, the speed of digging was much faster. After digging for 2 hours with full strength, the progress had already exceeded the limit. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Okay, today's progress has already exceeded the limit. Go back and have a good rest. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Ning Chushui turned back into her human form. Her snow-like face was dyed with a hint of red, and there were also some small beads of sweat on her forehead. Being forced to log in with a huge amount of energy made her body feel a little uncomfortable and rejected. After all, the two of them didn't go through an official contract ceremony. Their nervous system and sensory system hadn't been tested and connected. It was equivalent to entering directly without any prior experience. There would definitely be some discomfort. Lin Feng hid the digging traces well. He went to Warrior Girl, called Qin Shiru and Millie, and went straight to the contract hall. Junhai City, contract hall. Guanya looked at Lin Feng, who had brought 2 computer girls with him. She felt like her CPU was smoking. More importantly, she couldn't have any opinions. He even asked her to work overtime. More importantly, the leader said that he could handle it directly without asking any questions. How could it be like this? Guanya was even more confused. She cleared her throat and asked, Lin Feng, tell me, how many contract slots did the higher-ups give you? Guanya was afraid that Lin Feng would hear the hidden meaning in her words, so she pretended to be nonchalant. Then she added another sentence. You're all commanders, so why are you so outstanding? Especially when she knew that Lin Feng was number 1 on the leaderboard, she was even more moved. How many? How should I put it? It depends on my mood. Lin Feng said casually with a hint of ridicule. Guanya was stunned. What kind of background did he have to be so awesome? Depends on my mood. Then when you're in a good mood, you can take me with you. Guanya lowered her head slightly. That won't do. I like to see your resentful eyes. Lin Feng said with a smile. Let's go. I shouldn't have waited here for you. Quote. Guanya knew that Lin Feng was teasing her on purpose, so she gave him the registration information. She told him to quickly go in for the contract ceremony. Look at you, you're anxious. Qin Shiru and Mi Li smiled from behind and followed Lin Feng in. Qin Shiru was thinking. So Lin Feng, who was cold and unruly in battle, was actually quite interesting in private. It shouldn't be so boring at night, right? Qin Shiru was absent-minded the whole afternoon. She was thinking about how to give Lin Feng a better experience at night so that it wouldn't be so boring. She was a person who paid more attention to rituals, especially when it came to her most important night. Now it seemed that she was worrying too much. The only thing she should be worried about was her body. It shouldn't be a problem for the two of us to do it together, right? Lin Feng asked the staff inside. Although I haven't tried it before, it shouldn't be a problem. Brother, you're really envious of us. As he said that, he asked an assistant to take out the backup equipment. The contract ceremony began. Ding! Successfully contracted S-grade Millie armed helicopter. All attributes of energy cores increased by 20%. Commander's attributes increased by 5 points. Ding! Successfully contracted SS-grade Chinshiru nuclear submarine. All attributes of all energy cores increased by 100%. Commander's attributes increased by 25 points. This time, Lin Feng felt it extremely obvious. The sudden surge of energy shook his mind. He looked at his personal attributes. Strength, 71, Endurance, 68, Spirit, 63, Agility, 61, Defense, 66. 1 point of strength was about 10 pounds, and 700 pounds was 317.52 kilograms. He was sure that if he was given a pair of gloves with sufficient protection, he could punch through a wall. Although his defense had increased, the strength of his muscles and bones were still very weak. However, it couldn't hide the fact that he was still immortal. He would still bleed if he hit the wall directly. This time, the upgrade of the energy core was also very timely. It made up for the recent lack of energy. It also provided an important guarantee for tomorrow's battle. After all, giant mechs and unconventional weapons consumed a lot of energy. In addition to the previous bonus, it was a total of 560%. Energy storage limit, 1680 mJ, energy conversion capacity, 56 megajoules per hour, current energy, 980 megajoules. He watched as Lin Feng walked out of the contract hall with 2 women in his arms. Many commanders outside were envious, hating that the person in the middle was not themselves. Not to mention that he had 2 women in his arms, the key was that both of them were top beauties. They were the center of attention wherever they went. Now, they were all owned by Lin Feng alone. At this moment, Millie directly transformed into an armed helicopter. The sound of the propellers spread out, and the violent wind whistled. It's actually an armed helicopter. Why is the difference between people so big? Didn't you read the message? That's Lin Feng, the guardian of the fire country. He's a height you can't look up to. Quote, yeah, wake up, he's a man you can never compare to. He's become stronger again. The helicopter flew directly to Xingyao Manor. Millie found an opportunity to say, hubby, I have a mission tonight, how about we do it tomorrow night? Mission. I'll just give old Chin a call. Quote, hee, today's mission was arranged by little sister Shiru. Chin Shiru's face flushed red. She lowered her head and slightly shook Lin Feng's arm. Her soft and gentle voice had a hint of coquettishness. Hubby, let Shiru accompany you tonight. After all, it's my first time, after that you can play however you want. Okay. That voice made Lin Feng's entire body go limp. He did not expect that the usually intelligent and gentle Chin Shiru would have a shy and coquettish side after contracting. Okay, then we'll talk about it in the future, but this voice buff might increase my attack speed by quite a bit. 0. Okay, I'm ready. Lin Feng directly carried Chin Shiru in a princess carry. It was indeed different when there was a good family. Everything was ready when they came back. You guys go take a bath first, the clothes are here. Su Qingyan handed the clothes over. Chin Shiru was wearing a white silk tight cheongsam. Light blue flowers were embroidered on it, accentuating the perfect curves of her body. She was originally an outstanding beauty, her features were picturesque, and her skin was as white as jade. After coming out of the bath, she was even more beautiful. Under the cheongsam, there was a hint of gentleness in her luxurious beauty. There was a hint of elegance in her beauty. She walked over gracefully, with a slim waist and jade-like butt, swaying gracefully. Every frown and smile of hers was extremely charming. So tonight's theme is Chinese. Lin Feng slowly approached. Chin Shiru could feel the strong male hormones surging. Her starry eyes were half closed, a little nervous but also a little expectant. Gulp. She swallowed unconsciously and slowly closed her eyes. Holding each other's wrists, she shyly turned off the light with a smile. The golden needle pierced the stamen of the peach blossom, not daring to make a sound and frowning secretly. The pung gate opens for you, a pear tree suppresses the begonia. The sound of falling flowers was very soft, like snowflakes quietly falling on the snow field, like a stream silently flowing under the stone steps. The morning light was faint and the sky was slightly white. A ray of morning light came in through a gap in the curtains. Lin Feng looked at Qin Shiru, who had just fallen asleep. Her quiet appearance was very lovable, so he didn't disturb her. He didn't even touch her messy hair. He was afraid that Qin Shiru was a light sleeper. He got up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. The moment he opened the door, a few pairs of eyes stared at him. Especially Shifeng's innocent eyes. It was as if she had seen a great evil. Lin Feng was a bit confused until he saw Su Qingwan's expressive eyes. It could only be said that the energy of the two people who contracted yesterday was a bit ridiculous. It was fine before, but it was fine now. Suddenly, there was a lowly Shifeng who he couldn't tell her age. Lin Feng couldn't get used to it. Xian on the other hand, was still alright. She looked like an elegant, tall, and domineering lady. However, there was disbelief in her eyes. She quickly turned her head. Lin Feng didn't expect the girls to all wake up when he woke up so early. Su Qingyan quickly said, "Why are you so early today? Did you not sleep well? Let's go to the room and I'll give you a massage." Quote. Lin Feng was a bit tempted by a massage early in the morning. However, today was different. I don't know when they'll attack. It's better to prepare early. Jian Wei smiled and said, "Don't worry. We already analyzed it last night. It won't affect your plan. Thank you. Take Xian and Shifeng to Warrior Girl. Let An Lan and Xiao Yuang analyze the feasibility of this upgrade plan." Lin Feng sent a modification plan to Jian Wei. This matter needed to be analyzed. After all, the two ships were old and from different civilizations. Lin Feng sorted out the spoils of war from yesterday. He wanted to modify Shifeng according to 55's firepower. As for Yi Xian, Lin Feng wanted to add electromagnetic cannons and modify it into an electromagnetic cruiser. As for battleships, Lin Feng didn't consider it. After all, there was a reason why battleships left the stage of history. As for their mecha forms, Lin Feng planned to upgrade them after contracting. After all, they were a bit special. He was just looking forward to the scene when he modified Ship Girl into a giant mecha and faced the Siren's fleet. He might even be able to directly confront the Arbiter. Jian Wei smiled meaningfully. "Alright, let's go. And call Millie over as well. Qin Shiru might be resting today, so let Millie fight." Qin Shiru's mecha was the Deep Sea Phantom. Today was not her home ground, so she could take a break. Su Qingwan's eyes burned as she watched the three of them leave. "Sister, let me do it. I overslept the other day. I want to make up for it today." Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. "Let's go." "Ah, is that okay?" Su Qingwan's face turned slightly red. "How about another day? I'm afraid that I won't be able to control it and delay things." Quote. "Don't worry, Ning Chushui and the others are already digging. And it was only 6 in the morning. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you go there like this?" Quote. How could Lin Feng let them down when he saw how enthusiastic they were? "I really only reserved 2 hours. Let's play poker for 2 hours." "Sure, I don't believe that the two of us can't take you down in 2 hours," Su Qingyan said firmly. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark, the three of them started to play Dodi. 1 Q. Full. 2 8s. Ace. The three of them controlled the rhythm very well. They blocked when they needed to block, when they needed to defend, and when they needed to attack. 2 hours was just right. At 8 in the morning, they washed up and left. Jian Wei hadn't analyzed the situation yet. After all, it was a different civilization, so it wasn't that simple. Lin Feng directly went to Ning Chushui's place. That place was also the key to the plan. When he arrived, Lin Chushui was so tired that she was panting. "Actually, you guys don't need to rush. We have enough time today. It's better to be prepared early." Lin Chushui continued to push forward as she spoke. She could tell that Lin Feng valued this place a lot, so she asked Su Qingwan to help her enter the parts factory early in the morning. "Okay, I'll come up and help you." This wasn't the first time she was forced to log in, so Lin Chushui was a lot calmer. After the morning maintenance, Lin Fengxian was now full of energy and vigor. 3 hours later, they reached the designated location. Lin Feng observed the movements on the other side and didn't seem to notice anything. The road construction team outside was still working in a high-profile manner. Okay, thank you for your hard work. You guys go back and rest. I'll contact you guys when the battle is over. Then, he drove away in the Blade sports car. From the underground passage of the manufacturing center, he directly entered Warrior Girl. And Lan, Xiao Yuang, and the others were doing the final analysis with the analysis results. How is it? Did Li Nan have any conflicts? In theory, it's possible, but the entire radar system, avionics system, fire control system, and control system all have to be changed. But the parts in this configuration can't be found at all now. They disappeared 5 years ago. Quote. Lin Feng looked at the analysis model. Okay, as long as there are no problems with the adaptability, kinetic energy, and load bearing, it's fine. I definitely have the parts, that's why I specified such an upgrade plan. Lin Feng directly took out the equipment he got from killing the Lion Tiger cannon and octopus tank yesterday. 4 sets of A-class 8-unit vertical launchers. Lin Feng was going to install 2 sets of them on each ship. After all, this type of vertical launcher could launch anti-ship missiles, anti-air missiles, and anti-submarine missiles. 2 sets of A-class 130mm cannons. Although the anti-ship missiles were useful, the price was a bit too high. If it were not for the parts reward from killing high-level monsters, Lin Feng would not be willing to use the Seahawk model. In comparison, the cannons were much cheaper. Even if it was a saturated attack, it would not be too painful. After all, now that he had the manufacturing technology, as long as the materials and energy were in place, it would not be a big problem. Moreover, this type of cannon was powerful and fast. It had anti-air, anti-ship, and suppressive firepower. Its firing rate could reach 40 to 50 rounds per minute. The only downside was that it was too heavy. A 45T cannon. This was also what Lin Feng was worried about. Because the displacement of the 2 ships was not high. It was incomparable to Su Qingwan's. Seeing Lin Feng casually release such a big thing, Xiao Yuang was a bit stunned. Her treasure chest was like a sparrow's nest compared to a swan's nest in front of Lin Feng. This cannon is a bit heavy. We might have to go to the training ground to install it. But first, we have to confirm if the 2 girls can withstand it when the weight is released. Okay, we'll come up with a plan now. As she spoke, she started to model and analyze the equipment according to Lin Feng's plan. Then, Lin Feng directly removed the A-class electromagnetic cannon from the giant mech. Although it was a regular electromagnetic cannon, its speed and range were much higher than regular cannons. When Xiao Yuang came up with the final plan, Lin Feng focused his attention on Millie. Millie was now in machine mode. Her mech was a little special. It was made of Kevlar and Milky Way carbon fiber. The silhouette of the mech was not as 3-dimensional as the hard material, but it was very tight. It perfectly displayed Millie's hot body. Of course, it was also more flexible. After connecting the power source, Millie turned into her mech form. The mech form was still mainly red, with black as a supplement. It was just that the material had become a planetary-grade titanium alloy that was resistant to heat and cold. It was a small integrated mech. Lin Feng glanced at Millie's mech form. Name: Millie. Form: human, carrier, armed helicopter, machine girl, flame dance, battle princess, mech, black flame mech. Overall rating: S. Applicable energy: fuel, electricity. Kinetic energy core: Guardian 150T, 1000T. Mech material: planetary grade titanium alloy, high temperature and cold resistance. Weapons: B-grade patrol hunter heavy machine gun, A-grade stellar storm shoulder cannon, B-grade missile launcher, A-grade annihilation magnetic core axe. Type: integrated special warfare. Special skill: fire radiation illusion. Creates several spinning mirrors to surround the enemy, forcing the enemy to attack the illusion in the mirror. When the mirror is broken, it releases the energy absorbed by the compassionate nucleus, causing area damage. Personality: charming, passionate, bold. Overall combat strength: 9800. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. As expected of an integrated mech, Lin Feng was very satisfied. The Black Flame mech's overall performance was very strong. It basically had no shortcomings. In the mech form, there were light weapon mounts on both arms and shoulder mounts that could carry heavy weapons. The most important thing was that it was equipped with annihilation. The magnetic core axe not only had a strong penetrative ability, it also caused the electronic components on the mech to lose their effectiveness. At the same time, it could absorb energy from the opponent and release a magnetic storm, causing group dizziness and splash damage. Lin Feng directly drove to the training ground to test it. It was very smooth in all aspects. As for its shortcomings, he needed to find it in actual combat. Currently, he could feel that its speed was definitely much slower than the Blade mech and the Phantom mech. In addition, it did not have the ability to fly, but its resistance to heat and cold was at planetary grade. After the test, Lin Feng finished upgrading Snowwind and Yixian. Okay, get ready to go. Lin Feng looked at the time. Lin Feng instructed everyone to follow the plan and arrive at their designated positions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stayed in the manufacturing center to observe the other party's movements. She also chatted with Millie. However, as they chatted, Millie, who had been smiling like a flower, began to tear up. What happened? Millie blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I was just excited and suddenly remembered the battle 5 years ago. I've waited for 5 years, and now I can finally become a mech. I have a chance to avenge my father." Quote. Your father. 5 years ago, I died in battle with my mother. At that time, I hadn't awakened my womanhood. At this point, Millie's tears fell again. Only then did Lin Feng realize that Millie's enthusiasm and cheerfulness every day was to cover up the loneliness and hatred in her heart. He didn't say anything. He just wiped away her tears and pulled her into his arms. He hoped to use his chest to make her feel more at ease. Thank you for being willing to form a contract with me. At that time, I mustered up a lot of courage to approach you, but I could only shrink back. Because I think an SSS-grade commander should belong to an SS-grade aircraft carrier or an SSS-grade spacecraft carrier. I'm glad you can contract so many of them. Millie opened her mouth and said a lot. After listening to Lin Feng, she knew how tragic the war 5 years ago was. It was a huge battle, or rather, a decisive battle. The creatures of the chaotic star field swept across the blue planet. Many teams from Murica and Cherry Blossom switched sides. The blue planet had no choice but to use humanity's strongest weapon. A destructive nuclear explosion swallowed many creatures, and in the end, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The top commander mechs of the Fire Country were basically sacrificed or had to retire due to serious injuries. The civilians were spared because they hid in the underground city. The Fire Country's naval forces were basically destroyed, and their equipment and ammunition were also exhausted. Because of the black technology, the steel beasts, and the rebel blue planet people, the mechanical abyss rose quickly. The blue planet people were once again in a passive position. At this point, Maple couldn't help but feel ashamed for the people of the blue planet. It wasn't just the endless infighting. They even defected to the enemy to protect themselves. Combined with what Shiyu said before, an even greater disaster seemed to be coming again. But this time, Lin Feng would not let it happen. Lin Yuan, don't worry, it won't be long. Lin Feng said casually, but Millie could feel his surging power. In a trance, both of their hearts were beating rapidly. Millie kissed him passionately, so passionately that time seemed to stop. An hour later, there was finally movement from the mechanical abyss. On the upgraded satellite image, Lin Feng could see that the 108 mechanical abyss was filled with magical beasts. The sonar radar image next to him was full of red dots, including the creatures of the chaotic star field. Are they preparing to attack? Yes, they only attacked after throwing out the bait for so long. It seems that the 108 mechanical abyss is already at the end of its rope. Looking at the large number of enemies, Lin Feng was still calm. Everything was still under control. Junhai City, 107 mechanical abyss. While Lin Feng was analyzing the power of the mechanical abyss, Lin Yuan and Iraq were also observing Lin Feng's deployment. Iraq lost yesterday and suffered heavy losses. This time, he became extremely cautious and did not let go of any details. Lin Yuan was a little impatient. Hurry up and send troops. I even deployed the low-level citizens of the star field. 5 years ago, the people of our star field didn't even appear personally. A group of steel beasts was dealt with. I've really lost all my faith. Of course, this was also why there were many life forms in the chaotic star field left behind in the battle 5 years ago. It could be seen that Lin Yuan was really angry this time. Iraq was still watching to ensure that everything was under control. I've already observed. Combined with the information provided by Wei Xian, all their forces are already in our calculations. Including the giant mechanical suit from yesterday, I've also discovered it, along with the destroyer and cruiser at the port yesterday. Lin Yuan looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Wait, the bladed machine is protecting the engineering team. Where's the phantom mechanical suit? Iraq was a little confused. Over here. There seem to be 3 new cannons over there. There's nothing to be afraid of. We'll take them out at the start. Okay, I'll leave those 5 polymeric beasts to you. Don't lose them. They're as precious as your 5-star aberration machine. Their combat power is even comparable to a commander level. Quote. Don't worry, there's a saying on Blue Planet, burning the boats, yes, that's what it means. After getting 5 polymeric beasts, Lin Yuan's confidence increased greatly. He went all out this time. Including the remaining thousands of steel beasts from before. He also bet the hundreds of aberration machines that he had always regarded as treasures. Remember, once the 5-star mechanical suits in their city appear, you'll directly lead people to attack their base city. Lin Yuan said one last sentence. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. Lin Yuan had expended too much energy recently. This time, he had no choice but to bet most of Desire City's combat power. He even brought 5 polymeric beasts with him. He thought that victory was in his hands. Lin Feng had never seen Lin Yuan in person before. However, he already had a rough understanding of the characteristics of the creatures in the mechanical abyss that day. Coupled with the detailed information obtained from the Wanderer, he already had a basic understanding of Desire City's combat power. The only thing he didn't know was the strength of the collective magic beasts. After all, he had only heard about it from the Wilderness Wanderers. Yuan, are there any problems with the range and effectiveness of the radar jamming system? Lin Feng asked. Don't worry, this is under the guidance of my father. In addition, we have already done some special treatment in the tunnel. Xiao Yuang said confidently. She had never thought that she would have to experience such a great battle as soon as she arrived, and her heart was somewhat moved. He saw the demonic beasts rushing towards the construction team. Jian Wei, fire. Jian Wei's temporary shore-based missile position had a few Eagle-type missiles heading straight for Lin Yuan's location. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled contemptuously. Do you really think I'll be at a disadvantage? I don't have any long-range missiles, but that doesn't mean Iraq doesn't have any either. Then, he saw a dozen griffins hiding behind the edge of the abyss. A missile launcher suddenly appeared on his back. Several anti-aircraft missiles began to intercept. 3 were intercepted and 2 hit. However, the agglomerate magic beast didn't seem to be affected much, and it began to fight again. Is that all you've got? It's my turn. Then, Lin Yuan also fired a few sword god-guided missiles at the phantom mech. Lin Feng saw the opportunity and pressed the button. The phantom mech appeared next to Lin Feng with a phantom assault. In fact, the shore-based missile base was just a disguise. It only displayed 3 cannon parts that they had seized previously. Qing Yun, destroy the griffins, position. The launcher was hidden in the magic beast steel armor, and the radar couldn't identify it. However, the moment the missile was fired, the position of the barrel was exposed. The vertical silos on the Chengdu, Snow Wind, and Yi Xian had already locked onto them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Eagle-type missiles that were twice the size of the Griffins, cannons shot up. After rising into the air, they turned vertically and moved along the ground. Lin Yuan hurriedly ordered the interception. Why are there so many? Lin Yuan couldn't believe it. He thought that Lin Feng had used up most of the long-range missiles yesterday. That was why he chose to engage in close combat. After all, the Griffins didn't have special anti-aircraft cannons. They couldn't intercept so many missiles. He never thought that Lin Feng would suddenly install a few sets of vertical silos. In his impression, the parts had already disappeared along with the griffin's position. He also didn't think that when Lin Feng went to the City of Desire that day, not only did he take away the Desire Stone, but he also took away hundreds of Eagle-type missiles. In his eyes, that was simply impossible. It was impossible without the system, but it was too easy with the system space. Lin Feng was waiting for the other party's counterattack. He waited for a minute, but there was no response. That's it. Qing Wan, aim the main cannon at the low-level magic beasts in front. Saturate them. The 3 cannons began to fire crazily. Bang bang bang. The cannons roared, and smoke filled the air, covering the sky. The air was filled with the corpses of Class 1 magic beasts. The points in the system increased crazily, and occasionally, all kinds of equipment would drop. The cannons formed a blockade, and the low-level magic beasts couldn't charge through at all. Occasionally, they would charge through some warrior or 1 or 2 warrior-level magic beasts. They were directly killed by the bladed mechanical armor that had been waiting at the side. Lin Yuan saw that there was no hope of advancing. Helplessly, he could only change the direction of his initial attack and focus his anger on the port in the distance. He ordered the aberration machine and the mechanical armor to start attacking the sea. The aberration machine and normal magic beasts also had long-range weapons, but the range was limited. It wasn't as far as missiles. In addition, the firepower wouldn't be too big. After all, it was a conventional weapon, and the recoil was very strong. Normal magic beasts and small mechas couldn't withstand it at all. Therefore, he could only try his best to close the distance. Just as he changed direction, less than a kilometer in, Lin Feng contacted Su Yunpeng and started attacking. The 15,155 mm light cannons that Lin Feng gave Su Yunpeng that day had all been installed. He also gave him more than 900 Sword God precision-guided missiles. If they were poor, they would use tactics, and if they were rich, they would bombard the ground with missiles. If it was a normal day, Su Yunpeng wouldn't have done this. But Lin Feng said that if this battle was successful, he could achieve the freedom of the missiles. He didn't believe the words of others, but he would definitely believe Lin Feng's words. At this time, Lin Yuan was already a little confused. After fighting for so long, even if Fire Country had a few missiles, they would only use them as a last resort. How is that possible? When did they have so many missiles? Could it be that they have resumed production? That was impossible. Didn't Wei Xian say that the core technology and researchers had disappeared 5 years ago? Lin Yuan fell into self-doubt and denial. Under the isolation of the mechanical armor, Lin Yuan could still hear the deafening sound of cannons. He was a little panicked now and couldn't sit still. He directly brought the polymeric beast and the high-star aberration machine to Su Qing's side. Lin Feng smiled. The show has begun. Let's go, it's our turn. Lin Feng piloted the red flame mechanical armor and walked towards the tunnel. Xiao Yuang boarded the phantom mechanical armor, and the wilderness wanderer followed behind. All the previous high-profile deployments were just to lure the edge abyss out. The bombardment was also to delay enough time. Lin Feng and the others had already entered the underground tunnel from the manufacturing center to Desire City. The red flame mech carried the A-class Stellar Storm and the heavy cannon on its shoulder and fired from a distance. A huge missile with a dazzling red tail burst out. Boom! With the violent explosion, the last remaining obstacle in the tunnel was blasted open. Under the accurate scanning and calculation of Xiao Yuang's drone, Lin Feng found the most suitable tunnel. After entering Desire City, the 3 mechs were pushed to the limit. The red flame mech took out the fiery red annihilation, which looked a little scary. The 1-meter-long battle axe seemed to want to swallow everything around it. The violent energy within it made it very useful to use. It was not much different from what Lin Feng expected. There were not many combat units left in Desire City. Most of them were researchers or ordinary people. Apart from the basic guards, the stronger ones were piled up in the main battlefield. The phantom mech opened the path in front, the laser cannon in its left hand and the flowing light sword in its right hand. If they encountered a strong opponent, they would be stunned by a pulse. Then they were greeted by the cold axe. The moment the annihilation cut open the opponent's body, they could feel the magnetic core axe crazily absorbing the mech's energy. If they encountered a weak Jian Wei, they would be killed by the laser cannon. At the same time, the Red Flame Mech's Patrol Hunter heavy machine gun was crazily spewing out flames. In addition to the fast firing rate and strong firepower, the Patrol Hunter heavy machine gun was also connected to the biological bone recognition system of Su Yan's mech. It could automatically analyze and lock onto the opponent's weakest point. Lin Feng's main target was the aliens emitting green light, because he could not control these people in the future. The periphery was very smooth until they entered the core area and encountered a Chaos Star Field mech flashing with blue light. Detected multiple mechs higher level than your mech, attributes increased by 300%. Multiple. Lin Feng did not doubt the system's warning at all, knowing that there were still people hiding around. Jian Wei, be careful. This way. Jian Wei used a pulse backhand, but it was not very effective. The subsequent laser cannon could not penetrate the special mech. Jian Wei hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, they are immune to pulses." As soon as she finished speaking, several blue mechs had already taken out their submachine guns and aimed at the phantom mech. Dodge. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Jian Wei hurriedly used phantom assault to escape. Radiation illusion. Then, an illusion mirror made of radiation appeared and surrounded the 5 blue light mechs and began to spin wildly, making the 5 blue light mechs' scalps tingle. The 5 blue light mechs couldn't care less and began to attack the mirror in a frenzy. Boom. Magnetism. Violent energy swept out from the center. All kinds of energy that the magnetic core battle axe had absorbed before gushed out. Crackling sounds rang out, forming a surging energy field. The 5 blue light mechs within it seemed to have been attacked by lightning and fire at the same time. The 5 blue light mechs were severely affected by the magnetic storm energy field. Crackling sounds of damage could be heard from the outside of the mechs. Try this again. Lin Feng activated the annihilation energy button. The magnetic resonance force gushed out again. An increase of 3 times one's attributes was not something to be trifled with. With a chop of the axe, a crack appeared on the mech. Sizzling sounds began to ring out, and they quickly sputtered onto the surrounding blue mechs, forming a chain reaction. It's indeed quite hard. Lin Feng turned on the biometric system and scanned it. I found the best angle to break through. The blue light mech that was still in chaos didn't have any reaction and was directly beheaded. Killed blue ranked chaotic star field lifeform. Obtained S-Class Wisdom Rubik's Cube X2, A-Class Micronuclear Submachine Gun X2. Lin Feng raised his axe and cut down the remaining 4 blue light mechs in the same way as before. They also dropped the same equipment. The mechs retreated, revealing flesh and blood, but the blue blood looked more abstract. Lin Feng didn't care what the Rubik's Cube was used for now. Anyway, S-Class wouldn't be bad. At least it was better than the Rubik's Cube dropped by the green rank. After some delay, they sped up. After all, the City of Desire was an underground city that took decades to build. The area was relatively large. Lin Feng estimated that it was more than 100 square kilometers. They traveled at full speed for a few minutes. Lin Feng and the others came to the mech installation area. Millie, guard outside. Everyone else, according to the analysis data, start working. The 3 experts in this field began to work separately. The 3 of them participated in the analysis, but Wanderer had been here before and was more familiar with it. The construction of all the Stones of Desire's environment was handed over to Wanderer. Xiao Yu Heng was responsible for connecting and debugging various systems, and then preparing for the biological and neural systems. Jian Wei was in charge of restarting the converter. The 3 of them busied themselves for a while and set up everything. The converter is no longer in use. The remote ignition device is damaged. It needs to be manually ignited below. However, the moment the hydrogen is ignited, it may reach a high temperature of 3000 C. No mech can withstand it. Jian Wei was suddenly a little worried. They came here specifically for this. What if it was a failure? If it's only 3000 C, I can try. Millie, who was at the door, heard the voice. Wait a moment, let me take a look first. Lin Feng analyzed the material and finally said. Okay, I'll go down with you. Don't worry, leave it to me. Although Millie knew about her special material, she didn't know the specific value. So she was still a little worried. Don't worry, I've already done it. It can withstand 3000 C. Millie couldn't believe it herself. Lin Feng drove the red flame mech to the bottom of the lake. Boom. A huge amount of energy emerged. Suddenly, a violent flame appeared and directly swallowed the red flame mech. Success. That's great. Jian Wei patted the red flame mech's incomparably hot mech. Millie smiled. After all, I'm a red flame mech. Normal fire has no effect on me. Millie felt a sense of accomplishment. Question mark 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 question mark. Because she did something that others couldn't do. Lonely people were most afraid of being needed. The environment has been set up. The system has been adjusted. The converter is recovering, the energy is normal. The purification of the Stone of Desire is successful. Lin Feng didn't waste any more time and directly entered the control room. Neurons and Heart of Desire are being set up. Biological energy is being connected, connection is successful. The three of them advanced according to the analyzed data and the plan that they had practiced many times. Not long after, Lin Feng could feel that the person who connected to the mental Rubik's Stone of Desire had a very special power. Success. The three of them began to redo according to the previous plan. The entire Desire City's system began to gradually reset. The most important thing was the one-way field shield at the top. The field shield could block all conventional weapon attacks. One way meant that one could attack the outside, but the outside couldn't attack the inside. Although the city below the 108 abyss was very big, the hole at the top wasn't big. It only had a diameter of 200 meters. It looked full of mystery and endless emperor power. Intrusion identification system reset successful. Friend or foe identification system has been reset successfully. Question mark 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 question mark. All systems have been remade. Everything is ready. Lin Feng returned to the command room. Lin Feng directly controlled all the aberrated mechs and ordered them to stop attacking. Lin Yuan was about to exchange fire with Su Qingwan. However, he saw that the aberrated mech suddenly stopped moving. He was stunned and even his breathing became sluggish. Lin Feng checked all the systems and control units again and confirmed that the Desire City was in his hands. The only problem now was to deal with Lin Yuan and the amalgamated beasts he led. Please like and subscribe my channel. Chapter 71. Junhai City, Ningport. Lin Yuan was now in a dilemma. He wanted to continue attacking, but his biggest reliance, the aberrated mech, had lost its effectiveness. Especially a few 4 stars and more than a dozen 3 stars, they had completely lost control and were motionless. When the Desire Stone was lost, there were prisoners of war who escaped, but most of the combat troops could still be controlled normally. But now, he had suddenly lost all consciousness and was not moving at all. He wanted to retreat, but he was unwilling. He had killed so many of his beasts just to let the high-level Star Sector General and the aberrated mech get close to the target. They were within range. After hesitating for a moment, he contacted Iraq directly. There was a problem with the attack. I'm prepared to be strong. The losses may be great, but I'm very angry now. I can't care so much. Iraq, who was 100 kilometers away, was stunned. What do you mean? Lin Yuan said directly without any tone of discussion. Send all the combat units that are preparing to attack Junhai City base city to support, or wait to collect the corpses of your aberrated beasts. What are you doing? Aren't you confident of winning? I've been observing, but I haven't seen any high-star mechs come out of the city. Iraq was a little surprised. Who the hell knows where the other side got so many missiles? Why don't you try being bombed for half an hour? Lin Yuan was now in a difficult position. He had never been so aggrieved. Iraq was stunned. If Lin Yuan bombed someone else for half an hour, he would believe it. After all, the City of Desire had a special military center. He also had special S-grade equipment that was used to analyze and make various weapons and missiles. Without getting a response from Lin Yuan, he guessed that Lin Yuan might have already rushed forward. He quickly turned the lurking troops around and returned to the outer military department of Junhai City. At this time, after killing all the aliens in the City of Desire, Lin Feng drove the Red Flame mech to Ningport. Although he had the Blade mech and the Storm mech, which were 3 times stronger. But Lin Yuan's aberrated beasts were not to be underestimated. Lin Feng explained to everyone that the aberrated mech had been controlled. Everyone was stunned. This was possible. But time was of the essence, and no one had time to ask. They turned all their attention to the beasts. Lin Feng was going to leave the aberrated mech as a tool. Mining, steelmaking, and oil extraction. Since they had chosen to rebel, they could only undergo labor reform for the rest of their lives. Moreover, with the help of a mech, the intensity of labor would be much higher than that of an ordinary person. There will be a lot of things to build in the future, which will require a lot of energy. Of course, they could even be used as cannon fodder at critical moments. Lin Feng roughly calculated that the distance between Desire City and Ninggang was about 20 kilometers. He had the Wanderers and some of the manipulated fallen machine women stay in Desire City to observe the situation at all times. The speed of the Phantom Mecha was extremely fast. It flew straight towards Ninggang. The Crimson Flame Mecha also advanced at full speed, madly rushing towards Ninggang. He turned on Crimson Flame's super long-distance radar and observed the enemy's distribution. The situation was better than he had imagined. There were only a few high-level demonic beasts left. Qing Wan, quickly clear out the high-level magical beasts. Leave the low-level magical beasts to the military. After you're done, approach Ninggang. Got it. The Blade Edge Mecha switched from defense to offense and began to slaughter. She had followed Lin Feng's train of thought. All magical beasts were killed in one strike. If he couldn't deal with it with one slash, then it was time to increase his strength. Where is this? Lin Feng saw a large number of red dots appear in the middle of the forbidden area about 80 kilometers away from him. He quickly continued to click on them. According to the Wanderers, this should be the 106th Mechanical Abyss. He analyzed the opponent's movement speed. Lin Feng directly sent out nearly 500 aberrated mechas to ambush him. This should be enough time. If you come, then let's fight. If he hadn't controlled the aberrated mecha, he would have been worried. But now, he was not worried at all. After all, the opponent's trump card was already in his hands. The forbidden area around Junhai City was the scope of a province. It was divided into 3 areas: the outer control area, the middle area, and the core area. At this moment, Lin Feng saw the aberrated mecha suddenly move and was overjoyed. Haha, you scared me. I was ready to burn the boats, but you suddenly can move again. However, the aberrated mecha directly ran in the opposite direction, faster than the attack. What are you doing? The target is by the sea. Trash. Quote. What trash? All of you are trash. Lin Feng was dumbfounded, but there was nothing he could do. He could only roar helplessly. Seeing the storm goddess mecha that was about to enter the range, as well as the continuous explosions behind him, Lin Feng could only continue forward. Storm Goddess Wrath. After the upgrade, the Storm Goddess Wrath directly reached 120 meters in diameter. Its strength also increased. It swept toward Lin Feng. The green and blue grades of the mechanical abyss were directly swept into the sky. Although the damage was not fatal, it was extremely humiliating. Purple rank Lin Feng quickly activated the reverse thruster and escaped the range of the storm. The storm mecha, according to Lin Feng's instructions, was mainly to stall the opponent. With the help of the phantom mecha, it began to fight. Lin Feng saw the star-field citizens flying in the sky and felt an unprecedented humiliation. He felt that his high-dimensional life form was being provoked. He moved forward 1 kilometer with difficulty and reached the best shooting distance. He could not wait to use his strongest weapon, S-grade antimatter floating cannon. The antimatter floating cannon was extremely powerful and had extremely high penetration. Ordinary mechas could not withstand its attack at all. Lin Feng pulled away and smiled coldly. It's time to end this. Lin Yuan sneered. He picked up the floating cannon and began to lock onto the storm's head. The storm mech received a high energy warning. It quickly activated its shield and quickly adjusted its position. However, the danger level was still high and the warning continued. I think I've been locked onto. Hearing this, the phantom mech launched 3 consecutive phantom attacks and prepared to close in. However, it was blocked by 2 20-meter-tall polymerized beasts. At the critical moment, the blade mech in its top speed state used Red Fury Sky-Raising Slash to meet Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt the huge flame energy in the distance and could only give up and quickly dodge. Fire suppression, trash. The blue rank lifeforms that had just landed quickly took out their core submachine guns to attack. The Blade Mech and the Phantom Mech had extremely strong speed and flying advantages, plus 3 times the attributes buff, so they could deal with it. However, it was still difficult to kill them directly. They took the opportunity to kill the green rank lifeforms while disrupting them. They didn't have special weapons, so it was difficult to deal with the blue rank lifeforms. The defense of the blue rank lifeforms was comparable to a 5-star mech. Without special weapons, it was difficult to break through their defense. Lin Yuan didn't seem to have given up. He still treated the storm mech as his primary target. He believed that Lin Feng was in the storm mech. His hatred for Lin Feng was like a torrential river. He let all the polymerized beasts and chaotic star field lifeforms block the Phantom Mech and the Blade Mech. The polymerized beasts and star field lifeforms all focused their attention and long-range weapons on the Phantom Mech and the Blade Mech. He watched as the Storm Goddess Mech rapidly approached. Lin Yuan's face under the mech was extremely gloomy. "Let's see how you're going to run now." Lin Yuan focused and began to lock onto the Storm Goddess Mech again. Little flying axes coming. The armed helicopter in the air transformed into the Red Flame Mech. Kai Li roared softly. After the analysis of the Red Flame Mech's biological skeleton system, the energy-filled annihilation accurately hit the back of Lin Yuan's head where his defense was the weakest. The characteristic of annihilation was that the more energy it absorbed, the stronger the damage. It had absorbed 5 blue rank lifeforms before, so its energy was very abundant. In addition to the 300% bonus of the Red Flame Mech and the weapon's special effects, annihilation directly entered Lin Yuan's brain. Lin Yuan's brain instantly exploded, and debris flew everywhere. Lin Yuan's entire body was also thrown forward by the impact. The Crimson Flame Mech relied on its inertia and steering propellers to perform a true somersault in the air. Then he took back the axe. Clang! The heavy mech landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust several meters high. The stability of the Crimson Flame Mech was very good. Under the protection of the buffering reverse thrusters and the sudden release of buffer fluid, the Crimson Flame Mech was very stable. Lin Feng withstood the impact of the landing. However, there was still a slight concussion in his brain. However, when he saw the system's reward, the dizziness instantly disappeared. Purple rank life form killed. Acquired S-rank magic cube of intellect X2, S-rank antimatter floating cannon X2, S-rank stellar level technology parser X1. This reward is too luxurious. All of them are S-rank. Quote. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Why didn't the parser double the output? Lin Feng was a little confused and couldn't help but take a look. S-class stellar level technology analyzer, able to analyze the material elements, structural principles, and core technologies of all components in the universe. I was wondering why the mechanical abyss could replicate so many advanced missiles. So it's because of this. Lin Feng sighed. Looks like this isn't considered a component, but it's much better than a component. This meant that as long as he had the corresponding materials in the future, he could directly create many very good components. However, this was a long road. After all, many of the materials were not available on the blue planet. Now, it was more than enough to create some missiles and conventional weapons. At this time, a high-energy warning came from the system. "Hubby, are you okay? There's an aggregated beast in front. It's at the commander level." Quote. Seeing that Lin Feng did not move, Millie was a little nervous. "I'm fine. Send me to the storm mech first." The aggregated beast was huge and extremely strong. The best way to deal with it was definitely the Storm Goddess Mech, which had the highest overall combat strength. He switched to the Storm Goddess Mech. "Millie, use your special skills to deal with the blue rank alien life form." Millie had seen Lin Feng's live demonstration before. With special weapons and special skills, it was not difficult to deal with it. "Qing Yun, Jian Wei, leave the aggregated beast to me. You two go deal with the alien life form." Qing Yun and Jian Wei quickly dodged. They left the main battlefield to Lin Feng. Lin Feng piloted the storm mech and quickly approached the aggregated beast. He looked at the remaining energy. There was still enough energy to support 4 beam cannons. The aggregated beast was very tall in the eyes of small mechas, but it was only below the knees of the Storm Goddess Mech. However, as a commander, its defense and attack were very strong. No matter how strong it was, its weight was limited. It could not withstand the Storm Goddess Mech's strength. Lin Feng picked up one aggregated beast in each hand. It was as if he was picking up two chickens. He threw it into the air. Commander level. Let me see if your defense can withstand 3 times the energy of the beam cannons. Quote. The war was coming to an end. Lin Feng decided to take out his most lethal weapon. He wanted to quickly reduce the enemy's numbers. At this time, the beam cannons were ready. He moved strategically and found the right angle. A huge beam of light shot out of the huge cannon barrel. 3 times the energy directly penetrated the aggregated beast that was just in the line. It's still too weak. The beam of light directly penetrated 2 aggregated beasts. How about a pair of eagles? On the other side, Barak, who was in a hurry, saw a message from Lin Yuan. His face instantly turned pale. That was because it was a short message containing all of 108's research results. This was something that their alliance had agreed to automatically share when they died. At that time, they were still wondering why the headquarters set such a ridiculous rule. They did not expect it to happen in Junhai City. A mechanical abyss overlord died. Lin Yuan is dead. How is that possible? Barak was in disbelief. A high-dimensional life form of the red stage actually died just like that. He could not help but break out in cold sweat, but he was still unwilling to believe that this was the truth. However, the news of the 2 magical beasts losing contact came again. He was finally sure. 2 died at the same time. What era is this? Has the 5-star mecha appeared? The more Arak thought about it, the more afraid he became. He directly took over the control of the 3 magical beasts and gave the order to run. Without a commander, the combat power of the magical beasts would be greatly reduced. Want to run? You're too late. Quote. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Millie, keep them. The red flame mecha had just killed many people from the blue stage chaotic star field. There was sufficient energy in annihilation. He directly hit the magical beasts with a flying axe. It did not seem painful, but as the powerful magnetic core energy burst out, crackling sounds could be heard from the huge steel mecha. Then, it quickly splattered. It was not easy to kill it, but it was enough to delay it for a while. After all, the speed of the storm mecha was much slower than the small mecha. After all, too much weight would seriously affect its speed. Lin Feng seemed to have found a trick. He directly let the 3 magical beasts rise into the air together. Like shooting an arrow, the beam cannon shot out again. Only 2 of them were pierced. Looks like it needs to be strengthened. Quote. He saw that the last one still had some vitality. However, its defense had already been broken and it was on the verge of death. Millie, I'll leave it to you. Gather the energy of annihilation for emergencies. On the other side, Barak was completely stunned. Another 3 died, and the time interval is so short. What kind of mecha appeared? The legendary mysterious mecha appeared. Or, Barak thought of all the possibilities he could think of. But he still couldn't figure out what had happened on the battlefield. He only knew that no matter what, he could not act rashly. He recalled all the troops that he had sent out. He immediately reported the situation to the Mechanical Abyss headquarters in the Fire Country and began to request for reinforcements. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the red dot moving wildly on the radar screen. The people from the Mechanical Abyss don't seem to be stupid. Lin Feng didn't plan to chase after him either. After all, he was far away, and he didn't know his exact strength. The Mechanical Abyss in the center of the Forbidden Area was definitely stronger than the 108 Abyss in the periphery. Most importantly, he didn't have much energy left. I should go back and replenish my supplies. Lin Feng said, I'll leave it to you guys to clean up the battlefield. I'm going back to rest. Today's harvest was absolutely bountiful. The battle on the army's side had gone completely crazy. At that time, when he saw so many enemies, some of the new recruits who had never seen such a big battle before were so scared that their legs went soft. But now that he heard the news of victory, he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. However, they still didn't know what the greatest result was. Lin Feng had taken down Desire City. That huge underground city that Lin Yuan had painstakingly developed for decades. Millie, what are you waiting for? Quote. Seeing Lin Feng's fiery eyes, she remembered what she said yesterday. She turned into a helicopter and flew toward Xingyao Manor with excitement and anticipation. Although the new city was huge, nothing was prepared yet. It was not as practical as having everything in the manor. Dry wood burning with fire. The fiery Millie didn't hesitate at all. She took a shower and changed her clothes. She was wearing a burgundy off-shoulder tight-fitting skirt that accentuated her hot figure to the extreme. Her hair was messy and still a little wet, and then there was her elegant neck that was fair and translucent, and her shoulders that were as smooth as jade. Her exquisite and enchanting collarbone, her soft and smooth jade-like narrow back, and her delicate and large peaks were stacked upon each other. Her fair and slender arms, her slender waist, and her well-defined and flat abdomen. Her swaying hips and long legs that were full of vitality formed an incomparably enchanting curve. "Millie, I heard that you've practiced judo before. Why don't I give you some sparring tonight? So let's fight one-on-one first. Chincharu lost terribly last night." Ah. Millie was confused. Without giving Millie a chance to react, a sparring match officially began. System notification. You've challenged Flame Dance fighter Millie to a one-on-one. Millie has accepted. Quote. You've activated Phantom Assault. You've activated Warrior Skill, Armor Break. Millie retaliated. Millie has also activated Armor Break. Quote. You've activated Grappling Hug. Millie needs to go through a difficulty based on her physique. The final difficulty is set at 50. In the middle of the Grappling Hug failed. Millie is unable to resist your Grappling Hug. Quote. You've activated Weakness Strike on Millie. Millie activated Virgin Body, 577 points of immunity to your attacks. Your Weakness Strike has changed to Willpower Test. Millie's Willpower Test failed. Millie's morale is low. Quote. You've activated Fatal Stab on Millie. Millie's HP -1. Congratulations, you've received the first hit from Phantom Goddess Millie. Millie has activated Berserk Charm on you. Your Willpower Test failed. You've entered Berserk state. You've activated Phantom Stab on Millie, 2888 combo. Millie has submitted a surrender request. She requested to retain her autonomy. Quote. You've decisively rejected Millie's surrender request. You've activated Phantom Stab on Millie, 998 combo. Millie has submitted a surrender request once again. You've cruelly rejected Millie once again. You've activated Phantom Stab on Millie, 999 combo. You've thrown all of your Luna's flying arrows at Millie. Millie has been completely defeated. Millie's surrender request has been rejected multiple times. She's decided to change her stance to wash away her previous shame. You didn't give Millie any chance. You've activated Phantom Backstab on Millie, 999 combo. Millie's injuries have caused her to collapse to the ground once again. However, your fighting spirit is high. You've launched another attack. Millie is terrified. She could only request to switch weapons. Your spear is still the same. Your might has not decreased. You continue to advance. The flickering light and shadow disappeared together, leaving behind a beautiful figure. Unknowingly, the sky was already brightening. Millie was indeed the captain of the security team. Her endurance was much better than normal people. Plus, she practiced judo regularly, so her muscles were very flexible. Just like the scabbard, no matter how sharp Lin Feng's sword was. They were all able to fit in with it tightly. The sun comes early in summer. Lin Feng sighed. Millie's breathing was weak. She didn't even want to move a finger. Can I rest now? Millie's voice had a hint of resentment and admiration. The intense battle last night made her feel like her body was falling apart. All right, you performed very well in yesterday's battle during the day and night, especially at night. You're the strongest in terms of endurance. Quote. There's no battle today. Rest well. I'll go check on the deep-sea phantom in the afternoon. Lin Feng got a lot of good weapons yesterday, so he wanted to test them again and increase his firepower. However, the most important thing now was to lie down and rest. Although he wasn't tired and even felt like he had endless energy, he felt that he should rest. This was the least he could do to show respect tonight. He tried his best to act normal. As his attributes kept increasing, he was getting closer and closer to superhuman. Especially after he established a connection with the Desire Stone yesterday, he felt like there was some kind of energy hidden in his body. At this moment, Su Qingyan, who had already woken up, left quietly when she heard that there was no movement. He's finally asleep. Su Qingwan, who was a little shy, asked. Su Qingyan nodded and walked to the table in shock. At this moment, Jianwei walked out with the breakfast she had prepared. Should we wait for him? Jianwei looked at the room left for Millie. He just fell asleep. Su Qingyan exclaimed. Huh. They fought for an entire night. Why did they have such a strong battle? Jianwei was surprised. Should be, but it's definitely a home run. He seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Su Qingyan said uncertainly. Qin Shiru walked out with a yawn. She had dark circles under her eyes. Looking at Sister Shiru, I'm sure they've been fighting, Su Qingyan said confidently. Su Qingwan walked up curiously. Sis Shiru, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? Qin Shiru nodded her head. His voice is indeed a little loud, but he was clearly very gentle the night before yesterday. I didn't see him being so crazy. Although Qin Shiru was shy, she knew that everyone had experienced it before, so she still voiced out the curiosity in her heart. Su Qingyan also boldly shared some of her previous feelings. Could it be because of the Desire Stone? Jianwei said after thinking for a while. Stone of Desire. Su Qingwan was curious. Although she had heard about it from Jianwei yesterday, she did not mention the details. They shared the information. At this moment, the Snow Gale and the Yixian also walked out. What are you guys talking about? Why is it so lively? Big Ferocious Loli asked curiously with her big eyes. They immediately stopped their discussion. Cough cough. Su Qingyan cleared her throat. Sister Jianwei is imparting knowledge to us. Do you guys want to learn? Sure. Master Shifeng loves studying the most. Jianwei rolled her eyes at Su Qingyan and said indifferently, come and eat. I'll bring you guys to learn about the new weapon. After Shifeng and Yixian used the new wave of equipment yesterday, they were stunned. It turned out that the main cannon could shoot more than 50 kilometers with a hit rate of more than 70%. Not to mention the precision-guided missiles. They even thought of going back to the Siren fleet to fight again. Therefore, they were more and more interested in this world's shipborne weapons. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Jianwei. Yi Xian smiled and replied politely. Shifeng unconsciously looked at the closed door. She did not want to share her battle experience with Lin Feng last night. She did not expect Lin Feng to enter the room when she came back. Brother Lin Feng seems to be a good sleeper. You sleep so early and wake up later than the machine lady. Jianwei changed the topic and said, in this world, if a machine lady wakes up later than the commander, then she is not a qualified machine lady. After the contract, the commander is everything to the machine lady. You guys have to remember this in the future. Also, we already have the best commander. Quote. Su Qingyan said seriously, her heart filled with joy. Lin Feng's appearance in the past few days had not only given them many surprises. He had also brought many surprises to the entire Junhai city. However, after the contract, they are allowed to rest for a day. Millie will definitely not be able to get out of bed today. It was rare that they did not have any missions today. They chatted while eating breakfast. On the other side, Shanghai, the frontline command center. They were going through a test. It was their salvation before dawn. Sir, if we don't make a decision, the frontline will collapse. Looking at the tragic scene outside, the commander said anxiously. No, the machines in the city are all prepared to retreat to the underground city. We can't fall at the frontline, Mo Ziyuan said firmly. Just like Su Yunpeng, it was an unwritten agreement in every headquarter city. However, with the addition of the Lord level and 3 commander level monsters, half of our people have to go to the hospital. If this continues, I'm afraid the frontline will fall soon. Mo Ziyuan also fell into a state of melancholy. The appearance of these high-level magical beasts had made the already precarious Dawn line of defense even worse. He could not help but think of his daughter. If she was not in Operation Spark, how good would it be if there was a commander who could contract her? At this moment, the commander outside shouted excitedly, "They're retreating. They're retreating." Mo Ziyuan asked, "What's retreating?" "The Lord-level monsters are retreating." The person outside continued to report, "The 3 commander-level monsters are also retreating." Mo Ziyuan ran out in surprise. "They're really retreating. The Lord-level monsters are all retreating, what's going on?" They were clearly going to succeed. Mo Ziyuan was puzzled. Amidst their surprise, everyone thought of all the possible reasons for this to happen. "Sir, I heard that these monsters are the reinforcements from the mechanical abyss in Junhai City. I heard that the young commander of Junhai City, Lin Feng, entered the mechanical abyss 2 days ago and found out some secrets. Yesterday, he actually killed the mechanical abyss leader with a machine. Could it be because of this? I saw the news too, but it's not official information. I don't know if it's true. Mo Ziyuan listened to everyone's guesses and began to search for information about Lin Feng curiously. That's very likely. This time, I really have to thank him properly. Sir, I just received a notice. The Commander-in-Chief wants you to attend a secret meeting of the highest level in the Fire Country. Commander-in-Chief. Rather than being puzzled, Ziyuan was more shocked. The sun rose, Junhai City. The streets were still going on as usual. However, the situation was obviously different every day. Previously, they only saw how many magical beasts appeared. They also saw how many casualties there were in the military and the defense forces, how many defensive lines were forced to shrink, and so on. They lived in fear every day and had to rush to the underground city from time to time. However, it was completely different now. They only saw how many magical beasts they killed. Previously, they could brag about the dozens of servant-class magical beasts they killed. However, if there were no soldier-class or general-class magical beasts, they wouldn't be able to brag about it. Everyone's mental state was much better every day. It was as if they felt more at ease after seeing Lin Feng's news. Therefore, the most exciting thing was to check the official news every morning. There was never a time when the official news was so attractive. It's out, it's out. A group of machine girls shouted excitedly. How many did he kill? Look at how many did he kill. You really should learn from those headlines. Quote. The machine girls at the side kept scrolling while complaining. I saw it, Servant Class 519, Soldier Class 21, Big Brother Lin Feng, mighty and domineering. Can't you be more reserved and finish reading first? The main point is that General Class, okay. There are 6 General Class beasts. Quote. The General Class doesn't seem to be the main character this time. Have you heard of polymerized beasts? Their combat power is at Commander Class. Quote. Everyone hurriedly continued reading. It's really Commander Class, and it's a polymerized beast. It combines the advantages of 2 types of magical beasts. Even a 4-star mecha might not be able to deal with it. Too bad I'm uneducated. What the? Annihilating 5 polymerized beasts. Do you dare to believe it? Quote. I didn't believe it before, but I do now. Have you seen an alien invader before? No, right. Blue rank versus 5-star mecha. Dead. Quote. Mechanical Source Lord. Dead too. Help me, my legs are weak. Quote. Don't talk. Let me calm down. What did I see today? That man did it again. Another mecha is on the list. Crimson Flame Mecha. Wow, there's even a picture for Lin Feng. Fire Country's Guardian, forgive me for licking the screen. Xiao Yuang was also browsing the news, but there was no announcement about the City of Desire yet. Maybe the military didn't know either. But she knew about it and was in a daze. Could this be the so-called, having a tiger in your heart, sniffing the roses? The ambition, the planning, the layout. This made her look forward to her awakening even more. What would she awaken into? Because Xiao Yuang had not graduated from high school, there were still many applications to go through. Lin Feng slept until noon and ate something. He looked at the results of yesterday's battle. Hunting status. Servant level 2519, Soldier level 21, Warlord level 6, Commander level 5. Energy crystals. Servant 1038 remaining, 2426, Soldier 42, 93, Warlord 12 total, 32, Commander 10 total, 10-1. Points, 27,980 total, 28040. Soul power, 25,800 total, 62100. Killing a commander-grade monster gives me 2,500 points. That's not bad at all. I'll get one lucky draw out of 20 points. The accessories in the system were not bad. Many of them were advanced technology from other worlds. Now, not only could he use them, he could also analyze some of them. If he had the materials, he could create many accessories for other civilizations. Finally, there are commander-grade crystals. AS grade mechanical suit required 5 commander grade crystals to upgrade to 2 stars. On the other hand, SS grade required Monarch grade crystals. This was because the energy requirement for SS grade was much higher. Lin Feng upgraded the Blade Edge mechanical suit and the Phantom mechanical suit. All attributes increased by 10%, and the upper limit of the kinetic energy core increased to 1100 T. After the upgrade, Lin Feng asked everyone to gather at Desire City. After obtaining Desire City, a lot of order had to be rebuilt. Most importantly, they had to do it before the enemy attacked. They had to produce the urgently needed missiles and deploy the defense personnel. It wasn't easy to defend a dungeon or a piece of land. Because taking down the mechanical abyss was equivalent to taking down all the surrounding territories. After all, how could they allow the enemy to sleep peacefully next to them? This was also the first step to reclaiming the lost territory. The entire outer forbidden area would be designated as human territory. Yin Xin, who had waited for an entire day, finally received the news. She quickly ran over. One could only say that the Desire Stone was indeed a magical thing. Yin Xin was the first to arrive, so Lin Feng completed the contract first. It just so happened that Yin Xin's passive skill was the contract. The upper limit of energy storage and bioenergy conversion ability increased by 100%. The total increase was now 660%. Upper limit of energy storage, 1980. Energy conversion ability, 66 milliliters per hour. Current energy, 860. Yin Xin was an oil tanker. Not only did she have sufficient energy, but she also had plenty of lubricant. After awakening the Guardian, she had a very special active skill. Name: Yin Xin. Form: Human, Carrier, Oil Tanker, Machine Lady, Guardian, Mechanical Suit, Galaxy Guardian. Overall rating: A. Applicable energy sources: fuel, electricity. Kinetic core: Guardian 10T 200T. Integration system: Mosey. Mechanical suit material: high-strength bulletproof and explosion-proof alloy, high defense. Weapon: Browning large caliber heavy machine gun, Machine Lady. Type: Support. Special skill: Rejuvenation. Can increase the commander's basic energy conversion speed by 100%. Wild growth: when with the commander's current recovery ability will be doubled. Personality: seductive, passionate, pure. Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis. Lin Feng was a little tempted. The current increase was doubled. That was to say, the current 66 milliliters per hour had increased to 132 milliliters per hour. The mechanical suit was a medium-sized defensive mechanical suit. Its size was similar to Optimus Prime's. The color and shape were similar to the Machine Lady. The color was still white with yellow decorations, but the mechanical suit was much bigger. Because the load was not too strong, Lin Feng only installed a light A-grade micro-nuclear submachine gun. The Guardian mechanical suit was an auxiliary support type, so it needed to reserve enough load. It was not the main mech, so it would not directly face powerful attacks on the battlefield. After some installation and testing, the driving comfort was definitely the best. Sitting in it was like enjoying a full-body massage. Super sensitive fiber, bionic seat, and biological temperature adjustment mechanism. Whether it was working or resting, it was excellent. It was much more comfortable than the cold office. After all, it was an auxiliary-type mech. The main focus was comfort and enjoyment. After dealing with all this, Lin Feng contacted Su Yunpeng. He asked him to focus on advancing the infrastructure of the roads and missile base at full speed. Then, he asked Tay to prepare a motorcycle unit to go to the City of Desire. Junhai City, City of Desire. This was the biggest achievement from yesterday's battle. After all, this was the result of decades of hard work from the edge of the abyss and many so-called high-dimensional lifeforms. They had invested a lot of advanced technology and had a complete production and living facilities. Most importantly, many of the weapons manufacturing technologies were much more advanced than the current level of the Fire Country. In the beginning, there were two types of invasions from the Chaotic Star region. One was the low-level aliens. Most of them were steel monsters, which were more powerful monsters from the Chaotic Star region. The steel monsters were mainly used as the aliens' fighter jets. Although they were only low-level, because they had powerful monsters, they quickly seized a large amount of resources and equipment. As they continued to develop, they began to create aberrated mechas, transforming Earth's animals into steel monsters, and at the same time, capturing Blue Planet people to transform. It was not the first time for some of them to come to City of Desire. But it was the first time for Qin Shiru and Yin Xin. Su Yunpeng and the others had never come here before. They all thought that there would only be steel monsters coming out of this place. When they heard Lin Feng say that they were here, they were confused. What was a fleet of planes doing here? However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask, so he called Su Qingyan. He did not know if he did not ask, but when he did, he was shocked. The entire military and security team were in an uproar. Yesterday's victory had made them excited the whole night. When they heard the news in the morning, they were even more excited and had not recovered from the joy for an hour. This way, they would be able to sleep soundly for a long time. More importantly, this was an important milestone since the invasion of the outside world. After Su Yunpeng reported it, the highest center of the fire country was shaken. They asked Su Yunpeng to organize the details of the mechanical abyss and send it over as soon as possible. This was too important for the future defense layout. Junhai City also became the first city to win a counterattack. Lin Feng also became the first commander to kill the ruler of the mechanical abyss. He was immediately awarded the title of Nation Knight. If the transportation conditions allowed, the entire country's resources could be used to cultivate him. Qin Shiru and Yin Xin's eyes were also wide open as they stared blankly. They were indescribably excited. Then, as if there was wind under their feet, they walked quickly and energetically. This is City of Desire. I didn't expect the underground of the deep abyss to be so big. Quote. Qin Shiru curiously looked at the huge underground city and the endless streets. It was filled with strong futuristic technology elements. It was definitely a city of the future. Indeed, I didn't expect it. At first, I thought that this was a lair of a magical beast. I didn't expect it to be such a cutting-edge underground. Su Yunpeng sighed. This place seems to be more technologically advanced than Junhai City, and the living environment is also very good. No wonder those traitors from the Blue Planet betrayed us. Chen Fei walked around curiously and observed. Behind him was a group of women in tight black leather pants. At this time, they were also shocked and covered their mouths. If it weren't for your discipline, they would have screamed. Look at me, I was so shocked that I forgot about my business. Chen Fei pointed at a group of girls behind him who were more talented. They were beautiful and full of heroic spirit. This was carefully selected from the military, maintenance, and police. It's absolutely brand new, with high performance and good looks. 30 in total. Quote. Lin Feng had already scanned his surroundings in advance. Their aptitudes were all a grade, and their looks and figures were all very good. Millie, I'll leave this pair of people to you from now on. You'll be mainly responsible for the city's order management and regular crisis management. Millie was going to rest, but when she saw that everyone was here, she wanted to come over. She used hot water to apply on her wounds and rushed over. At this time, the wilderness wanderer Sophia came over, leading the controlled Zanji. A blonde-haired blue-eyed woman. During the war 5 years ago, Zanji, a researcher from the White Bear country who supported the Fire country, was knocked unconscious by the powerful shock wave and was later captured. Because of her identity as a researcher, she was entrusted with important tasks. When Lin Feng took over Desire City, he asked her to lead people to start cleaning up the bad guys in Desire City. Since Desire City was in his hands, it must be transformed first. He couldn't keep everyone. The people who stayed must be valuable. Sir Commander, all the people with bad identities in Desire City have been dealt with overnight. All security and order have been started according to your temporary request. All the aberrated mechs have been put into resource collection and material forging. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding situation, and it was indeed a lot cleaner now. Sophia, you'll be responsible for the production and manufacturing of materials in the future. This was the list of urgently needed materials and development direction. These were all analyzed by Lin Feng through the stellar-level technology parser, which he urgently needed. Sophia had been in charge of mech design and material development before, so the progress would be faster. Then he looked at Enlan behind him. Enlan is responsible for all kinds of missiles. Arrange 3 series of missiles first. Lin Feng pointed out the analyzed Eagleshot, Seahawk, and Longsword on the screen. It basically covered anti-ship, anti-air, anti-submarine, and cruise missiles. And Lan had always liked to study these things, but the conditions were limited before, so he could only study some firearms and ammunition. Looking at the analyzed core technology and various blueprints, he was very happy. He held it in his hands and began to look at it excitedly. Shui Ru, you still have to play to your strengths and be responsible for mech parts research and mech design. Lin Feng had already analyzed the mental Rubik's Cube and the mental Rubik's Cube. It could be used to empower the designed mech, allowing it to be combined with living creatures. Through mental synchronization and sensory connection technology, it could be retracted or unfolded into the mech. Including the number 1 mech switch between warship and mech, it was also done through this. Lin Feng now had the ability to give Shui Feng and Yi Xian mech forms. So he wanted to study mech related first. Since he could design it himself, he had to build stronger ones after all. After all, he might have to go to the alien Azure nautical world to deal with the sirens. In addition, Lin Feng had analyzed the data from the previous database and already knew that the headquarters of the 8th East District was not on land. It was in the deep sea, and the wormhole they wanted to build was also at the bottom of the sea. So the power of the sea was extremely important. Junhai City, City of Desire. Everyone's blood boiled when they heard these deployments. Only now did Su Yunpeng know what Lin Feng meant when he said, after this battle, missiles will be free. First, a set of conventional missiles. It was enough to deal with the short-term situation. Due to the current material limitations, Dongfeng Express could only be delayed. Seeing that everyone had their own area of responsibility, Xiao Yuxing panicked. He looked at Lin Feng with his lively eyes, as if asking, what about me? What about me? Quote, Yuang, your task is more important. Maybe you can ask Uncle Xiao to come along. Reactor, it just so happens that City of Desire has this kind of heat-resistant material. Lin Feng took out 2 S-grade parts. One was the S-grade Poseidon reactor temporarily taken from mech number 1. 990. This Poseidon reactor could continuously draw energy from seawater. Mech number 1 could operate independently because of this. However, there was a shortcoming. It could only be effective in the sea. It was somewhat similar to Azure Navigation's Siren reactor. The difference was that the Siren reactor also had the ability to self-repair the ship. After all, this Poseidon reactor had been developed for many years and had just been developed. As for mech number 1 being able to switch between a warship and a mech, it was because of the magic cube. The other was the S-grade dual-circuit fission reactor that was given by the previous system upgrade. This was a product of the mech warfare civilization. The power it provided was stronger and the load was greater. There were no regional restrictions. It could be on land, sea, or even space. This was what Lin Feng was going to install on Yi Xian and Snowwind ships. Because in their world, even after the oath, they could not use the commander's biological energy. They could only install an independent power source. This reactor was undoubtedly the most suitable. However, Lin Feng felt that it was a waste to install such a powerful part on such a small ship. Lin Feng was going to redesign the hull for Yi Xian. What would it be like to directly install a cruiser with 100,000 tons of drainage? What would it be like to install a destroyer with 200,000 tons of drainage? It was more powerful than an aircraft carrier. Since they were going to build it, they had to build the best. After all, the ship's hull was unlimited, but the ship's lady was limited. The fission reactor, together with the S-grade magic cube, could be used to load and empower the mech with consciousness. However, they only had the construction technology now. They did not have the conditions to build it. This had to wait until they took Zhou Mountain Port. Therefore, he asked Xiao Yuang to study it first. After all, it was such a complicated thing. It was not enough to just have blueprints, principles, and material analysis. It would be best to have a sample library. It would be even better if he could figure it out. After all, there were many ship girls in the Azure nautical world. Zhoushan Port was currently in the hands of Monet of the 107 Mechanical Abyss. Monet's main focus was to develop naval ships and giant mechas. Of course, the 107 Mechanical Abyss also had many high-grade steel beasts brought by the chaotic Starfield civilization. Jian Wei, you're in charge of debugging and upgrading all of Desire City's defensive and offensive systems. In addition, you're in charge of the research and upgrading of the mechanical and electrical systems. First, let's take a look at this force field. Field shield is a wonderful technology. However, it was currently only used in the area around the entrance to the abyss. This was because the larger the volume of protection, the lower the ability to withstand attacks. He was able to take advantage of the loophole this time because he was confident that no one would dare to approach the mechanical abyss. Not to mention digging a tunnel. But Lin Feng couldn't risk it. He was prepared to develop a system that could cover the entire city and even apply it to mechas. Now, let's test the effect of the force field shield. Lin Feng was ready to calculate the upper limit of the force field shield. The others were also very curious about the force field shield that Lin Feng mentioned. After all, they had never heard of it before. They also followed. Lin Feng looked at the huge round hole above the square. From the outside, there was a faint red glow. From the outside, there was an extremely mysterious and powerful place. Qing Wan, launch a Sea Eagle. It will pass through the force field and reach the target 50 kilometers away. It transformed into a large mecha form and the missile launcher popped out. A Sea Eagle missile passed through the entrance of the mechanical abyss and hit the target directly. Jian Wei, turn off the identification system. Let's go outside and simulate the attack. They moved forward 20 kilometers. Qing Wan, let's use a YJ-21 this time. A huge missile launcher appeared on the back of the Storm Goddess mecha. The huge missile shot out with a huge tail flame and smoke. A missile headed toward the entrance of the abyss. Suddenly, smoke rose. However, the missile did not enter the mechanical abyss. Su Yunpeng was stunned. This force field shield is actually so strong. It's much stronger than a mecha's shield. The Fire Country's military knew what a YJ-21 meant. The YJ-21's speed reached 6 times the speed of sound and 10 times the speed of sound at the end. Its yield and power were even more powerful. It was known as the Carrier Killer. Of course, it was not cheap either. One cost tens of millions. However, such a powerful attack did not penetrate the force field shield. Lin Feng looked at the damage of the force field. It was less than 1%. Furthermore, it was constantly repairing itself. One could already imagine how difficult it was to attack from the outside. Lin Feng was very satisfied. He was also glad that he had taken the risk and attacked directly from the tunnel. If he had attacked directly, he did not know how long it would have taken. Yin Xin, your identity from now on will be my personal secretary and working secretary. Help me deal with some trivial matters. Su Qingyan and her sister will be my main mecha. After arranging the defense and production in the City of Desire, Lin Feng contacted Lu Gang and Xiao Shun again and prepared to form a team of guards to protect the core area. It just so happened that he still had a batch of magic cubes with him. Lin Feng brought Su Qingyan and Qin Shiru closer to Lanzhou port. Firstly, he wanted to test the performance of the Deep-Sea Phantom. Secondly, he wanted to investigate the situation at Zhoushan port. He wanted to prepare for the attack that would happen soon. Junhai City, Ning Harbor. Most of the buildings had been destroyed. However, there was still energy left behind by Shifeng. Lin Feng was going to build a large-scale Sea God reactor here after the research on the Sea God reactor was completed. The energy requirement would increase greatly, and it would not be enough to rely on conventional energy. The conversion furnace in the City of Desire alone would consume a lot of fuel every day. At this time, he was using this place as a testing base for mecha or ships at sea. He and the Deep-Sea Phantom mecha had not been tested yet. This was the first mecha that could travel in the deep sea, and it needed more time to adapt. Qin Shiru's data began to appear. Name: Qin Shiru. Form: Carrier Type 094 Nuclear Submarine Machine Lady Ocean Messenger Mecha Deep Sea Phantom. Overall rating: SS. Applicable energy: Nuclear. Kinetic Energy Core: Heart of the Ocean 4800T 5000T. Integrated System 10, Explorer. Mecha Material: Planet-level anti-reconnaissance titanium alloy hidden. Weapon: S-grade plasma cannon mecha form A-grade compound missile launcher. Type: Deep-sea long-range attack. Special skill: Ocean Mirror. Creates a giant energy shield that can hide the body. Mecha and creatures can operate normally inside. Other creatures can see through it from the outside, and they cannot see the hidden mecha. Personality: gentle, intelligent, elegant. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. This special skill is not bad. Lin Feng exclaimed. Not only could it avoid satellite radars, but it could also not be seen by the naked eye. It was like he could see others, but others could not see him. What he saw was no different from the normal ocean. The deep-sea phantom was a large black mecha with a height of 82 meters. Lin Feng entered the cockpit and began to test the basic performance. The deep-sea phantom's characteristics were strong long-range firepower, outstanding stealth and reconnaissance ability. Most importantly, it had the ability to fight in the deep sea. Its weakness was that its defense and close combat ability were weak. Its speed was not fast either, because the load was too high. This was also under the condition that only 3 missiles were loaded. If all the ammunition was included, it would probably need to be upgraded to 3 stars to meet the requirements of full ammunition. Fortunately, the plasma cannon was suitable for a commander like Lin Feng. It was suitable for all kinds of energy. The plasma cannon was not a conventional energy, but for Lin Feng, there was no need to install a separate energy conversion pool. After completing the basic operation, Lin Feng also changed the console to a full-dimensional holographic display. From Lin Feng's point of view, this was a must-have for medium to large mecha. Otherwise, there would be no sense of immersion in battle. Then, he installed the high-power laser-phased radar. As a long-range mech, the hit rate must be high. Finally, he installed the Ocean Satellite Virtual Imaging System and the Comprehensive Intelligent Assistance System as well. Although the deep-sea Phantom's hardware had room for improvement, the software had to be upgraded. That's perfect. Now, let's begin the deep-sea test. Alright. Qin Shiru was also extremely excited right now. Lin Feng seemed to be able to hear the sound of her accelerated heartbeat from the cockpit. As the mech began to dive, Lin Feng felt a whole new world appear in front of him. Get used to all the underwater movements. Now, let's begin our investigation. Peace Harbor was about 50 kilometers away from Zhoushan Harbor. Lin Feng immediately piloted the mech to the bottom of the sea. If he wanted to test it, he had to test the limits. He turned on the special observation system. Just as Lin Feng was getting used to the deep-sea vision and the pressure release reaction, he suddenly saw a warning from the intelligent assistance system. An unknown creature has appeared 5,000 meters ahead. Speed 10 knots. Combat strength unknown. Slowly approaching. Lin Feng was confused when he saw the notification. Unknown creature. Is it not from this world? It's not even from the chaotic star region. Single quote. Turn on the ocean mirror. Since the situation was unclear, he would hide first. Lin Feng opened the simulation imaging system. A creature with the appearance of a shark appeared on it. Isn't this a white shark? But isn't its size a little too scary? Quote. The data on the screen showed that it was at least 100 meters long. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He used the system to analyze its composition. Although it was an organism, it was different from the sharks in the ocean. Could it be Monet's sea monster? Let's go. Quote. Since the system could not analyze it, he would use his own system to take a look. His system included all kinds of worlds, so it should be able to analyze it. The only flaw was that he could not see it and could not analyze it. As the saying goes, what you see is what you get. The ocean mirror would increase its speed along with the mech's speed. The speed reached 50 knots, and they arrived very quickly. However, the other party did not see Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw it clearly. It was a white shark. However, it was not made of biological tissue but a steel beast. He could also see many doors that could be opened. There should be all kinds of equipment. This is a white shark-shaped submarine. Did those guys from the mechanical abyss do this too? Lin Feng was a little surprised. He started looking at the core information. Name, class, faction, siren. Identity, a special purifier injected with the ship girl's consciousness. Origin, deep-sea white shark. Technology level, latest consciousness synchronization technology test. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. He took a quick look at class's information. Lin Feng was a little confused because this was different from what he knew. Was this different from the settings of the game? This was slightly different from the Siren Fleet in the Azure Sea Route world. There were various Guardian prefectures in the Azure Sea Route that represented various factions, alliances, or countries. Dongwang, where Yi Xian was equivalent to the Fire Country. The main Guardian prefectures were Dongwang, White Eagle, Royal, Northern United, Sardinia, Iris, Heavy Cherry, and Iron Blood. The Sirens were the mortal enemies of the Guardian prefectures. The Sirens mainly lived in the deep sea area and often ambushed passing ship ladies on the sea route. They might even attack the Guardian prefectures under the leadership of high-level Sirens. There were also different divisions and organizational structures in the Sirens' camp. For example, testers, observers, purifiers, arbiters, and so on. The purifiers usually did not have a name, and there had never been a white shark-shaped submarine before. Most purifiers were of the hammerhead shark family. They were mainly black with a white belly. Once the purifiers were produced, they were completely obedient to the higher-level Sirens and usually acted as errand boys. However, this purifier was injected with the consciousness of a ship lady. Is this a model that the Sirens used to test the characteristics of transmigration? Lin Feng gave himself a relatively reasonable guess. He was a little hesitant now. He was not sure about the strength of the two worlds, but from Shifeng's situation and the settings of the Azure Sea, he judged that he should still be able to fight. However, if he attacked now, the stealth of the ocean mirror would be broken. If he did not succeed in one attack, he might be counterattacked. The other side was also equipped with boomerangs and laser cannons. He could intercept the boomerangs, but the laser cannons were a little difficult to deal with. After storing energy, the laser would be fired in a fixed direction, causing continuous penetrating damage. Qin Shiru also asked curiously, is this a bionic submarine from the mechanical abyss? No, it should be from the same world as Yi Xian. Jian Wei should have told you about it. A little, so she's also a ship lady. I guess so, but she should be the mortal enemy of Yi Xian. Should we fight? Quote. Lin Feng was also a little hesitant. She was a siren, but she was a little special. He did not know if there was a difference between her strength and what he knew. He wanted to know how she came here. Lin Feng had asked Shifeng and Yi Xian before, and they both said that they were looking for the commander. Then, he really came here by accident. There was no reference to this kind of situation at all, because it was metaphysical. Then let's try it out first. His questioning tone was filled with certainty. Then let's give it a try. Qin Shiru was also eager to give it a try. This could be considered her first real battle. In order to have enough room to maneuver, Lin Feng pulled the distance to a distance of 1 kilometer. Then, he released a huge missile launcher. The target has been aimed. Requesting to fire. Qin Shiru said excitedly. Fire. A WAVE-2 missile broke through the waves. He brought out a string of sparkling pearls. At this moment, Crass was still strolling lazily. Chris seemed to have received a warning, but it was too late to stop him. Because the distance was too close. She was so scared that she quickly transformed into a ship girl and tried to shrink her body to avoid it. But this was a missile. How could he dodge it when it was locked on? Boom. There was a huge muffled sound. The explosion blew her ship into pieces. It's over, it's over, it's over. Looking at the shattered ship, it was as if her heart had been shattered into pieces. Hey, why is the engine broken too? What kind of missile is so powerful? I'm so angry. Quote. Why can't the backup power system be turned on? How are we supposed to live? The stealth system is broken too. There's no hope now. Luckily, my beautiful hair is still here. Crass looked at her white ponytail that was about the same length as her body and patted her full chest. It's over. I can't breathe, am I going to die? Qin Shiru, who was approaching, asked with uncertainty. Did it work? It hit, but the other side seems to have dodged it. Continue forward. Her ship is broken. There should be no threat. Since the ship was broken, there was no way to materialize a ship. Lin Feng looked at the opposite side on the control panel. The life force on the other side had not disappeared. Qin Shiru also turned on the observation system. However, she saw a somewhat surprising and amusing scene. What is she doing? Is she preparing to surrender? Quote. Chincharu saw that Crass, who was not far away, had a piece of white cloth tied to her hand. Her snow-white slender hand was waving in the water. At this time, Lin Feng also saw this dramatic scene. The ship that was 100 meters long was now so petite and cute. It looked a little cute, but her figure was very tall and her appearance was also very awesome. This guy's life is pretty tough. But why would there be a siren who surrendered? Lin Feng was a little confused. In his impression, low-level sirens should not be very intelligent. Usually, they were set to fight to the death. Commander, what should we do? Chincharu was a little uncertain. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, she looks quite beautiful. It's a pity to kill her. Let's bring her back and ask Yixian and the others. This kind of unique beauty is indeed very tempting. You won't do anything to the ship girl, right? There are 2 equally beautiful ship girls at home, but I don't see you doing anything. Quote. I haven't thought about that yet. Lin Feng facepalmed. I just think that she looks very attractive to men. After all, this only one, Zhao Qinhao, has a very seductive body in the 2D world. It's okay. We're used to it. You can be more direct. If you really want to do something to her, it's fine too. A ship girl should be similar to a machine girl, right? Quote. Chincharu said with a hint of ridicule. Remove all your weapons and come up. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded. The deep-sea phantom stretched out its huge palm. Crass looked at the huge monster in front of her. She was a little confused. She struggled to look up at the direction of the voice with her big eyes. At this moment, she felt very small. It was as if the mech opposite her only needed to pinch her lightly to take her life. However, all her equipment was destroyed. She could not stay underwater for long. She had no other choice. She took off her clothes and showed them to Lin Feng. After showing that she did not have any weapons, she walked up to the huge palm. The deep-sea phantom brought Crass to the surface. Junhai City, Ning Harbor. If you have any thoughts of attacking, I will kill you immediately. Back on the shore, Lin Feng cautiously entered the bladed mech. Although he saw that there were no weapons on the other side. He wasn't sure if there was anything special about a magical ship like the Siren. Usually, villains would use self-detonation, disintegration, body bombs, and so on. Although Lin Feng's physical fitness was strong, he was still immortal. He didn't have an invincible body. At this time, Crass was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The great evil on her chest was moving up and down. She was wearing a good sailor suit and a long skirt, but now she was only wearing black shorts. Her snow-white and slender legs were pressed together. When she heard Lin Feng's voice, she looked up pitifully. Her amber eyes were wide open, and there was slight anger and unwillingness in them. She thought it would be good to come over and play. She didn't expect to meet such a powerful Lin Feng as soon as she came out of the black hole. She was almost shot in the butt. HMPH, the weapons are all here. Look, they're all broken. How can I attack? Crass took out a Rubik's Cube and poured out the broken ship. Hearing this resentful voice, Lin Feng was a little tempted. The voice was a little blurred. It was the kind of soft, sweet, and cool voice that made people addicted. It was indeed a magical world. Everything was so beautiful. But Lin Feng always seemed to destroy this beauty. That's a pity. If I kill you now, will you still drop your equipment? When Crass heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She thought, what's wrong with this person? He's always thinking about dropping equipment. Quote. She knew nothing about this world and couldn't figure out Lin Feng's personality. She quickly stood up and walked around. Then she shook her clothes and patted her whole body. Look, there's really nothing left. And you saw the ship's equipment. It's all broken. If you don't believe me, you can search it. If you kill me, you'll only get this Rubik's Cube. Quote. Crass said in a panic. It was obvious that she wasn't lying. She was afraid that this strange person would really kill her in order to drop her equipment. At this moment, Su Qingwan transformed into her human form and cautiously went forward to take a closer look. After all, she was also worried that the other party had some special means. Hubby, there shouldn't be any danger. She's just an ordinary woman now. Lin Feng also walked out of the mech. Just an ordinary girl. Isn't that? Lin Feng's cold face was paired with H's mischievous smile. Crass was scared out of her wits. Sister, no, this big sister already said that I'm no longer a threat. Can you let me go? No, you're already our captive. You should have the awareness of a captive. Kras trembled slightly. What do you want to do to me? The first thing a captive has to do is to be interrogated. Of course, if they don't cooperate, then they can only be tortured. Interrogate. Quote, torture. What if we cooperate? If I cooperate, it should be more comfortable. But it doesn't seem to matter much if I don't cooperate. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to Clara's thoughts, nor did he care what she thought. Anyway, he could forcibly log in and break through the defense. Let's go. Take her back and let Yi Xian and Shifeng come back to interrogate her. Lin Feng got into the Blade sports car and went straight back to Xingyao Manor. At present, the castle in the City of Desire was still being upgraded. Yi Xian and Shifeng also looked at Kras curiously. Are you really a siren's purifier? Yi Xian asked first. Kras nodded and asked curiously, are you also from Dark Blue? There was something familiar about this feeling. Captives have no right to ask questions. Now, you answer whatever Master Shifeng asks. What's the situation in the Blue Sea now? Most of the sea has been controlled by the Siren Fleet. The Machine Lady is basically trapped in the Guardian Mansion. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, how's Dongwang? It's been blocked, but the arbitrator wants to deal with the stronger White Eagle and the royal family first. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you different from the other Siren purifiers? The other purifiers won't tell these secrets easily. You're not lying on purpose, are you? Quote, I was sent to perform an exploration mission. I've merged with the ship lady's consciousness, so I have an independent consciousness. Therefore, the arbitrator can't control me. Strictly speaking, I just want to take the opportunity to sneak out and have fun. I don't want to work for the sirens. Sirens, what's your purpose here? The sea in that world is basically under control. They found out that you crossed over, so they sent me to be the vanguard. You can say that I'm cannon fodder. Quote. After Yi Xian and Shifeng finished the interrogation, Lin Feng just came out of the shower. It's confirmed that she did come from the Blue Sea, and she is indeed a ship lady with an independent consciousness. And there's no equipment to communicate with the other side, but other siren fleets may still appear in this world. As Yi Xian spoke, she passed the badge information to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it briefly. So she's now an ordinary woman, nothing special. Well, we've temporarily taken away her tesseract of insanity. She's no threat. Lin Feng smiled. The desire in his heart grew stronger, and his body became more honest. Kras, right. How old are you? Quote. He was a little hesitant about Yi Xian and Shifeng, but he didn't have much psychological burden in his heart when dealing with a mature prisoner of war. After all, he had experienced too many things that he didn't dare to imagine before. Kras looked at Lin Feng's eyes and subconsciously stepped back. I really don't know how to calculate this. I've served for more than 20 years. Well, it seems that you're old enough. Come to the room. They've interrogated her. It's my turn. Kras was a little at a loss. What? Are you waiting for me to hug you? Quote. Lin Feng gently pinched his chin and looked at Kras. No need. Kras struggled to walk. Shifeng pulled Yi Xian and said. It's over. The commander's animal instincts have been triggered. He's going to make a move on the ship lady. Will we? Yi Xian said very calmly, so you know what the commander does in the room every night. I suddenly know. I'm the mature Lord Shifeng. Shifeng puffed out his chest and said. Well, your body is indeed mature. Are you afraid? I'm afraid. Sister Xian, aren't you afraid? Quote. If the commander is willing to make a vow with me, it's not impossible. But the commander doesn't seem to intend to make a vow. If you want to make a vow, Sister Xian, you go first. Lord Shifeng isn't ready yet. Shifeng and Yi Xian's somewhat nonsensical conversation made the people in the room laugh. However, after a few days, they had figured out the character of the two ship ladies and didn't find it too strange. In the room, Lin Feng looked at the sweet-looking woman with an exaggerated figure and snow-white skin. Especially the single ponytail that tied the roots of her hair and the good sailor suit, it was quite charming. I looked at the questions they asked and seemed to have forgotten the most important point. How did you transmigrate? Why did you appear at the bottom of the sea? Quote. I transmigrated from the black hole at the bottom of the sea. It was created by the high-level sirens with special power. Lin Feng smiled thoughtfully. Then I'll go and see the mysterious black hole tonight. Okay, I'll take you there now. Crass seemed to know what was going to happen next and was ready to take the opportunity to escape. The black hole at the bottom of the sea, we'll go tomorrow. Then, looking at the approaching Lin Feng, Crass said in a slightly begging tone, no, can't, at least it shouldn't be. Since this is a tolerant world, then let's have a great harmony of life. Lin Feng drove his nuclear submarine carrying the fire of life. He went directly to the bottom of the sea and resolutely plunged into the mysterious black hole. The nuclear submarine tried its best to go on a rampage, trying to open up the hope of life. But the huge gravity of the black hole firmly imprisoned everything. The only thing that couldn't be imprisoned was the fire. The fire of life. The fire burned and shone in the black hole, constantly attacking the final boundary. Finally, the black hole's barrier was broken, causing bright red sparks. The submarine went into another world alone. Here, mysterious, fiery, and like a real fantasy, it was familiar yet strange. Please like and subscribe my channel. Chapter 81. The next day, in Xingyao Manor. Chris was sitting at the side, hugging her body with both hands. When she saw Lin Feng's eyes, she trembled slightly and shrank her slender white legs. Lin Feng had indeed frightened her last night. Lin Feng sat up slowly and looked at the girl in front of him without any scruples. That mesmerizing platinum-colored hair, those delicate and moist lips, those towering perfect peaks, and those slender yet firm legs. What was even more deadly was her soft and gentle voice with a little sweetness. It made him forget to leave. Although you're a prisoner of war, you've proved your strength. As long as you're obedient, you can be like those machine women outside. Quote. You'll have delicious snacks every day, and you can even lie on the beach and bask in the sun. Lin Feng saw the resentment and fear in Klaus's eyes. He needed to give him a simple promise. After all, a person couldn't live in an environment without any sense of security and hope. She had completely let down her guard and was no longer a ferocious siren. He shouldn't treat her like an enemy. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes gradually soften, Klaus said weakly. Really? She had been envious since she entered the manor yesterday. The relaxed and comfortable atmosphere between the machine women and even the comfortable sofa left a rich aftertaste in her mind. Not to mention the mouth-watering snacks and drinks. She didn't even dare to think about these things in the deep sea. Even if it was simple potato chips, she had to snatch them from 100 eagles. In the end, she could only sit in the hands of high-level sirens. Of course, you're a broad-minded woman, and I'm a generous man. Then can I go out now? Klaus asked pitifully, her big eyes looking forward to Lin Feng's reply. Lin Feng said casually, now, not yet. Don't you know that the best plan for a day is to use your lips? Ah, lips. Klaus didn't quite understand. Lin Feng lifted the thin quilt and said, now you understand. Come here quickly. I don't know how to. Klaus was a little flustered. It's okay. Just think of it as drinking your favorite drink with a big straw. Thinking of Lin Feng's promise, Klaus finally gave up resisting. Hiss. Seeing Crass's hesitant manner and the gentle rise and fall of her throat, Lin Sanju couldn't help but sigh. The beast in Lin Feng's heart was awakened once again. He felt that the desire stone had not only increased his desire and strength. It was more like he had broken through the river of time. After learning about the undersea black hole and the siren level plan, Lin Feng did not directly destroy the black hole. Instead, he began to analyze and research. He wanted to see if there was a possibility of reverse transmigration. Therefore, in the next few days, the research progress of various research lines was also carried out overtime. This was especially true for the area that was close to 5,000 square kilometers outside the original Forbidden Zone. Now, it was buzzing with activity and was changing with each passing day. When the citizens of Junhai City saw that Lin Feng had taken down the legendary mechanical abyss, they were shocked. First, he read the official news in disbelief. After that, he was so excited that every hair on his body jumped up. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Almost everyone was participating in the construction. With the support of Lin Feng's layout and manufacturing center, as well as the new technology, Lin Feng was able to set up a factory. The fire country that held the title of the construction maniac seemed to have returned. Buildings rose from the ground one after another. Even the missile base and satellite launch center were beginning to take shape. The energy center at Ning Port was also steadily being built. Lin Feng had already refined and reconstructed the #1 mecha and Shiyu's Black Demon. Now, they were two loyal guards with strength comparable to a normal 5-star mecha. They guarded the defense line around Ning Port. With the end of the investigation on the Z Alliance and Shiyu, the identity of the Blue Planet's traitor was also confirmed. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfeng Express was not in place yet, Lin Feng really wanted to give them a taste of what it was like to be afraid of. And Lan had also been very busy recently. She knew that this was just the calm before the storm. And now, the various missiles she was developing were very important. After that, there was Dongfeng Express that needed her to conduct research. And Lin Feng had also familiarized himself with the women in the manor these few days. After all, he had been led by the nose by the mechanical abyss for the past few days to put out fires everywhere. Now, it was rare for him to have a few days of free time. After a few days, Lin Feng carefully cleaned and repaired Crass's Rubik's Cube of intellect. This was to ensure that Crass and Siren would not have any possibility of contacting each other again. Then, he returned the repaired Rubik's Cube of intellect to Crass. After all, a deep-sea super-large submarine was still very attractive. Now, you can materialize the ship. Although Lin Feng had been much gentler to her these few days, Lacus's heart was also filled with surprise. From time to time, he would look for other machines to give her a chance to rest. However, she always felt that there was a huge difference in treatment compared to other machines. Only now did she feel that she had truly integrated into it. When everyone saw this scene, they knew that Lin Feng was ready to receive this new sister. Come, this is Master Snowwind's favorite drink, happy water. Tsunere Snowwind also generously took out his favorite cola. Crass, this ice cream is for you. I hope we can work together to deal with Plug in the future. Yi Xian had also become a glutton after coming to this world. However, her favorite was ice cream. Everyone looked at the three ship ladies and was speechless. Could it be that the most popular thing in Blue Sea was not weapons but snacks? A few days ago, they were not very clear about Lin Feng's attitude towards Crass. Therefore, they were relatively calm. Now that they saw this, they also knew that Lin Feng had officially classified Crass as a member of his harem. They also started to become enthusiastic. They all shared their good things. For a moment, Crass was flattered. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, who had become a lot more imposing in front of her. It turned out that a small change in his attitude would cause such a huge chain reaction. Was this the status of a commander? At this moment, Lin Feng received a call from the army's commander-in-chief. Lin Feng, first of all, congratulations on becoming king. Thank you for taking care of me, Lin Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. This is what you deserve. It is also because this is the highest that I still feel that it is not worthy of your achievements. You flatter me. I just went with the flow. Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. I called you today to talk to you about the SS-class aircraft carrier. After the complicated process, the highest central command has already approved my proposal. Because this is part of the Spark plan, the process is a little slow. Please understand. The commander-in-chief's attitude towards Lin Feng was much friendlier now. It's fine. Coincidentally, I have also been making arrangements recently. Zhoushan Port has been like a fish bone in my throat. I have to get rid of it before I can go north with peace of mind. The commander-in-chief was shocked. You're preparing to attack Mechanical Abyss 107 again. No, but I can pull out one of its teeth. I urgently need that military port now. You also know how long it will take to rebuild a military port of that magnitude. Do you need any support from the military? No need. The strength of Junhai City is enough. Oh right, protect ye well. Lin Feng had also carried out a detailed investigation of Zhoushan Port these few days. The various missiles on Anlin's side had already started production. They should be able to meet the requirements of this battle tomorrow. As for the Dongfeng series, they still had the manufacturing foundation. The reason why the conventional missiles were so fast was because the mechanical abyss had the manufacturing foundation and raw materials. Junhai City, 107 Mechanical Abyss. Monet was upgrading the monarch-level demonic beasts he transferred from Magic City. At this time, Yin Luo ran out of the special anti-reconnaissance vehicle in a panic. Monet, those Blue Planet people are making a move again. What's wrong? Monet took off his work mech. Then he threw his glasses on the table. As the master of the mechanical abyss, his favorite thing was to play with mechs. At the same time, the mechanical abyss also had the largest and most advanced mech modification factory. Mech manufacturing had always been a field he was proud of. It was just that the defeat of Mech Number 1 a few days ago poured a bucket of cold water on him. Lin Yuan's death subverted his understanding of the Blue Planet people. Therefore, he had recently locked himself in the modification room to make mechs for revenge. He was preparing for a counterattack. He even upgraded all the demonic beasts he brought before. Because the destruction of Mech Number 1 made him feel pressure and even fear. That person is called Lin Feng, the guy who killed Lin Yuan before. I know. To get to the point, I don't have time. I have to complete the upgrade of the monarch-level demonic beasts as soon as possible. Yin Luo hurriedly said. He pushed their so-called miracle line forward to the edge of my area. Did they really think I'm easy to bully like Lin Yuan? I'm ready to make a move. Monet was also a little surprised. This push forward was undoubtedly a declaration of territorial sovereignty. Previously, Blue Planet had always been forced to retreat and give up their territory. Now that it was the other way around, they felt uncomfortable. Lin Yuan's death in battle also made the remaining two of them more united. My primordial beast is being upgraded according to the opponent's mech. It will take another 2 days. By the way, didn't you apply for support from the East 8 District headquarters? They haven't arrived yet. Quote, not many have, but the headquarters said that they want to take down Magic City first. I think the American Alliance succeeded and got the information about Operation Spark. Yin Luo said helplessly. Only 6 commander-level demonic beasts are supported. I'm fusing them. You can fuse with commander-level demonic beasts. It's my first try. I have to gamble even if it doesn't work. Yin Luo knew that these 6 wouldn't be enough to suppress the opponent when 5 commander-level demonic beasts died. He had many demonic beasts under him, but he didn't have enough combat power. He could only bite the bullet and fuse them. Once it succeeds, it can be directly promoted to the monarch level. The combat power of a monarch was 5 times that of a commander level. I suggest that we stick to our previous strategy and defend first. Once we confirm that we can completely suppress them, we will annihilate them in one fell swoop. After the incident with Lin Yuan, Monet was more willing to cooperate. Of course, it was mostly because Lin Feng gave him some pressure. I will transfer the ground units at the military port over to assist in the defense. In addition, the fleet at the military port can also provide you with a huge amount of firepower. I'm not afraid of him attacking my Steel City. I'm not an idiot like Lin Yuan, who was actually lured away from his home. I just can't accept it. Lin Yuan worked so hard for so many years, and so much land, and it was taken back. Monet thought for a while and said, I'm a little reluctant to hand it over, and the new buildings are also a big threat. I'll give Cherry Blossom some pressure first. Junhai City, the city of desire. With the passage of time, and land's research and development finally went into mass production. Lin Feng looked at the missiles with excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but exclaim, this time, missiles are finally free. This was because Lin Feng provided all the resources, materials, and research and development. The cost was much lower. The funds extorted from Z Alliance and the income from the warrior girls were enough to deal with it. With the price adjustment of Lin Feng's warrior girls, the combat power of Junhai City's mecha increased by a wave. The combat power of the Adventurers Guild and Kimming began to soar. And Lan, it's been hard on you. Go back and rest for a day. Wait for my good news. When I come back, we'll go and contract. Lin Feng had said before that there was no need to be so anxious. But when Lan saw so many blueprints and theories, she couldn't stop at all. Lin Feng didn't force her to contract. Air units are invading. Please be alert. Automatic defense system activated. Air units. Lin Feng wasn't too worried, but he was a little puzzled as to what was so blind. Lin Feng brought up the satellite image. The place where he saw the warning was a comprehensive missile base under construction. Lin Feng was preparing to equip rocket vehicles, self-propelled howitzers, self-propelled air defense cannons, and armored tanks. At this moment, the ground in the image was already filled with fragments of fighter jets. It looked like 5 to 8 warrior girls and their commanders had all died. Lin Feng knew that this was the work of nano-flying blades. Jianwei had already connected the nano-flying blades to the identification friend or foe system. She had set them up at key places. They were invisible and couldn't be detected by radar scans. Usually, many blind magical beasts were cut into pieces in an instant before they could feel the pain. There were also a few small fighter jets that were scared silly by the previous scene. They hurriedly turned around and fled. Lin Feng wasn't worried. Now, his air attack power of 5.7 had already begun to take shape. Then, he saw a few missiles flying towards them. Beautiful fireballs bloomed in the air. When the fighter jets at the front saw this, they also launched missiles to intercept. But it didn't give them much time to breathe. The leader hurriedly descended and transformed into a mecha. 4-star. They really put in a lot of effort. Lin Feng looked at the image nonchalantly. At this moment, Su Qingyan had already activated her speed mode and directly went up to meet them. 4-star mechas already had some decent defensive abilities. And their talent in fighter jets was generally not low. This round of losses might be a pain that the opponent couldn't bear. Qingyan, leave one alive and ask about the situation, Lin Feng said calmly. Don't worry, he won't die. At most, he will suffer a little more. Su Qingyan said calmly. She was full of arrogance and disdain. This sentence was a great insult to the Dark Light Mecha and the commander, Gui Tianjiro. Just you. You probably don't know what a 4-star mecha is, right? Quote. Then I'll let you. Su Qingyan didn't have any pity for this uninvited guest with the cherry blossom symbol. There was no nonsense. A 2-star blade mecha still had a 100% increase in attributes against a 4-star mecha. She directly used a level 4 enhanced Red Fury Sky Slash. The sword directly pierced through the right side of the chest. If Su Qingyan hadn't avoided the vital parts, the sword would have killed the Dark Light Mecha and Gui Tianjiro. Gui Tianjiro was stunned by the sudden change. He had not even finished his sentence yet. He didn't even have time to react before his shield was easily broken. The remaining energy directly pierced through the mecha's chest. All of his communication systems were directly cut off. The synchronization rate was less than 30%. He wanted to struggle, but it was impossible. He didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. Then, the Dark Light Mecha directly turned into a human because it had no energy left. At this moment, Lin Feng drove the Phantom Mecha to the battlefield. He walked in front of the stunned Gui Tianjiro. Do you speak Yan language? Gui Tianjiro didn't react for a long time. After a long time, he said, Idiot. You idiot, how dare you talk about Yan language when you don't speak it? Lin Feng directly punched through Gui Tianjiro's chest. Su Qingyan and Jianwei were shocked. Usually, they only knew that Lin Feng had endless energy. But they didn't know that Lin Feng's physical strength was already so terrifying. Lin Feng just wanted to try. He didn't expect Gui Tianjiro to be sent flying. But he didn't expect that after constantly contracting the mecha, his strength would be so terrifying that it directly pierced through. If he had known, he wouldn't have attacked. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. Su Qingyan saw this and hurriedly helped to clean it up with a silk handkerchief. Lin Feng slowly walked in front of Higashino Haim, who was pale with fright. What about you? I will. Okay, then you say it yourself. Or should I force you to say it? Quote. I said. The damage that the bladed mech had dealt to Lin Feng had completely overturned her understanding of strength. It was as if he was scared out of his wits. I don't want to betray humanity either, but I can't go against the commander's will. Did I ask you that? Lin Feng said coldly without any emotion. Higashino Haim was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly said, It's Sakura Pacific Air Force Base. They sent us here to investigate. So Sakura Island is a traitor. Have you become a traitor? Lin Feng's eyes grew colder. Not all of them. There are still some who have a conscience. Conscience. Then show me your conscience. Give me the coordinates of your base. Quote. Higashino Haim knew Lin Feng's purpose. This was because she had just witnessed the power of the Lin Feng missile. N33, E125. This is your only chance to survive. After saying that, Lin Feng immediately prepared a missile. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Since you dared to come here, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to provoke someone you shouldn't. The target has been calibrated, Su Qingwan said calmly. Although the Eagle missile did not carry a nuclear warhead, it was enough to kill an ordinary base like this. A round of Eagle missiles was fired. Lin Feng's satellite image tracked it. The coordinates were very accurate. It was a small military island, but at this moment, it was filled with smoke. The entire island was almost flattened. The combat concubines and commanders on the island had no chance of survival. If not for the fact that the Type 12 missile was only 500 kilometers away, which was more than 100 kilometers away from Sakura Island, they would not have been able to escape. Lin Feng did not mind throwing a few of them at Sakura Island to let them have a taste of fear. Can you save your life? Let's see if your consciousness really has a conscience. Quote. Lin Feng directly took out the lowest level mind Rubik's Cube. Higashino Haim felt her consciousness and mind being forcefully invaded. Her face was filled with pain. Lin Feng forcefully entered and looked at it. There was not much of a problem. Then, Lin Feng used the mind Rubik's Cube to establish a connection and put the other party in absolute control. It was still relatively difficult to level up an S-grade 4-star mecha. Even in Junhai City, an S-grade 4-star mecha could easily be ranked in the top 10. Of course, this was before Lin Feng joined. Now, Lin Feng's mecha was about to dominate the rankings. In the future, you will be in charge of scouting and warning in the outer area. This is still revealing N. Roger, Master. Although there was an AI defense system and nano-flying blades, the warning was still a little late and the warning range was not large enough. There was still a huge gap between the defense system and the Fire Country's peak. Therefore, Lin Feng also put the satellite launch base on the construction schedule. Now that there was an additional 4-star mecha patrolling the outer area, it could be considered as a temporary compensation. Get rid of this group of annoying people. Lin Feng also directly contacted Su Yunpeng to start the operation. A large number of troops quickly began to gather at the predetermined location. Qingyan, bring Millie here to ambush. Also, I will send you 200 aberrated mechas as cannon fodder. Be careful. After receiving the order, Su Qingyan and Millie also rushed over. Lin Feng only brought Su Qingwan, Jian Wei, Qin Shiru, and the others directly to Ninggang. A battle with the mechanical yuan was about to begin. Junhai City, the border of the Forbidden Area. Su Yunpeng followed Lin Feng's orders and arrived at the newly built Miracle Line's secret strategic point. The so-called Miracle Line referred to magical beasts above the warrior level breaking through the Miracle Line. It would be a miracle if the base city could still hold on. Lin Feng had also created many miracles before this. The Miracle Line had always been guarded by the military, which was the front line of the war. The mission that Lin Feng gave him this time was a little strange. It was a little like a feint, but he needed to take down the core strategic point. The first target was the Griffin's Nest. There were a large number of warrior and warrior-level giant steel griffins gathered here. It was the most important peripheral strategic point of the three-headed mechanical abyss. The griffins had the ability to fly and had powerful long-range firepower. Once they took to the air, they would definitely be a great threat. They were currently hiding in a special nest, so the radar and satellites could not get accurate information. Chief, all the missile vehicles, howitzers, and 155mm self-propelled cannons are in place. Chen Fei said excitedly. This kind of attack excited him more than defense. He was tired of the feeling of being passive and on the defensive. Not only did he not have any initiative, but he also had to worry about whether the opponent had powerful magical beasts. Su Yunpeng nodded. He looked at the satellite and radar images while looking outside. At this time, 8 sets of vertical missiles rose from Yixian and Shifeng at Ninggang and began to rotate. Following Lin Feng's order, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of missiles flew toward the magical beast nests around the mechanical abyss 106. These nests were all modified from Blue Planet's animals. In the steel fortress, Iraq looked at the red dots on the screen and was a little surprised. Are they serious? More than a dozen nests have been exposed. When did Blue Planet's radar become so advanced? The interference is ineffective. Barack had a lot of questions in his mind. He did not know that Lin Feng had used this time to get Jianwei to upgrade all the combat and defense systems. The technology was configured according to the highest standards in the system store by Lin Feng, and the performance was greatly enhanced. Normal interference was ineffective. Barack reviewed the battle between Lin Feng and Lin Abyss. This time, he did not directly mobilize the griffins. Instead, he chose to observe and try to see through the chaotic attacks to see the opponent's true goal. A round of missiles fell. Instantly, fiery red clouds appeared around the forbidden area. Smoke filled the air, covering the clouds and blotting out the sun. The sky was filled with the corpses of magical beasts, and it was a tragic sight. The weak steel armor of a servant-class magical beast could not withstand such a powerful explosion. Those that were close to him were turned into dust, while those that were far away were sent flying dozens of meters away. Lin Feng looked at the screen calmly and smiled. Seems like you need to be a little smarter. However, I hope that you can bear the losses that will follow. Continue, blow up all the discovered nests within a 3-kilometer radius of the mechanical abyss. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The sound of shells exploding followed one after another. Missiles were flying in the air, and fireballs were exploding everywhere on the ground. Smoke was everywhere, and corpses were piled up like mountains in the nest. Since they aren't going to stop us, we'll just blow them up to our heart's content, Lin Feng said calmly. The density of magical beasts in the nest was very high. The efficiency of directly attacking the nest was extremely comfortable, and the points and crystals in the system were increasing rapidly. Barack, who was in the mechanical abyss, could no longer sit still. Previously, he had thought that he had accidentally discovered more than a dozen of them. Now that he was being attacked with such precision, he was dumbfounded. The loss was beyond what he could bear. He quickly summoned a large number of long-range magical beasts from the mechanical abyss. Many missiles flew out from the mechanical abyss to intercept them. Then, he quickly requested for Monet's long-range firepower support. Lin Feng stealthily moved forward with Qin Shiru and the others while commanding the battle outside. Aim at the entrance of the mechanical abyss. Planet-level incendiary bombs, saturate the area. The entrance of the mechanical abyss was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. This was Lin Feng's special incendiary bomb that targeted the steel beasts and the hell cannon. Not only was the temperature extremely high, but the coverage was also very wide. Lin Feng directly locked down the surrounding area, and many magical beasts that appeared in the magnetic abyss were instantly buried in the sea of fire. Monet, who received the request, quickly mobilized the cannons of the Zhoushan port to provide support. Many missiles were already flying toward Ninggang. The automatic defense system was activated. The anti-air cannons and missiles of the comprehensive missile base were launched into the sky. They formed a good cover with Shui Feng and Yi Xian at Ninggang. Yi Xian and Shui Feng's missiles also flew toward Zhoushan port according to Lin Feng's orders. However, they did not use all their firepower. It was just a symbolic attack. Barack saw that Lin Feng's long-range force had changed their target to Zhoushan port. He quickly sent the 300 magical beasts that Monet had sent to the griffin's nest to provide cover for the griffin's flight. Monet was a little cautious, but he knew that as long as hundreds of griffins took off, they would definitely be able to form an absolute counterattack. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the griffin's nest, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he activated the fortress. However, just as the griffins were about to take off, the sky was filled with missiles. That was because Su Yunpeng's troops had been targeting his griffin's nest. Seeing the griffins appear, he immediately roared, "Explode for me." Instantly, the cannons roared, and the helicopters and fighter jets circled. A large number of missiles poured out in an instant. A large number of griffins were directly blown to pieces before they could even take off. Even the 300 magical beasts that Monet had sent to support them were all annihilated in the dense cannons. Haha, awesome, awesome. I've been fighting for so long, but I've never fought such an awesome battle. Lin Feng, Su Yunpeng, had nothing to worry about anymore. He ordered the people in the ocean realm to move toward Zhoushan port at full speed. Previously, he was most worried about the support of the griffins. That thing was even more terrifying than fighter jets. There were a lot of missiles, and they were fast. If they all took off, there would definitely be a lot of unnecessary losses. Su Yunpeng continued to approach the other magical beast nests near the 106th mechanical abyss according to the plan. Lin Feng's upgraded radar and satellites could detect many magical beast nests that could not be detected at all before. Coupled with the support of a large number of long-range missiles, Su Yunpeng was now in his element. Lin Feng's instructions were to take down the Griffin's nest and make the feint into the main attack. Therefore, all the cannons were now firing at full capacity, while the missiles were firing accurately, closing in on the center from all directions. Iraq was dumbfounded. In the command hall of the 106th mechanical abyss, Iraq was filled with grief and anger. The Griffin's nest that he had tried so hard to protect was destroyed in an instant. He even lost so many low-level magical beast nests for no reason. More importantly, the more than 300 soldier-level magical beasts that Monet had sent to support also suffered. He originally thought that this was the final goal of luring the snake out of its hole. He hated himself for being too smart for his own good. However, what he did not understand was that the other party was still attacking fiercely. He could not understand what the other party's goal was. If the other party wanted to destroy the Griffin's nest, why were they still attacking? He also knew that the Griffin troops were the biggest headache for the other party. Did they find a way to break the force field shield? Looking at the ferocious attacks, Iraq had a terrifying thought. He quickly contacted Monet and asked for reinforcements. He also retracted all the strongholds that he had deployed to the 106th mechanical abyss. Monet also started to pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. He had to admit that this was the fiercest attack he had ever launched. He was also confused by the powerful attacks. Although they did not directly attack his territory, he was also worried that the other party really had a weapon that could break the force field shield. If 106th mechanical abyss was lost, he would not be able to save the situation alone. He also quickly sent out reinforcements. Lin Feng could see it through the radar. All the magical beasts in the central area of the Forbidden Area were gathering at the 106th mechanical abyss. More importantly, due to the urgency of the situation, Jasper directly transferred away the mobile troops near the military port. Lin Feng silently marked all the nests in the surroundings. Then, he said to Qin Shiru, "The plan is working. Full speed ahead." At this moment, Lin Feng was leading Su Qingwan, Jian Wei, Qin Shiru, and Crass toward the military port under the cover of the ocean mirror. A direct attack was also feasible, but the losses would be much greater, and the number of enemies that could be destroyed would be much smaller. Most importantly, a direct attack would cause a lot of damage to the port, and the construction and time cost of recovery would be much higher. Therefore, Lin Feng was prepared to outsmart them. Lin Feng arrived at the designated location. He saw that the reinforcements from the military port were approaching the place where Su Qingyan and Mil were hiding. "Qingyan, move." The Blade Mecha and Crimson Flame Mecha, which had been charging up and waiting, appeared in a flash. With the 300% boost from the system, Blade could directly take on a 5-star mecha. Coupled with the special magnetic core control of the special type Crimson Flame Mech, a large number of enemies were thrown into chaos within the violent magnetic field. The two mechas turned into life harvesters on the battlefield. One person was controlling, while the other was attacking. Together with the aberrant mech, the 500 or so demonic beast mechs that had come to support them had become meat on the chopping block. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Feng asked Qin Shiru to start pulling up and floating to the surface of the water. After the previous investigation, Lin Feng already knew the deployment and core location of Zhou Shan port like the back of his hand. Jian Wei, all the equipment in the main control room and all external contact methods must be disconnected within 2 minutes of the operation. Quote. Got it. I promise to complete the mission. Jian Wei was also very excited because she was about to complete another important task. Chris, transform into your battleship form later and help Jian Wei kill the low-level magical beasts. Karasy's laser cannon was very effective against small units. After a simple arrangement, the ocean mirror continued to move up. The strongest forces in the military port were 3 battleships, 2 destroyers, and 3 cruisers. The battleships could transform into giant mechas. Number 1 was now guarding Ningport. Now only number 2 to number 4 were left. The destroyers and cruisers were medium-sized mechas. They were the mechas before the battleships. Shiru, destroy the Sea God reactor of the 3 battleships later. Currently, the deep-sea Phantom submarine was heavier and could only mount 3 missiles. Qingwan, your target is the 3 cruisers. Now that there is enough energy, you can use the beam cannon directly. The most important thing in a sneak attack was speed. The ocean mirror rose to 200 meters underwater. Shiru, calibrate. Calibrated. Fire. Everyone, move. The moment they heard Lin Feng's order, the Eagle missile was fired. The invisible state of the ocean mirror was also broken. As Lin Feng calculated the distance very well, the opponent could not intercept in time, but it would not completely affect him. As he had studied number 1 before, he knew the location of the Sea God reactor like the back of his hand. The 3 armor-piercing missiles instantly hit the Poseidon reactor and blew a huge hole in it. The huge force almost blew the entire battleship away. At the same time, everyone quickly exited the cabin through the hatch. Jian Wei transformed from her mecha form into her phantom mechanical suit and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The Storm Goddess was an ocean-type mecha and could move in shallow water. The moment Jian Wei released her pulse wave, the Storm Goddess directly fired 2 missiles at the cruisers in the distance. At the moment when Claws left, Qin Shiru also transformed into her mecha form. Xian Shifeng, everyone in the missile base, stop the enemy returning to the port. Monet from the 107th Abyss. He was still thinking about why the team he sent to help suddenly decreased. Is this the so-called encirclement? Attack the 106th Mechanical Abyss and then stop the reinforcements. But before he could think clearly, he heard the warning of the military port. Military port. Why is the military port suddenly? How did they get there? Without any warning, could it be a diversion, and their final target is the military port? Before he could figure it out, he had already lost contact with the military port. Why is there no signal? Hurry up and check, Monet roared at the analyst beside him. Then, he began to recall all the troops back to the military port. He mainly developed marine combat power, and he had spent a lot of effort on the military port. It was also where his main combat power lay. Not only did it have perfect military functions, it also had the most advanced and largest hull manufacturing platform and testing platform. They were suddenly attacked and then suddenly lost contact. His heart was in a state of panic. In the end, when the reinforcements rushed back, they suffered an unprecedented attack. It was not only the intense bombardment. There was also the interception team led by Su Qingyan. Most of the reinforcements were killed in an instant. After Monet's rage, he started to sigh. So, what is this? Waiting at ease. Or waiting for an opportunity. Quote. Lin Feng's mecha cooperation was very good, and with the system's attribute bonuses, he seemed to be at ease. In addition, Lin Feng had a detailed investigation before, so all the routes were going smoothly. Lin Feng piloted the deep-sea Phantom. He looked at the 2 destroyers that luckily turned into mechas. The control personnel on the other side had lost the support of the radar system and aiming system. Their combat power was greatly reduced. Lin Feng looked at the less than 30% energy left and prepared to end the battle quickly. He immediately switched to the plasma cannon, and a huge black hole appeared on the deep-sea mecha's hand. Then, it started to turn blue, and the blue color became more and more intense. A huge amount of energy spewed out. It directly pierced through the mecha's chest, and the commander died in an instant. Lin Feng's combination of punches made Monet's scalp tingle. Mechanical Abyss 106. Iraq was still mobilizing his troops. However, the cannon fire suddenly stopped. He was a little happy but also a little confused. He quickly contacted Monet. Did you succeed on your side? The enemy's attack seems to have stopped. Quote. Monet was already frustrated. Now that he received Erosi's reminder, it was like adding fuel to the fire. He frowned, and anger surged up from below his ribs. His face was as yellow as wax, and his lips were pale. His whole body was trembling, and the joints in his hands were cracking. His eyes were deep in his eye sockets, like a pair of pearls. The enemy has already started their attack. What's the point of fighting? Iraq was a little confused. Idiot, I've been led astray by you. We lost Zhou Shan Port. The Circle's efforts for more than 10 years are all there. As he spoke, he smashed the communicator's watch. Then, he fired a barrage of missiles at Zhou Shan Port. Although he knew that it was useless. Even if he fired all of them, he could not turn the situation around. However, he was still angry. The military port and so many warships and mechas had all fallen into Lin Feng's hands. The key was that his biggest attack was gone. If he wanted to force an attack now, the losses would be huge. He did not expect the situation in Junhai City to change so much in such a short period of time. Now that he thought about it, he still could not accept this fact. After venting his anger, his mood became even worse. However, he did not know how to get rid of this anger in his heart. On the other side, Iraq also felt like he was in a dream. He was also confused by Lin Feng's fighting style today. He was muddle-headed, and his greatest offensive reliance, Guan Lu, was lost. Many of the demonic beast nests were also turned upside down. In order to mobilize troops, he even exposed all of the surrounding deployments. In the end, he was told that his side was just a feint. The real target was Monet's Zhou Shan Port. Why are you attacking so fiercely? Why are you attacking my most important point? After a few struggles, Iraq could only accept this reality in the end. He tried to take a deep breath to calm down, but it only made him angrier. His hands began to tremble. In his complicated eyes, pain, anger, and helplessness were constantly intertwined. He clenched his teeth and roared, slamming his fist onto the steel-like table. The table caved in, and his hands were covered in blood, but he did not feel any pain. On the other hand, the military department was in an uproar. Seeing such a huge result of the battle, he still couldn't recover for a while. 2 consecutive battles, each of which was an important milestone. The first time was when they achieved the counterattack milestone. A few days later, they had taken over the State Hill Harbor, which meant that the Fire Country was beginning to regain control of the sea. It all started with Junhai. This was all because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's prestige in Junhai City's military was unparalleled. This port is really not bad. This is what we rely on the most in our counterattack. Lin Feng muttered as he looked at the prefecture mountain port in his hands. Even he found it hard to believe that such a large port could be taken down unscathed. The Zhoushan Harbor was approximately 160 kilometers long from north to south and 70 kilometers wide from east to west. The water area was close to 10,000 square kilometers. Even if a few aircraft carrier fleets were to dock, there would be no problem. Apart from these, there were still many standalone mechs that could be used. More importantly, there was still a lot of ammunition in the prefecture mountain port that was not used. He had actually earned so much ammunition from his crazy bombing. His meticulous planning was not in vain. After clearing out all the enemy units here, everyone went about their duties. They quickly got to work. With the experience in the City of Desire, everyone knew what they were supposed to do. Millie began to deploy the defense forces. Jian Wei began to take over the work related to the system and database. Seeing that everyone was working as usual, Lin Feng began to leisurely look at today's points. Hunting status: Servant level 2368, Soldier level 359, General level 27. Energy crystals: Servant level 4736 remaining, 7200, Soldier level 718, 811, General level 54, total 86 points, 96,760 total, 124,800. Soul power, 93,773 total, 152,886. The Soul Devourer increased by another level. The combined strength of the Blade Mech and Lin Feng increased by another 10%. As they had taken down the Griffin's nest, the soldier level was a big harvest. Their points increased tremendously. Lin Feng directly entered the points store and spent 100,000 points to draw the supreme level twice. When the image froze, Lin Feng smiled calmly. This is the perfect mech training system. Both times, it was S-grade. Moreover, both of them were very technical equipment. S-grade multi-point continuous ignition multi-loop warp engine *1. S-grade accessory, Fate of Time. Lin Feng happily kept the 2 S-grade equipment and prepared to finish and land in Shaoyuan first. He was analyzing which mech would have the greatest effect after adding it. At the moment, the other mechs were basically able to stand on their own. The only shortcoming of the deep-sea Phantom mech was that it had too little ammunition. This could only be solved by leveling up. The SS grade upgrade required a Monarch-level crystal. Lin Feng was prepared to go to the auction when he went to Shanghai. Lin Feng directly called Lan. Lan, the battle is over. Get ready to come and pick me up for the contract. Lan's cold and excited voice came from the other side. Yes, I'm ready. I'll come and do the divination immediately. Junhai City, Contract Hall. Lin Feng was already a regular. But for Lan, it was still a novelty. She had a cold temperament and a beautiful face, like ice floating on the spring water. Everyone around her was overshadowed. Are you excited? Lin Feng directly carried this ice queen who made all the men in the city shrink back and walked into the contract hall. Yes, Lan murmured. This time, it was a special session for the two of them. Because it was close to 7 p.m. when they arrived. The leader called me, I knew it must be you. Guanya said with some resentment and envy. She was already off work, but the leader called. She hurried over because she knew only Lin Feng had this right. Well, I can only say that your leader knows me well. He always sends a beauty like to work overtime. HMPH, you've already contracted the most beautiful and talented people in the city. When will you consider me? Although I'm a support mech, I feel that I'm suitable for you. Quote. Guanya thought about it for the past few days and still didn't want to give up. Hee, why don't you apply to be transferred to the City of Desire and be my exclusive awakening contact? Maybe I'll consider it when I'm in a good mood. Lin Feng said with a smile, then took the information registration card and walked directly into the system debugging area. Ding. Successfully contracted S-Class and Lan armed riot vehicle. All attributes of the energy core increased by 20%. All attributes of the commander increased by 5 points. System points increased by 2,000. Lin Feng looked at it. Including the 10% increase from the previous upgrade of the Soul Devourer, now the total increase was 690%. Energy storage limit, 2070, energy conversion power, 69 megajoules per hour, current energy, 636. His strength also increased by 5 points. Strength, 76, stamina, 73, spirit, 68, agility, 66, defense, 71. With his current energy, Lin Feng felt that he didn't have any effect even if he didn't sleep. He didn't feel tired at all after continuous fighting. Ding. Contracted 6 mecha women above A class. System points have reached 40,000. System upgrade requirements have been met. System upgrade to level 3. Unlocked alternate time reward function. What's this alternate time reward function? System added a new mission center. The mission center will randomly release alternate time rescue missions. After completion, the corresponding reward. The mission center can decide whether to accept the mission or not. After accepting the mission, the host will bring the contracted mech to the other dimension, but the prerequisite is that this world has the corresponding transmigration method. That's not bad. He just needed to have the method of transmigration. So far, Lin Feng only knew about the Stargate project in the Chaotic Star region. The Azure Nautical World's underwater black hole, but whether or not it could be transmigrated had not been verified. Then let's wait for the mission first. Anyway, I don't have to accept it. Let's look at the reward first. Lin Feng thought. Lan looked at the contract's information with a calm expression. However, the thoughts in his heart could not calm down for a long time. Finally, rank SSS Commander. Quote, aren't you going to express that the contract has been completed? Lin Feng looked at Lan's frozen face and smiled from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but tease. Ah. Lan was a little confused. Seems like you like to be passive. Lin Feng took a step forward and held Lan's slender waist. Looking at her beautiful features, he couldn't help but wonder. Lan finally knew what Lin Feng wanted to do. A blush appeared on her cold and dustless face. Her facial features were incomparably beautiful. They were simply the most beautiful combination. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes that were like stars. Her dripping cherry-like lips trembled slightly. Lin Feng directly pressed himself against her. Very moist. Very hot. Lin Feng didn't know how long it took before he separated reluctantly. It seems like your lips aren't as cold as they look. Lin Feng said calmly. No matter how cold a woman is, there's still a hot place, right? That's for the person she loves the most. Quote. Then what are we waiting for? Go back, let's go back first. I've specially prepared clothes. I hope to give you the most beautiful and special experience. Quote. A hint of shyness appeared on Lan's cold face, which made it even more tempting. Okay, then let's go back first. Lin Feng got into the riot car and headed straight to the Star Castle in the City of Desire. This was custom made by Su Qingyan according to Lin Feng's request. Of course, there were also many new special themes and functions added by Su Qingyan. As soon as Lin Feng entered the bedroom, he felt his blood boil. The oversized master bedroom had a luxurious round bed. The bed's height and size were tailored to Lin Feng's situation. The master bedroom's bathroom had also been specially renovated. Lan looked at Lin Feng's eyes and hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, I'll take a shower and change first." Women seem to pay attention to rituals. Of course, after all, today is the most important day for me. She didn't make Lin Feng wait too long. The originally faintly discernible graceful figure had already made Lin Feng's blood boil. If he had waited a few more minutes, Feng might have gone straight in. The policewoman is here, don't commit a crime. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng thought that he had been through hundreds of battles. But at this moment, he still couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. A specially made white police shirt that had been cool and tightened around the waist was paired with a black tie and belt. On her slender and beautiful legs that were as smooth as jade, she wore white lace stockings. Tightly closed together, there was no gap at all. Her delicate facial features were white and tender, without a single flaw. Her bright eyes were beautiful, and her teeth were crystal clear. She was tender and alluring. Her sparkling snow-white skin was like ice and snow, beautiful beyond compare. Her quick-witted eyes that were slightly dazed seemed to be a little shy as she narrowed them. That's it. If you commit a crime, I'll pay you for a month. Quote. This was Lin Feng's best evaluation. If you insist on committing a crime, then don't blame me. Lan's cold tone was heavy with a hint of charm as she slowly approached Lin Feng. Then, she directly used deadly scissors kick on Lin Feng's waist. 4.6. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't give up without a fight. He could use double dragon exiting the sea. After a few exchanges, Lan's momentum was weak, and her breathing was chaotic. Lin Feng took advantage of the fact that Lan's stamina was low and brazenly used rainbow penetrating the moon sword. He successfully broke the ultimate defense that Lan had defended for 23 years. Lan was heavily injured and was at a loss. She could only subconsciously reach out to block. But Lin Feng only took it as a show of resistance. Still, he gave the other party a chance to adjust. Seeing Lan's brows gradually relax, Lin Feng used the most mysterious combo in history. Light sword, 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 heavy sword. He defeated all of Lan's remaining resistance in one breath. Then, Lin Feng directly used all the heavy sword combo to completely finish off Lan. The long sword returned to its scabbard, inseparable. The stars moved, and the morning sun rose. Lin Feng looked at Lan, who had a beautiful face and was cold and otherworldly. The room was a little messy, and it did not have the unique aura of an orchid in an empty valley. Lin Feng was a little lost in thought. He finally understood the meaning behind those words. No matter what kind of girl. Pure, proud, strong, charming, cold, they were all just their protective masks. As long as they were in a specific situation, under a specific man's body, they would eventually reveal their weak side. In the end, Lan also fell into a deep sleep during the confrontation. Although he understood this logic, Lin Feng was still looking forward to becoming an excellent machine lady. It was not just for the bonuses and new functions brought by the system upgrade. He was like a musician who listened to romantic blues every day and occasionally went to rock. He felt the unique enjoyment of his eardrums vibrating with the earth. That was a wild march. Lin Feng walked out of the door quietly. He needed to give the modification plan for Yi Xian and Shifeng to Qin Shiru today. Level 10 asked him to make a specific design according to the general plan. After taking down the military port, the design of the ship's hull was put into the construction sequence. Lin Feng made a lot of personalized designs according to the current needs. With the system upgrade, more things were waiting for him. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible and launch a counterattack against the mechanical source as soon as possible to gain a foothold. However, just as Lin Feng walked out, he realized that Qin Shiru was already at the door. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He was curious. Had their tacit understanding reached such a level? How did you know I was looking for you? Qin Shiru's voice was as gentle as jade as she said softly. Didn't I sleep too deeply that morning? I heard from Sister Qingyan that I could make up for it later. Also, you do need it, right? Then, Qin Shiru pointed at Lin Feng's tent, and a blush appeared on her face. Lin Feng immediately understood what was going on. He sighed in his heart. Aren't these machine ladies a little too considerate? You waited for me just for this. Yes, there's already a benchmark in front, so I naturally don't want to fall behind. Lin Feng smiled and looked meaningfully at Su Qingyan who was below. Jian Wei, on the other hand, turned around and continued to teach Yi Xian and Shui Feng. Then, he turned around and said to Qin Shiru, coincidentally, I have something to talk to you about. Let's have a good chat. Ah, why do I feel like it's getting bigger? Qin Shiru was a little surprised. A battle of words officially began. Lin Feng also told Qin Shiru all the construction plans. At the same time, he also told Lin Feng about the design of the mecha and the main points of the mecha. Lin Feng was preparing to build a team of mecha for his personal guards. They would become a comprehensive special forces unit. When Qin Shiru heard this, she looked at Lin Feng with her shocked peach blossom eyes and nodded in agreement. Lin Feng was waiting for Xiao Yuang to awaken, so he needed to go to Shanghai to pick up UD. That was an SSS-grade aircraft carrier. It could not be lost. At the same time, he would also go to the University of Sorcery to visit the researcher who had developed the ability empowerment technique. In the world of science fiction, it was an inconceivable thing to have a spirit. This seemed to be something that even science could not explain. Lin Feng understood spiritual bestowment, and it was not only applied to equipment. He also wanted to see if he could come up with a second special skill for the mecha. After all, the special skills of a mech were too important at critical moments. Especially after the skill was strengthened. Then, he asked Jian Wei to use this time to research how to break the defense of the mechanical source. This was the key to attacking the mechanical source. After all, the sneak attack was only to catch them off guard, and it would not be effective if used again. Now, Lin Feng already knew all the information about the magical beast lairs in 106. This was also one of the results of yesterday's battle, and it was Iraq who took the initiative to reveal it. While Lin Feng was enjoying life here, the small world on the other side of the ocean was in chaos. Yesterday, their Pacific Air Force team suddenly disappeared on a mission. In a short period of time, the Air Force base was directly destroyed. No one on the mainland knew what happened. Tian Huang was furious. That place was filled with their outstanding commanders and warriors. Many of them were 3-star commanders, and there were even 4-star ones. In addition, a large number of the agents they had sent to the Fire Country were also removed. They were furious. They used all their power to collect video information. Finally, they sorted out the disappearance of the mecha and the base yesterday. When they saw the strange scene, their faces turned green. There were very few female pilots who had awakened their mecha, and the moment they entered, the mecha and the commander were all a few centimeters in size. They hurriedly reported the evidence to the United States and the Western Alliance. They were trying to control the Fire Country and put pressure on them. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take care of this group of traitors. If you don't like it, I'll give you 2 every day. Until you shut up. Although they didn't have an aircraft carrier now, but piloting the Goddess of Storm with 2 bullets was more than enough. After Lin Feng arranged everything, he returned to the room and spent the night with Lan. The next day, Lan's condition was much better. After a good morning kiss, she went directly to the training ground. Together with the interface and nerve sensory system, a black mecha appeared in front of her. The War Soul number 1 was a medium-sized mecha, 18 meters tall. Name: Lan. Form: Vehicle Armed Riot Vehicle Female Machine Future Policewoman Mecha War Soul Number 1. Overall Rating S. Applicable Energy Fuel, Light, Electricity, Bioenergy. Kinetic Core War Soul Number 1 285 1000 T. Integrated System Pioneer Generation. Mecha Material Invisible Bulletproof Explosion Resistant Alloy. Weapons Plank Sniper Rifle Humanoid Carrier Browning Large Caliber Heavy Machine Gun Carrier Compound Missile Launcher A. Combat Type Long Range Sniper. Special Ability Make Bullets Fly. The War Soul Number 1 Special Kinetic Energy Distribution System can increase the attack range and speed of mounted long-range weapons by 100%. Personality Cold, Determined, Intelligent. Warrior Maiden Training Ground. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the Battle Soul Number 1 special skill. Although he knew that the Battle Soul Number 1 was a sniper. However, some information could not be seen before it became a mech. This included the special skill and the mech's characteristics. After all the systems were upgraded and adapted, Lin Feng picked up the 3-meter-long plank sniper rifle. The range of the regular season was 1,500 meters. In order to test the special skill, Lin Feng got a target that was 3,000 meters away. Then, he swung his sniper rifle. Bang! The sniper rifle bullet, which was the size of a baby's fist, spun out rapidly. One could hear the buzzing sound of the wind. The sound of the gunshot was heard instantly. The target that was 3,000 meters away was hit in the bullseye. The sturdy target also exploded instantly, and the debris was scattered in the air. This special skill is really good. The upper limit of the distance and speed was doubled. As for the missile, Lin Feng did not test it. After all, the extreme distance of the test was too big. It might even cause a butterfly effect. Lin Feng continued to test the other functions. After a round of comprehensive performance, the overall performance was very good. The Battle Soul Number 1 had another characteristic, which was that it could be iterated. It could be upgraded to the Battle Soul Number 2 or even higher. Therefore, not only could the Battle Soul Number 1 rise in stars, but it could also be upgraded. Not only could its performance be improved, but its size would also be improved. Of course, this also meant that it needed more energy. Lin Feng was also prepared to try out the commander's training tower in Magic City this time. The war there was the most intense outside of the imperial capital. Therefore, a lot of good technology came from there. Therefore, the effect of the training tower there was second only to the imperial capital. Medium and large mechs had a common weakness, which was that they were slow. The Storm Goddess had an S-grade nitrogen jet enabling device, which was also a very strong enhancement. Its current speed was enough. Nitrogen jet enabling device S-grade Spirit Chongqi, by increasing energy consumption, speed and attack by several times to increase sudden explosive power. Therefore, Lin Feng was prepared to install the S-grade component, Multi-Point Continuous Ignition Multi-Loop Circulation Warp Engine *1, which he had obtained from the lottery yesterday, into the Battle Soul Number 1. Then, he took out the S-grade antimatter floating cannon that he had obtained from killing Lin Yuan and installed it. The antimatter floating cannon was a type of energy that used antimatter as energy and had super strength and speed. In the mech state, its body was large and its firepower was even more powerful. Furthermore, it did not need to be loaded with ammunition. Another special feature was that it could be used when the machine lady was in a state, allowing the machine lady to fight in the air. It also came with a biological targeting system. After equipping the equipment, he tested it out again. The mech's speed increased exponentially. With just a little modification, the mech was close to perfection. After all, S-class mechas were already very strong, and Junhai City only had 1 or 2 every year. It could be said that Lin Feng had used up all the S-rank players in Junhai City over the past few years. He was also somewhat glad that these dollar-level soldiers were all waiting for an excellent commander. At this moment, Lin Feng received a call from the commander-in-chief. Lin Feng, I'm so glad you're okay. Commander-in-Chief Han Zhenshan said excitedly. We've applied for S-level protection for you, but there are a lot of flying magical beasts and anti-air cannons on the way from the imperial capital to Junhai City. Lin Feng was a little confused. He thought to himself. Why was there a sudden S-class protection? Ah. What happened? Quote, Han Zhenshin thought about it and decided to tell Lin Feng the actual situation, so that Lin Feng would know what to focus on. Sakura Island, the United States, and the Western Alliance have jointly pressured the Fire Country's higher-ups to hand you over. They also want the Fire Country to make a public apology and compensate 50 billion Fire Country dollars. Quote, but don't worry, the Fire Country's higher-ups are also very firm. An apology is out of the question, compensation is out of the question, let alone handing you over. But we can't rule out the possibility that they will attack you directly. So we have temporarily blocked all information about you, and other than the higher-ups, no one is allowed to see it. Han Zhenshin explained the situation in one breath. Lin Feng didn't expect that just blowing up an Air Force base would cause such a big commotion. So it's just a simple day. I thought I was a higher-level life form from the star domain. A dog that knows how to suck up to others. Quote, Lin Feng's tolerance for traitors was very low. The other party had even escalated the matter to an international level. It was the end of the world, and the international order was no longer as restrictive as before. Now, strength was everything. The reason why they didn't directly fall out with each other before was because there were still restrictions on each other. And they had a common enemy with the Blue Planet. But this was no longer a condition for a traitor like Little Day. After all, the higher-ups of the Fire Country had already found out the identity of the traitor. As for the exact situation in Murica, it was unknown, but according to the weapon types of the Mechanical Abyss and the description of the Pomelo, it was not far from the truth. Looking at Lin Feng's calm and collected appearance, the group of leaders opposite him was extremely anxious. Only Han Zhenshin knew that this was the confidence that came from the inside out. But he still reminded him, you might not be very clear about the strength of the United States and Cherry Blossom. The Fire Country suffered heavy losses because they were schemed against 5 years ago. Now, even without the interference of the magical beasts from the Mechanical Abyss, the Fire Country will face a lot of pressure to fight the United States and Cherry Blossom head-on. So, we can only provide as much protection as possible. Although the higher-ups have confirmed Cherry Blossom's betrayal of the Blue Planet, the possibility of a direct war is not too high. Please understand. After all, the higher-ups have to consider more comprehensive things. Han Zhenshin's tone was apologetic. With his personality, he would definitely fight directly. Lin Feng said calmly, there's no need for S-grade protection. The biggest help is to find a few girls who have awakened their warships. He did not like the feeling of being watched at all times. Moreover, he had so many powerful mechas around him. Any one of them was comparable to a 4-star or 5-star mecha. Okay, I will discuss your contract requirements with the higher-ups. I will inform you as soon as possible. As for the Wind God team, why don't we keep them? They are all excellent, rich girls that I have carefully selected. They will listen to your arrangements completely and will not affect your life at all. Although he could see that Lin Feng had absolute confidence, Han Zhenshin still insisted on the team. Just from the name Lin Feng, he knew that the commander-in-chief placed great importance on it. It was not bad if they were not all girls. He did not reject it anymore. After all, the girls who could enter the highest level of the military were definitely not bad. Okay, but you don't have to take the risk to come here. I will return to Magic City in 2 days. Just let them wait for me there. Ah, are you sure you don't want to wait for the protection before going to Magic City? My suggestion is to come here first. Han Zhenshin was a little surprised and tried to persuade him. There's no need. They are not enough to make me change my plan. If they really dare to make a move, I don't mind letting them have a taste of a dimensionality reduction attack. Quote. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. He was still worried about not having a target to test his missiles on. Seeing how calm Lin Feng was, Han Zhenshin did not insist. Okay, then we will follow your arrangements. Are you ready to go against Little Sun? And Lan's cold tone had a hint of excitement and anticipation. Yes, I said before that I had to wait for you to finish developing Dongfeng Express. But there's no need for that now. With your special skill, regular Eagle missiles can easily hit them. Although it's not as powerful as Miss Chu, it's enough to destroy their fragile air defense system. And Lan thought that Lin Feng was just joking, but when she saw Lin Feng's serious expression, she knew that Lin Feng was serious. Great, I was just about to test my shooting range anyway. And Lan was a little excited and eager to give it a try. However, she looked at the surrounding crowd and asked, "There are so many people here, isn't it a little too high profile?" This was because War Girl was originally in the center of the century, a commercial complex. In addition, the test of a medium-sized mech was very loud, and it was a mech that had never appeared before, so it instantly attracted a large number of people. After all, the topic of this world's mech girls was the most talked about topic every day. Just treat it as helping little Hachi test its air defense power, Lin Feng said calmly. Okay, then where should we test the target? Directly hit the shrine. This is the best response to them complaining first. It was Little Sun who insisted on invading Lin Feng's territory. Wasn't it reasonable to be destroyed? Since you're here, it's obviously inappropriate for my missile not to go over and greet you, right? If it was bombed, it could only be said that your defense was too weak. Since you like to cause trouble, then I'll hit you every time you cause trouble. And Lan felt like she had met a confidant. The huge compound missile launcher on the back of the mech was slowly released. Target has been calibrated, requesting launch. The upgraded fire control system and positioning system were even more powerful. Then, two YJ series missiles shot into the sky, then turned and disappeared in front of everyone. Only faint smoke was left, proving that what happened just now had indeed happened. Under the double speed increase, the supersonic stage could directly reach Miyako. The other side didn't even see where the missiles came from before they had already entered the airspace. The air defense system had indeed warned them. The air defense missiles had indeed been intercepted. However, it was still too slow in the end and couldn't stop the supersonic missiles at double speed. The target has been destroyed. And Lan's cold voice carried a little excitement. Sakura's military higher-ups were instantly stunned. They were all dumbfounded when they saw the shrine being blown up. What the hell was that? Although it wasn't as destructive as Dongfeng, it was extremely insulting. The people around the warrior girl were also stunned. They didn't recover from their shock for a long time. Lin Feng was probably the only one who dared to launch a missile directly in the city. Even if they couldn't see their destination. However, the powerful movement of the missile was enough to drive them crazy. If they knew that it was a shrine that had been bombed, they would probably be even more excited. After the test, Lin Feng was about to leave. The crowd surrounded Lin Feng enthusiastically. Super cool. Congratulations, brother Lin Feng. You've contracted another police beauty who can make all the commanders in the city go crazy. Brother Lin Feng, I heard that the City of Desire is almost finished. Can we go in and take a look? Lin Feng smiled and said, of course you're welcome. After the renovation, I'll open an underground passage from Junhai Base City to the City of Desire. Those who pass the identity verification can directly enter the City of Desire through the passage. Quote. After hearing this, everyone was extremely excited. They raised their arms and cheered. They could finally see the mechanical abyss that made countless people tremble in fear. And Lan, arrange the things at hand. After Xiaoyuan completes the machine transformation tomorrow, we'll go to Magic City. Okay. I'll go arrange the missile production plan and then hand it over to Yin Xin. Lin Feng opened the map and looked at it. He planned the route of the underground passage. The City of Desire was such a big city. Naturally, it needed some human life. More importantly, some specific positions needed to recruit people from the Yan country. Walking around in the non-core area wouldn't affect the deployment at all. However, it was too dangerous to enter from above. Although a sturdy underground tunnel was expensive, the strategic significance it brought was definitely not to be underestimated. In case of an emergency, they could coordinate with Junhai Base City. Naturally, the tunnel belonged to Ning Chushui and Yanyan. Lin Feng had also agreed to contract with the two of them at the Battle Victory store. Therefore, he directly arranged to meet them at the contract hall. The two of them were extremely surprised after hearing this. They rushed to the mirror and started to touch up their makeup. Although the two of them had outstanding looks, they were already beautiful without any makeup. But after all, it was the most important day for others. They definitely hoped that the day would be the most beautiful. They had been looking forward to it every day. Today was finally the day. Afraid that Lin Feng would be anxious, they didn't dare to delay for too long. Half an hour later, they arrived at the contract hall. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They couldn't hide the joy in their hearts. Guanya also completed the information registration with ease. But in her heart, she was thinking, why are there so many excellent machine girls in Junhai Base City? When will it be my turn? Lin Feng looked at Guanya's expression and didn't seem to understand. He just smiled and didn't respond. He was going to think about it when they came back. He directly started the contract ceremony with Ning Chushui and Yanyan. Ding! Successfully contracted S-grade Ning Chushui shield tunneling machine. All attributes of energy core increased by 20%. Commander's physical attributes increased by 5 points. Ding! Successfully contracted A-grade Yanyan tunneling machine. All attributes of energy core increased by 4%. Commander's physical attributes increased by 1 point. Lin Feng looked at the situation of his energy core. Energy storage limit, 2154, energy conversion, 72 megajoules per hour, current energy, 1855. Strength, 82, stamina, 80, energy, 76, agility, 75, defense, 81. His physical attributes increased by 6 points again, and his energy seemed to be more abundant. So Lin Feng was going to fight 1 against 2 today. As soon as the two girls entered the room, they instantly felt that the whole room was filled with hormones. The two girls' appearances were extraordinary. One was delicate and the other was pretty. Both of them were wearing elegant robes with an ancient charm and a sense of ceremony. Ning Chushui. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was as white as the first snow. Her silver-white hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Graceful and gentle, charming and unique. Her small oval face was pretty and gentle, and her red phoenix eyes were slender and watery. Yanyan. Her personality was cold, her body was gentle, elegant, and her eyes were watery. Wearing an elegant robe, she seemed to be a fairy. Her black hair was tied up in a bun. She was actually a beautiful and elegant beauty. You're so beautiful that I don't want to destroy you. Lin Feng praised, but his body kept getting closer. Gulp. Ning Chushui's throat moved gently. Maybe it was because she was nervous, or maybe it was because she was excited. Honey, can you be gentler, I'm a little. A large blush appeared on her snow-white face, all the way to her ears. But this sound was like a bugle call. Lin Feng seemed to have returned to the battlefield. He led his elite troops and charged towards the enemy with an overwhelming force. The bullets pierced through the air and made a sharp whistling sound, whizzing past people's ears. When the large-caliber artillery exploded, it made a huge, bright red flame. The troops surged into the enemy's territory like a wave. Close combat, the bayonets clanged, and sparks flew out. Attack, attack, and attack again. Yanyan felt like she was lying in the cabin of a boat. She felt the turbulent waves causing the fragile boat to shake violently. The gale swept across the surface of the lake with the torrential rain, like a whip that constantly lashed at the black awning boat. Please like and subscribe my channel. Chapter 91. The sun was high in the sky, but they were still lying on the same bed. The pitiful amount of Bodhi water poured into the 2 petals of the red lotus. Lin Feng was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. But Lin Feng was fighting a bloody battle, and he didn't lose in terms of momentum. He was still in the dominant position. Ning Chushui and Yanyan's mesmerizing figures and looks also made Lin Feng's fighting spirit soar. Lin Feng didn't stop until Ning Chushui and Yanyan lost all their strength and surrendered. But the two seemed to be afraid of making Lin Feng feel like he hadn't had enough, so they were both fighting with all their strength. Although Lin Feng could win, he used up a lot of energy. There were some small beads of sweat on his forehead. Lin Feng picked up a bottle of Parisian water and drank it in one gulp. Do you want some water? Then he took 2 more bottles and turned around to look at Ning Chushui and Yanyan who were injured in the battle just now. Ning Chushui used her hand to pull back her hair that was stuck to her face due to the sweat, revealing her beautiful face and elegant temperament. Looking at Lin Feng's gaze, Ning Chushui gently pulled up the blood-stained white dress and covered her body. She was about to get up, but she fell to the ground. She raised her head and asked shyly, "Why did you just?" Lin Feng was confused. "What's wrong?" It's not like I didn't let you go through the front door, why did you have to go through the back mountain path? You can't walk at all now. Quote. Lin Feng finally understood what Ning Chushui was referring to. When the front door opened, the snow blocked the mountain, so the back mountain path was to ease the pressure. But, it doesn't seem to have eased. Now the front and back of the mountain are covered in snow. Hearing the two's conversation, Yan Yan's body trembled slightly, and it took a while for her soft body to move over. Cough, cough, compared to going up the mountain path from the back mountain, the scariest thing is going down the mountain like crazy, okay. Yan Yan's voice was very hoarse. I still feel like I'm suffocating. Don't talk about walking, even eating is a problem. Looking at the two's haggard appearance, listening to their hoarse voices, it was very lovable. Okay, I'll give you two a day off today. From now on, you two can move here. There are many rooms here. Thank you, dear husband. Quote. Thank you, husband. The two women felt as if they had just eaten honey. Hearing Lin Feng's promise, he quickly changed his words and shouted. They knew that Lin Feng meant a permanent contract. As a machine lady, being able to contract an S-rank commander was already their dream. Now, he had directly contracted an SSS-level commander. Seeing Lin Feng walk out of the room, the two women looked at each other. Sister Shui, I never dreamed that we would be able to form an official contract. I will definitely perform well in the future. Yes, of course. I will definitely satisfy all of your needs. Quote. Sister Shui, can we work together in the future? Last night, it was fortunate that the two of us worked together. If we had fought alone, we would have died long ago. Just thinking about it made Ning Chushui's face turn red again, but she still replied in a small voice. Well, if you hadn't saved me midway, I would have been smashed apart. Lin Feng ate while enjoying Yin Xin's considerate service. The others followed Lin Feng's instructions and went to the military port to deploy. Lin Feng picked up his mobile phone and looked at the unofficial headlines. Yesterday, the shrine of Sakura Country was suddenly attacked. The higher-ups of Sakura Country suspect that it was done by the Fire Country and said that it would seriously affect the Pacific Rim defense plan. They have proposed formal negotiations. Murica accuses the Fire Country of violating human rights and freedom. A large number of Murica personnel have lost contact with the Fire Country. The Western Alliance hopes that the Fire Country can solve the conflict head-on to prevent the conflict from expanding and affecting the defense plan of the entire Blue Planet. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Yin Xin stopped eating and looked up. What's wrong? Nothing, I just think it's funny. These traitors still talk about protecting the Blue Planet and talking about human rights and freedom. As for the loss of contact, Lin Feng knew. Many of the aberrated mechs controlled by Lin Feng were from Murica. Now that they were undergoing labor reform, they were already working machines. They didn't even say a word to the people around them, let alone contact the outside world. At this moment, Su Qingyan, who was at the military port, sent an urgent video request. 8 stealth fighters from Sakura Country are approaching. Do you need to keep them alive? Su Qingwan said lightly. She had the confidence that as long as Lin Feng said a word, the other party would become a corpse. Lin Feng sneered. Annihilate them directly. Annihilate as many as they come. After listening to Han Zhenshin, he already knew the purpose of the other party's visit. However, stealth fighters were not very useful in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng directly sent a message to Enlan. Attack the various strategic points of Sakura Country at irregular times every day. Fire 2 rounds of YJ-18 with conventional ammunition every day until they disappear. Although it was conventional ammunition, each one was close to 2T. Ordinary military buildings could not withstand it. The cost of tens of millions per day was still acceptable. It was worth it to put Sakura Country in fear and unknown danger every day. Point 0. They would never know when Lin Feng would attack, nor would they know where Lin Feng would attack. Sooner or later, Lin Feng would be able to recoup his losses with interest. Because of the addition of Xiao Shun and his core team, the research strength of Desire City had also been greatly improved. Electromagnetic pulse bombs, biological agents, and chemical agents had also been put into the research and development sequence by Enlan. By then, the J-series would have more functions, and the Battle Soul No. 1 would continue to improve. Basically, they could achieve all-day multi-purpose attacks. However, these special missiles were only theoretical and did not have the necessary manufacturing foundation. They would need more preparation, and the time period would be longer. At this time, Xiao Yuang also video called and said excitedly, "Fortunately, we did not fail. The upgraded version of the Sea God reactor has been completed in advance. Do you want to come and take a look?" Quote. "Okay, I'll come to Ningport now." Lin Feng was also shocked. The upgraded version of the Sea God reactor. It was built based on the advantages of the mechanical abyss reactor and the dual-circuit fission reactor provided by Lin Feng. The energy it could provide was greatly increased. It could directly solve the conventional energy consumption problem of Desire City and Junhai Base City. Perhaps even Monet himself could not believe that he had spent more than 10 years to develop the Sea God reactor. It had been analyzed and developed by Lin Feng in just over 10 days. Furthermore, it was an upgraded version with almost 2 times more efficiency. Junhai City, Ning Harbor. Just like other places, Ning Harbor was filled with busy people, including Lin Feng's personal machine lady. Some basic defensive functions had been built. "Well done." Lin Feng patted Xiao Yuang and said. Lin Feng knew Xiao Yuang's ability and effort. He would definitely not be stingy. "It's my honor. I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in such a great research. I can imagine that the entire blue planet will change because of this huge breakthrough." Xiao Yuang was right. This was indeed an epic-making product. It was also a product that surpassed the current civilization of the blue planet. As long as it was in the ocean, it would have an endless amount of kinetic energy. It had many uses. Xiao Shun, 160, was also very excited as he sighed. "Comparisons are odious. The first-generation Rubik's Cube that I led my team to research for 5 years could only support the machine lady's battle for half an hour. But under your guidance, we managed to develop a reactor that can allow the mech to battle continuously in the ocean in less than half a month." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I only provided the theory. The development was all thanks to Uncle Xiao and Yuang. Although it's a bit limited now and can only be used in the ocean, with this foundation, we will have enough theoretical foundation to research controllable nuclear fusion in the future." The most difficult part of controllable nuclear fusion was the materials. They just needed to analyze the materials used in the dual-circuit fission reactor. They would be able to create materials that could withstand the high temperature of black fusion. The biggest characteristic of nuclear fusion was that it had no geographical limitations. Currently, there were a large number of machine ladies in Fire Country without contracts. As long as they had enough kinetic energy, they would be able to maintain the machine ladies' form and fight continuously. Their combat power would be greatly increased, because many of the vehicle forms did not have strong combat power. Of course, controllable nuclear fusion was also the foundation for Lin Feng to build the giant nation protector mech. "Come, install it on mech number 1 and test its performance." Lin Feng drove mech number 1 over. He quickly installed the second-generation Sea God reactor. Lin Feng piloted mech number 1 and started to test it. Xiao Yuang said while looking at the test software. Kinetic energy conversion rate increased by 230% compared to mechanical abyss Sea God reactor. Speed increased by 180%. Maximum power output increased by 220%. Continuous combat power increased by 190%. After a round of testing, Lin was very satisfied with the second Sea God's reaction. He took out the blueprint of the energy center and handed it to Yin Xin. "I'll leave the construction here to you. Tomorrow, after Ning Chushui and Yanyan recover, they will come and help with the construction here. Let's finish the infrastructure first. I'll bring back the materials for the construction of the large reactor from Tudu in a few days. I won't let you down." Silver gladly agreed. Although she could not go to Shanghai with Lin Feng, she was very excited to be able to accept such an important task. She also knew that fighting was not her forte, so she did not fight to go to Shanghai. Lin Feng didn't plan to take all of them with her. Although 106 and 107 didn't have the strength to counterattack for the time being, they might take advantage of Lin Feng's absence to launch a surprise attack. Qin Shiru, Yi Xian, Shifeng, and Kras were going to design and modify the ship at Zhoushan Harbor. Thus, there would be no need to worry about guarding Zhoushan Harbor. Jian Wei was busy researching a weapon to break through the mechanical abyss force field. According to Lin Feng's estimation, the force field shield could withstand at least 3 hydrogen bombs. However, if 3 hydrogen bombs were to be launched, Zhonhai Base City would be doomed. Therefore, they needed to research a specific weapon. Moreover, Jian Wei's Phantom was equipped with a warp engine. There was also the Phantom ambush. If they needed support, they could arrive quickly. Millie was in charge of the overall defense of the City of Desire with the hairdryer fleet. Xiao Yuang was definitely going to be brought along. After all, Lin Feng still needed to understand the spiritual endowment technology. She was very talented in this area. Moreover, she had many practical gadgets. However, before that, she needed to turn into a machine and complete the contract. Yuang, I'll go with you to turn into a machine. Okay. Quote. From Xiao Yuang's expressive eyes, one could see how much she was looking forward to it. After a simple handover, Xiao Yuang and Lan turned into a cool black armored anti-riot vehicle. Lin Feng brought Su Qingyan, Xiao Yuang, and Su Qingyan into the car and drove toward the black firmament. Xiao Shun followed behind and didn't get into the same car as Lin Feng and the others. Brother Feng, if I turn into an E-grade electric car, will you still be willing to contract me? Xiao Yuang was a little nervous. After all, she had turned into a machine in advance. There were very few people who had turned 18 years old. Lin Feng smiled and said, haha, even if you turn into an F-grade bicycle, I won't let you go. I'm still young. Don't lie to me. Seeing Lin Feng's warm smile, Xiao Yuang wasn't that nervous anymore. However, if she really awakened in F-grade, she would be in a dilemma. After all, it wouldn't be too ridiculous for an SSS grade to date an F-grade machine. Sister Yuang, you're so outstanding. You won't be too bad. Don't worry. Su Qingyan also comforted her. Yeah, Uncle Xiao and the others are very talented. They won't be too bad. They might even awaken in S grade. Okay, thank you, sisters. The 3 girls got out of the car and immediately attracted the attention of many people. The 3 of them were the absolute center of attention no matter where they were. However, when Lin Feng got out of the car, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's reputation in Zhonhai City was now at the top. Lin Feng and the others walked toward the awakening hall. There were more and more people behind them. Who's that girl? God Feng actually came here personally. Quote. Didn't this batch of new students awaken their talents? Look, Principal Xiao is here too. That's definitely not simple. I hope they can awaken an S-grade talent. We'll be proud of them. Why? I heard that a few days ago, the new students of Pearl Institute awakened a hidden talent. Xiao Shun decided to help his daughter with the awakening ceremony. However, his speed was definitely not as fast as Lin Feng's, so his footsteps were a little hurried. You're still the best at driving, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Shun walked in, panting. Lin Feng and the others had been in the awakening room for quite some time. Because of Lin Feng's unique identity, he could directly enter the awakening room. My driving skills are naturally better after driving more. Lin Feng said with a shrug. Cough cough, don't be jealous of me. If your talent is announced, all the commanders in the world will be jealous. Quote. Is that so? Why do I feel that most of the commanders want to kill me with their eyes? Quote. Every time Lin Feng passed by with a few beautiful machine ladies, he could always feel some hostility. But those people did not have the courage to look Lin Feng in the eyes and only dared to sneak a few glances. You've contracted the goddess in their hearts, how can they not hate you? People don't worry about poverty but inequality. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Shun had already adjusted his state and started to skillfully activate the various equipment. Among the many awakening instructors in Zhonhai City, no one was more familiar with these machines than him. Xiao Yuang walked into the awakening cabin. As the awakening process continued, Xiao Shun's expression changed from anticipation to worry, then from worry to ecstasy, and then from ecstasy to shock. Looking at Lin Feng and the others, they were all puzzled. Because machine ladies were not involved in transforming the energy of all things in the world, there would not be any strange phenomena. Lin Feng was also not sure what Xiao Yuang had awakened. But from Xiao Shun's expression, it should be good. Xiao Shun slowly opened the cabin door and walked in front of Lin Feng. Good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Xiao Shun suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and kept them in suspense. Let's talk about the good news first. Xiao Shun smiled and said, the good news is that Yuang has awakened a hidden talent. Hidden talent. Lin Feng had never heard of this term before and was a little puzzled. That is the highest grade of machine ladies, SSS grade. Different from commanders, according to the rules of the Fire Country, the information about the awakening of SSS grade machine ladies must be hidden. This was also a simple way to protect themselves. So that's how it is. Is it the one that the commander-in-chief wanted to join the Starfire project? Yes, normally, machine ladies who awaken SSS grade and commanders who awaken a grade and above will study in their original school for a year before entering the Starfire training camp in the Fire Country for closed training. The commander's requirements seem to be much lower. Lin Feng was slightly puzzled. This is the current situation of the Fire Country, or rather, the current situation of the entire Cerulean Star, because the death rate of commanders is much higher. Because as long as the core of the mech is not damaged, the mech can be repaired. However, the commander is a mortal body. Once the mech of the mech is damaged, it is very likely that the mech will die immediately, resulting in a shortage of commanders. So the bad news is that I can't form a contract with Xiao Yuheng. When Xiao Yuang heard this, he immediately objected, no. Big Brother Feng and I agreed that I would only form a contract with him. Quote, I'm not going to that Starfire training camp. I just want to be with Big Brother Feng. Why don't you change your talent level to SS? Xiao Shun smiled and said, you don't have to worry. With Lin Feng's current status and talent, the application will be a simple procedure at most. I heard from that old fellow Su Yunpeng that he directly applied for an SSS-class aircraft carrier. Quote, yes, I'm confident about that. Lin Feng wasn't too worried about the contract. He was more interested in finding out what Xiao Yuang had added. So, what exactly did Yuang awaken? Mystic Fairy Aerospace Fighter. As Xiao Shun spoke, he displayed the information on the screen. As soon as the words came out, everyone in the awakening room was amazed. Xiao Shun began to explain some information about the Mystic Fairy Aerospace Fighter. The Mystic Fairy Aerospace Fighter was an important part of the Fire Country's southern Skygate plan. It could fly directly from the atmosphere into outer space. With the advantage of the reduced drag in outer space, it could quickly accelerate to Mach 15. This meant that the Mystic Fairy Aerospace Fighter could fly higher than 100 kilometers above sea level. Even within the atmosphere, it could reach Mach 4.8. With the current radar tracking and defense technology, it would be difficult to stop the attack of the Mystic Fairy Aerospace Fighter. In terms of weapons, 1 Pod Fusion Pulse Particle Accelerator Cannon. S-Class. 2 small laser rapid-fire cannons. A-Class. 6 ultra-high-speed mid-range air-to-air missiles. 4 ultra-high-speed short-range air-to-air missiles. In terms of power, 2 S-Class curvature dual-cycle engines. Inductive force field drive device, supporting manned and unmanned pilots. I really didn't expect that I would pick up a beauty with SSS-class talent. And it's the Mystic Fairy Aerospace Fighter. Quote, Lin Feng exclaimed and immediately sent in the application. Xiao Yuang heard the conversation between Xiao Shun and Lin Feng and saw Lin Feng's application, and she was relieved. If it was just a few days later, she could accept it. Hee, my talent is worthy of you, right? I'm a little small, but I will grow up. Xiao Yuang looked at Su Qingyan and the other two's impressive figures and said. Xiao Yuang was tall and slender. She was indeed just beginning to take shape, but not the kind that was hard to control. Lin Feng said in his heart, don't worry, I will bring you up. But what he wanted most now was to see the legendary aerospace fighter. Indeed, I'm very surprised. Why don't you transform into the Mystic Fairy Aerospace Fighter now? Lin Feng had been obsessed with fighter jets and warships ever since he was born. Now that there was an aerospace fighter, how could he not be excited? I can, but I don't think it can fly. After all, the huge energy consumption is not something that I can operate. And this place is a little too small. Xiao Shun nodded and said, indeed, the energy consumption of the SSS-class aircraft is very high. It is very difficult to maintain the aircraft itself, so it is very difficult to find a suitable commander. Let's go to the indoor training ground to take a look. Lin Feng could also directly log in and pilot now. However, piloting an aerospace fighter in school was still a little too high profile. It was very likely that it would become a hot topic tomorrow. Lin Wei planned to find a quiet night to test it out. The few of them went to the indoor training ground. Xiao Yuang also couldn't wait to experience the feeling of transforming into the Mystic Fairy aerospace fighter. Then, a very sci-fi looking aerospace fighter appeared in front of everyone. Just by looking at her appearance, one could not help but fantasize about piloting her to travel through space. Lin Feng went forward and felt it carefully. It was bigger than he imagined. The length of the aircraft was 24.6 meters, and the wingspan was 14.1 meters. The weight of the aerospace fighter was 23.9 tons. The main body was also a very special pink color. As the saying goes, the pinker the color, the more vicious the fighter. When Han Zhenshan received Lin Feng's application, he immediately requested for a top-secret meeting. "Is it convenient for you to talk?" Han Zhenshan asked cautiously. "Yes, I'm in Principal Xiao's conference room now, surrounded by our own people," Lin Feng said as he showed the video. Han Zhenshan suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, Junhai is really full of hidden talents. This year, it's the SSS level commander again, and the SSS level machine ladies are coming one after another." Quote, "I'm really happy. I laughed out loud when I saw your news, but I was mercilessly scolded when I came down." Seeing that Lin Feng didn't reply, Xiao Shun said, "My daughter is just lucky." "Xiao Shun, don't be so humble. You have a successor now. According to Su Yunpeng's report, it seems like you're going to surpass him." Han Zhenshan had been so busy recently that his head was in a mess. He was worried all day long. He only heard news from Junhai City. He was happy, or shocked. The news from Junhai City made him a little confused. Poseidon Reactor, Missile Base, Joshan Port, Missile Manufacturing Center, SSS level machine lady. The news was too much for him to take in, and he was amazed. On the other hand, the other base cities either asked for reinforcements, or there were all kinds of war damage reports. There were even requests to shrink the defense line. About the second-generation Poseidon reactor, try to keep it a secret. I don't want some countries to steal the research results under the banner of humanitarianism." Quote. Lin Feng emphasized. When Su Yunpeng asked for Lin Feng's opinion, Lin Feng also expressed his attitude. The news stopped at the highest center of the fire country. There was no need to publicize this, just quietly develop. Otherwise, some countries would say that it was to better deal with foreign invaders. The Blue Planet people should be united and share technology. Don't worry, Su Yunpeng already told me when he reported. This will be kept a secret. When they heard about the Poseidon reactor's function, the whole Academy of Science went crazy. If I didn't stop them, they would have risked their lives to go to Junhai City and see it with their own eyes. That's good. Also, is there any problem with my application? Lin Feng asked the question he was most concerned about. Yes, that's the main content of this call. I was too excited and digressed. I have already submitted the application, but you also know that the contract of the personnel of Project Spark requires the approval of the highest central command, so it will have to wait for a while. Don't worry. There are very few people who can compete with you in the Starfire training camp, and I can guarantee that the military will take care of you. Han Zhenshan seemed to be afraid that Lin Feng would be upset, so he hurriedly promised. Lin Feng didn't feel so happy. He had thought that he would be able to travel to outer space soon. In the end, he still needed to go through a process. However, he had no intention of going against the will of the country. He could test drive it anyway. By the way, did you send the 2 missiles this morning? Han Zhenshan asked excitedly. Lin Feng nodded and asked tentatively, did you bring trouble to the country? Relationships at the national level would be more complicated, and there would be more considerations. However, what Lin Feng thought was, if you make me unhappy, I will definitely return the favor. After all, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to do so. Cherry Blossoms has given us quite a bit of pressure, but I'll handle the pressure from the central command. After all, if I had the ability to attack, I wouldn't hesitate to hit him. After all, his identity as a traitor is already clear. Quote. Han Zhenshin was a little agitated, but when he thought about the attitude of the Central Command, he suppressed his emotions. It's just that the Central Command will have more considerations because according to the latest news from the Pacific Rim Alliance headquarters, high-level life forms from the star field are about to invade. They are calling for global cooperation. Lin Feng had also heard about this from the Cherry Blossoms machine lady, Higashino Haim. It was probably because the East 9 districts had accelerated the supply of quantum energy to the Manila Trench in the East 8 districts, which accelerated the construction of a certain project. The Manila Trench was located in the eastern part of the Fire Country's South Sea and the western part of Philly Ice. Its deepest point was about 5,400 meters. Lin Feng knew that it was the headquarters of the mechanical abyss based on the data he decrypted. It was also the place where Project Stargate was implemented. The so-called project was very likely to be a Stargate with the ability to teleport. I've heard about this before. I think this has a lot to do with cherry blossoms. We have the same thought. We don't have the ability to stop it now. Recently, the situation in Shanghai and the imperial capital has become more and more serious. So I suggest you postpone your trip to Shanghai and wait until this crisis is over before looking for an opportunity. The elite troops we sent to support Shanghai were ambushed halfway and nearly half of them were injured. Han Zhenshin was obviously a little worried. After all, the troops he sent were all elite troops from the Fire Country. Then all the more I should go. Lin Feng was very determined about this. He was sure that the Starfire training camp was still there. Inside were the Fire Country's top talents, and if the Dark City really fell. If Shanghai fell, it would be his own loss and the Fire Country's loss. After a few interactions, Han Zhenshin had a rough understanding of Lin Feng's character. Seeing that he was determined, he did not try to persuade him. Then I won't persuade you anymore. I will let the Divine Wind team know the situation over there and support you at any time. You have to pay special attention to the demonic beasts in the star field of chaos. Quote. Don't worry. Lin Feng hung up the video call. After returning to the City of Desire, he began to prepare for his trip to Shanghai. First, he needed to activate Ning Chushui and Yanyan's mecha and complete the basic training. The testing process for each battleship was also to be able to inherit Lin Feng's operation and tactics in independent battles. Lin Feng would give some combat skills according to the characteristics of the mecha. Especially the release core of the special skill. Ning Chushui was a medium-sized defensive mecha. It was a white mecha with a height of 36 meters. Name: Ning Chushui. Form: Vehicle, Shield Boring Machine, Mecha, Dawn Messenger, Mecha, Shield of Dawn. Money is good. Overall rating, S. Applicable energy, fuel, light, electricity, bioenergy. Kinetic core, first test number 285T 1000T. Integrated system, Pioneer generation. Mecha material, highlight high-density titanium alloy, high defense. Weapon, alloy brick, alloy flywheel. Combat type, defensive. Special skill, Dawn Break, forms a strong quantum shield with a diameter of 50 meters. Increases with level. When activated, defense increases by 100%. Personality, gentle, introverted, pure. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The Dawn Break mecha focused on defense. Of course, the combat power of the alloy blade was definitely not to be underestimated. It could easily cut through the armor of the warrior-level demonic beasts. Lin Feng installed an A-grade 155mm cannon and an A-grade laser gun. It had both long-range attack capabilities. Yanyan's mecha was a small strength-type mecha. It was yellow all over. If Ning Chushui's mecha was the female version of Wei Zhenshin, then Yanyan's Terminator mecha was the female version of Bumblebee. Name: Yanyan. Form: Vehicle, Tunneling Machine, Machine Lady, Sword of the Night, Mecha, Terminator of the Night. Overall rating, A. Applicable energy, fuel, bioenergy. Kinetic core, Pathfinder 59T 200T. Integration system, aggregator. Mecha material, ceramic alloy. Weapon, Moon Shadow B-grade longsword, Hand of the Void B-grade steel claw. Combat type, strength. Special skill, using a special mechanical arm, it increases melee attack by 100%. Personality, quiet, elegant, charming. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Lin Feng also gave the corresponding combat skills training according to the characteristics of the Terminator. Because of the weight of the Terminator, Lin Feng didn't add a heavy cannon. Instead, he chose to add an upgraded B-grade Hell cannon, which gave it long-range damage. Then there was the A-grade nuclear submachine gun. This was obtained from killing the invaders of the blue-rank starfield, and there was a lot of it. Although it wasn't heavy, because of its special energy, it had a lot of damage. Although the A-grade parts weren't very attractive to Lin Feng now. However, it set off a storm in the hearts of the two girls. Yan Yan looked at it and said, A-grade. Isn't it a bit of a waste for me to put it here? After all, it's worth billions. She felt like her brain had stopped working. After all, most commanders in society could only use D-grade equipment for machine ladies. That was enough to make machine ladies excited for a few days. C-grade was even more difficult to find. It was priceless. She didn't expect Lin Feng to directly add an A-grade part. That was the dream of many machine ladies. You can't be too shabby as my battle concubine. Plus, Ning Gang has a lot of strategic importance, Lin Feng said calmly. Both of them were overjoyed. Hubby, I love you to death. Even Ning Chushui said excitedly in her heart. Honey, we will definitely learn from Sister Jian Wei. When you come back, we will definitely give you a surprise. Yan Yan still couldn't hide the excitement in her heart, she didn't know how to express her gratitude. He could only make a decision in his heart to perform well. She thought of all the ways to make Lin Feng happy. Looking at the two of them who were so happy that they couldn't tell north from south, Lin Feng also felt that this master and servant grade A accessory was indeed worth it. With the addition of Ning Chushui and Yan Yan, as well as the 5-star He Mo and the 4-star Dong Yiheim, Ning Gang's defenses were basically safe now. Most importantly, it was because of the characteristics of the Daybreak Mecha and the Terminator Mecha. The construction of the Ning Gang Energy Center could also proceed quickly. When they arrived at Joshan Harbor, Lin Feng immediately transferred Mecha number 1 over. Other than that, Qin Shiru was also doing her best to repair Mecha number 25 after Lin Feng's purification and reset. Once completed, her combat power would definitely be more than twice as strong as before. After all, Lin Feng already had the technology to build the second-generation Poseidon reactor. Qin Shiru and Kras's giant submarine, together with Yi Xian and Shifeng's sea attack ability, increased the defensive power of Zhoushan port by more than 3 times. After handing over the matters related to Desire City to Jian Wei, Lin Feng brought Su Qingyan, and Lan, and Xiao Yuang to Demonic City. Lin Feng also thought carefully about the 4 mechas he brought along. He ensured that they had both sea, land, and air capabilities. This way, they would be able to deal with complicated situations better. Su Qingwan transformed into a destroyer and used most of the weight to load the missiles. With sufficient energy, Lin Feng directly drove the Chengdu at full speed. The piercing sound of the wind could be heard. Looking at the boundless ocean, the few of them were a little excited. It's been 5 years. We can finally go out to sea and fight again. Su Qingyan stretched out her hands, and her waterfall-like silver hair was blown by the sea breeze. Speaking of what happened 5 years ago, and Lan suddenly seemed a little sad. I vaguely remember that my parents went missing in that canyon. Although Lan knew that the possibility of her parents being alive was close to zero, she had been unable to accept this reality for the past few years. Sister Lan, don't be sad. Your husband has already taken revenge for you. That's right. We will return the pain that the mechanical abyss demonic beasts brought to the mechanical abyss in double. Xiao Yuang also comforted her. Don't worry. As long as there is any news, I will save your parents. After the Stargate opens, I will also let them have a taste of being invaded. Lin Feng's words instantly touched the softest spot in Lan's heart. This was because he also meant that he believed that Lan's parents might still be alive. The ice and snow in Lan's heart started to melt as if it was suddenly warmed by the sun. Along the way, it was rare for everyone to be so relaxed. They opened their hearts and talked a lot. This was because the demonic beasts that they had encountered so far were only servant class and soldier class. None of them were even a match for the bladed mechas. Night gradually fell. Lin Feng was prepared to take advantage of the night to experience the feeling of an aerospace warship. Yuang, I want to experience the feeling of an aerospace warship. Xiao Yuang was a little confused and asked shyly, huh? How do you want to experience it? Quote, of course it's flying in the sky. But I can't fly now, right? Xiao Yuang's voice was a little confused. She seemed to know that she had misunderstood. Hubby, you can force it to fly, and it feels a little weak when you use it. Su Qingyan said. Force it to fly. Will it hurt? Xiao Yuang asked weakly. It might be a little uncomfortable, but it won't hurt. After all, I'm only entering your cockpit, not your body. Lin Feng really wanted to experience the feeling of piloting a warship. After all, he had not piloted one for a long time. His hands were a little itchy. Furthermore, this was an extremely special aerospace warship. Xiao Yuang looked at Lin Feng with surprise and anticipation. Really? What do I have to do? Quote, you just have to transform into your normal carrier form. Leave the rest to me. Lin Feng looked at the mesmerizing aerospace warship in front of him and felt a little excited. Forced login successful. Debugging system. Single quote. Mental interaction system successfully connected. Energy connection successful. Quote. Take off. Following Lin Feng's operation, Xiao Yuang felt the energy continuously flowing into her body. It was indeed a wonderful feeling. She couldn't help but sigh. This energy, is this the energy of the SSS warship commander? This feeling of fullness is wonderful. Xiao Yuang was surprised by the abundance of energy in his body. Compared to her weak biological energy, it was like a river compared to the sea, or the stars compared to the moon. All right, we are testing it. Before she could feel it properly, Lin Feng had already piloted the mysterious lady and soared into the sky. But this speed is really good. Lin Feng familiarized himself with the operation. Although the panel and function buttons were much more complicated than the Dragon warship he piloted in Thunder God. But the core function layout was not much different. After familiarizing himself with it, Lin Feng's micro-level operation gradually revealed itself. As Lin Feng's physical attributes increased, not only was his body much stronger, but his hand speed and reaction speed had also increased by several times. Under extreme conditions, ordinary people would not be able to perform these operations at all. But Lin Feng could do it easily. Feeling Lin Feng's extravagant operation, Xiao Yuang's breathing became rapid. Dazzling somersaults, flying up and down, piercing through the blue sky at high speed, and ferocious and fierce diving attacks. The thrilling and exciting movements were too much for Xiao Yuang to take in. It was also her first time experiencing such a thrilling feeling under extreme speed. She was even more curious. After a series of operations, Lin Feng slowed down. Xiao Yuang was a little puzzled and asked, have you piloted other warships before? If it's a warship, you are the first one. Lin Feng had piloted many warships before he transmigrated, but this was the first time for the warship. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. The warship felt smoother, and in this connected state, the feedback given to Lin Feng was also more timely, as if they were integrated into one. Your talent is amazing, even the Fire Country's ace pilot can't fly as well as you. Yes, while the mental sharing system is connected, you should quickly learn how to operate it. After all, there were many mecha working together now. Most of the time, the mecha lady needed to have some combat skills and knowledge of her own. Lin Feng did not take the risk to enter space. After all, he had not undergone professional theoretical training and simulated space driving experience. There was a big difference between flying in space and flying in the atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Feng heard the radar warning beep. Fighter jets from other countries have entered our airspace from the direction of Magic City. Their purpose is unknown. At the same time, a large number of warrior-level flying magical beasts have gathered in the airspace above Magic City. The Mystic Fairy aerospace warship was very fast. Before they knew it, they were already close to Shanghai. Lin Feng asked Su Qingwan, who was far away on the sea, to advance at full speed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, continued to drive the Mystic Bird forward. As he got closer and closer to the warning location, the other party's form gradually appeared. Raptor F-22. Could it be from Murica? Lin Feng was a little confused. He immediately asked Zhenshin to help him receive the communication from Shanghai. Question mark 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 question mark. Hello, I'm the highest commander of Demonfinger. Please speak. Mo Ziyuan was a little confused about the communication that was connected through the Commander-in-Chief's special channel, but he didn't dare to neglect it. Question mark 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 quote. I'm Lin Feng. I found 2 Murica raptors in the airspace near Shanghai. Do you know about it? Quote. When he heard that it was Lin Feng, Mo Ziyuan's face showed a little surprise and he quickly answered. Ah, we don't know about it, but okay, destroy it. When he knew that it was not an ally, Lin Feng directly disconnected the communication. Mo Ziyuan, who was on the other side, was still confused. How much confidence did he have to be able to say such casual words? Then I've destroyed it. He said it so casually. That was a raptor, okay. Did he not want to lose face? With the doubts and shock in his heart, he immediately called for a special military satellite to carry out a video hunt. The opportunity was fleeting, so Lin Feng didn't say much and focused on the other party's battle. Although it was wartime, other countries' warplanes were not allowed to enter the airspace of the Fire Country. They were just busy dealing with the magical beasts and focused on solving the current crisis. Lin Feng looked at the radar prompt. No wonder it didn't attract the attention of the Fire Country. Question mark question mark. The radar reflection area was only 0.01 square meters, like a flying bird. Plus, it was wartime and there were magical beasts in the air, so he could fish in troubled waters. He was very familiar with the characteristics of the F-22, but it was the first time he was facing it. However, he wasn't too nervous but more excited. If the other party came with bad intentions, Lin Feng didn't mind playing with them. After all, this was a very good sparring partner, and he was not in a hurry to destroy it. The training has begun, use your heart to feel my operation. Above the sky, Lin Feng piloted the Mystic Ferry and quickly approached, constantly reducing the raptor's movement space. Previously, he thought that the cruising speed of Mach 1.58 was very fast, but in front of the Mystic Ferry, it was still lacking. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Mystic Ferry, he immediately became alert. Activating the acceleration, the speed increased to Mach 2.25, in exchange for the initiative. But he found that even with a speed of 700 meters per second, he still couldn't make any difference. And there were all kinds of notifications of being locked on, but in fact, it was just Lin Feng explaining to Xiao Yuan. Soon, a panicked voice came from the public channel. At first, it said some unintelligible Murica language, but seeing that Lin Feng didn't care, it compromised and began to speak Yan language. Please immediately remove the lock-on and open up a path for us to pass, or we will open fire. Lin Feng was elated when he heard that. You think it's reasonable for you to enter the Fire Country's airspace? Don't you know how powerful you are? This is a good opportunity to test your capabilities. Lin Feng immediately exposed a flaw. After all, what the opponent saw as a life-and-death battle was just a dimensional reduction attack. The opponent quickly seized the opportunity, and AIM-9L close-range air-to-air missiles appeared. The opponent is preparing to attack. Fire the interference missiles. Lin Feng decisively turned, and pressured the 2 raptors at the same time. The opponent's 2 attacks missed, and they were a little irritated. They took out the M61A2 Vulcan machine gun, and began to spit out flames. Lin Feng was not flustered at all, because he had already predicted it, and quickly turned to evade from a wide angle, and then changed the target of the battle, and attacked from behind. Between the sea and the sky, the battle seemed to be very intense, but professionals could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was one-sided, and the outcome had already been decided. Mo Ziyuan saw Lin Feng's playful attitude on the screen, and finally understood. Why was Lin Feng able to speak so casually at that time? After all, the opponent's life and death was in Lin Feng's hands. Thunder rumbled in the sky, black smoke billowed, and the raptors were already covered in wounds. The raptor's machine gun that was spitting flames gradually stopped moving. The missiles were all used up, and seeing that the threat was ineffective, they began to beg for mercy. We are under orders to investigate, please report it. Lin Feng smiled. Under whose orders? The star domain invaders lives to be their eyes. Quote, since there was no training value, Lin Feng was not going to waste any time. He directly locked the anti-air missiles on the opponent's wingman. Fire. The opponent looked at the incoming missiles with a pale face, but he was already at his wit's end. In an instant, a fiery red fireball appeared in the sky, and it was dazzling. Then, he locked his gaze on the remaining raptor. I'll give you a chance, surrender or die. The opponent's commander looked at the commander and the machine lady who had disappeared, and quickly begged for mercy. I surrender. Lin Feng was prepared to use his unique methods to interrogate them, and maybe he could get some useful information. Xiao Yuang was amazed by Lin Feng's speedy micro-maneuvering. Isn't your maneuvering a little too powerful? Pure technique. Quote. She clearly felt that Lin Feng did not use the advantage of the mysterious fairy to suppress the opponent. Instead, he deliberately lowered the speed and other aspects of performance to the same level as the opponent. In the end, he completely relied on his powerful maneuvering to force the two raptors to their wits' end. Isn't it fine as long as I have hands? Lin Feng said casually. However, he knew in his heart that this was the result of his many years of hard work. Xiao Yuang was stunned. But it's really eye-opening. I'm a little addicted. What should I do? What else can you do? Let's find a place to experience it tonight. Lin Feng said teasingly. We haven't contracted yet. Xiao Yuang understood Lin Feng's meaning. Her tone did not sound particularly repulsed. We've already tested it anyway. Aren't you very satisfied? Quote. Then, alright, I'm just teasing you. The battle isn't over yet. Lin Feng let the blade mech that rushed over in extreme speed take the remaining female mech away. Then, he looked at the airspace above Magic City. That was an endless amount of points. At this moment, Lin Feng's system rang. Ding! Opportunity mission has appeared. Clear out the wind erosion fog bird's nest. The reward will be based on the rating of the mission. Lin Feng was curious and clicked on the location of the mission. This was the first mission after the system's upgrade. The opportunity mission was not part of the cross-world mission. Anyway, he was prepared to fight to his heart's content. More rewards would be the icing on the cake. Lin Feng was prepared to harvest this wave of points first. After all, 50,000 points could be used for one lucky draw. Even if he got an A-grade item, it would be worth billions. Let's go. Lin Feng drove the mysterious fairy mech and rushed out. The speed was pushed to the limit. The SSS-grade female mech's configuration was very strong. It could bring the curvature engine's efficiency to a good level. For an ordinary commander, just the initial configuration alone could save tens of billions. Many commanders could not afford an A-grade component even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Lin Feng immediately activated the two A-grade rapid-fire laser cannons that he brought with him. Laser cannons didn't use ammunition, so they were the cheapest to use against large numbers of magical beasts. At this moment, at the edge of the Miracle Line in Shanghai, there were already mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On the ground, there were still countless magical beasts rushing forward, constantly attacking the Miracle Line. It could be seen how intense the attacks on Shanghai had been recently. The so-called Miracle Line meant that the magical beasts had broken through this line of defense, so it was a miracle that the base city had survived. That was because this was basically the line of life and death, where the defense forces of the military and society gathered. The social power of Magic City was much stronger than that of Junhai, so the foundation of Magic City had to be much stronger. Their adventurers guild had survived the Great War 5 years ago. Therefore, a large number of powerful demon hunting squads were preserved. At this moment, other than the few high-star mechas guarding the base city, the forces of the innate Crystal Society had also joined in the battle against the demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Feng's advantage couldn't be fully utilized when dealing with the monsters on the ground. After all, he was piloting the Mystic Bird now and did not have the ability to transform into a mech yet. Lin Feng focused his vision on the sky. Up in the air, the soldier-grade wind erosion fog birds and fiery birds were locked in battle with the Fire Country's warplanes. Because there were no flying mechs, the battle was extremely tragic. In the sea of clouds, the Fire Country's warplanes were as fast as lightning, roaring as they fought. From 1,000 meters high to 100 meters low, the vast airspace spanning hundreds of miles was filled with the deafening roar of the warplanes, as well as the overwhelming number of demonic beasts in the air. Occasionally, there would be damaged planes tumbling down with long trails of black smoke. Lin Feng piloted the mystic bird as if it was unstoppable. The rapid-fire laser cannons on both sides flashed wildly, and dazzling fireballs bloomed in the sky. Those were the fiery birds that were killed by Lin Feng. At the same time, there were also the soldier-grade wind erosion fog birds that had been killed, drifting down to bring out the curving smoke. They intertwined in the vast blue sky, showing a magnificent picture in the sky. Seeing this shocking scene, the Fire Country's commander and the mech lady who were fighting in the sky were confused for a moment. Yan's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. The battle in the sky suddenly became one-sided, which made the pressure on them much less. They were all discussing in the battle channel. What's the situation? Have the reinforcements from the capital arrived? But I don't see any trace of the main force. I saw an afterimage, and there were flashes of red light that kept flashing. I saw it too, it looked like a rapid-fire laser cannon. Awesome, an A-grade accessory. After the battle, I must treat him to a drink. Why? The laser cannon is secondary. To be able to hit accurately at such a high speed, this must be something only the strongest pilot in the Fire Country can do. Also, look at what's in the northeast direction. That's a mech. Quote, a mech that can fly. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I saw it too, I thought it was an illusion. It's real, so strong. This battle power, one person is more than 10 of us. Quote. In the air, Lin Feng and the bladed mech that had rushed over were crazily gaining points. Lin Feng was now pushing the performance of the mystic fairy mech to the limit. A large group of demonic beasts fell from the sky like rolling black clouds, covering the sky. The ground was bursting with flames, and the beep beep sound of steel demonic beasts falling was incessant. The earth shook, black smoke billowed, and bomb craters were everywhere. It looks much more comfortable now. Seeing that there were no more flying demonic beasts in the endless sky, Lin Feng said calmly. The people in the air cheered. It was as if they were at the gates of hell, but were pulled back from the Grim Reaper. The people in the command center were also stunned. For a long time, they did not know what to say. However, Lin Feng did not intend to stop there, and was ready to collect the demonic beasts on the ground. He flew to a safe area. Yuang, after the training just now, you should know what a real battlefield is like. Now, let me see your mech lady form. Xiao Yuang's forehead was sweating slightly. Although they were both SSS grade, Lin Feng's powerful energy was still a little unbearable for her. Her face was slightly red, and there was a different kind of flavor. Yes, I have wanted to try it for a long time. Ka. Xiao Yuang's figure disappeared, and then the mech lady form appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng had seen many mech ladies, but this mech lady in front of him was the most beautiful one he had ever seen. How is it? Is it okay? Xiao Yuang spun around. It's simply perfect. Lin Feng exclaimed, white and pink, charming but not seductive. Overall, it looked slender and tall, and the angular mech was filled with power. As expected of the mystic fairy of the 9 heavens, such a beautiful posture, even I am tempted by it. Su Qingyan praised from the side. Lin Feng piloted the bladed mech and attacked side by side with the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. They covered each other as they advanced. The bladed mech used the upgraded Hell Cannon to kill the surrounding low-level demonic beasts. At the same time, it used the Red Fury Sky-Raising Slash to kill the soldier-level and general-level demonic beasts in the distance. Xiao Yuang also cleared the surrounding demonic beasts under the cover. They charged directly toward the miracle line. The surrounding area instantly turned into a sea of fire. The demonic beasts kept roaring and pouncing toward Lin Feng. However, they all fell to the ground with unwillingness and helplessness. Wherever Lin Feng passed, 2 walls of demonic beasts' corpses were piled up on both sides. It was a spectacular sight. Everyone in the miracle line looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. It was as if they had been electrocuted. They were in a half-dazed state. They even forgot to breathe and only came back to their senses after a long time. This is too strong. Even a 5-star mech isn't this strong. So strong and so beautiful. I'm so envious. Mo Ziyuan hurriedly ran out of the number 10 headquarters. The commander-in-chief had already told him about Lin Feng. He also told him about the contract between Lin Feng and Mo Di. He had long wanted to meet this legendary mysterious person. Today, when he saw Lin Feng's strong and special entrance, he was overjoyed. After all, who didn't want their daughter to contract a powerful commander? Lin Feng advanced as he fought. At this moment, a woman in leather riding a wind chaser motorcycle rushed over. It was the captain of the Wind God team, Luo Bing. When she heard that Lin Feng had arrived, she quickly called the vice captain, Leng Sheng, to come over. She leaned forward on the wind chaser motorcycle, making her perfect figure even more curvaceous. The leather jacket and pants set off her beautiful curves, and her narrow waist formed an extremely steep and exquisite curve. Lin Feng advanced as he fought. He had already reached the edge of the miracle line. After fighting from the sky to the ground, Lin Feng was finally done. Hello, I'm Mo Ziyuan, the commander of the Magic City Army. On behalf of all the combatants, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Mo Ziyuan gave a standard military salute as he spoke. Mo Ziyuan was in his early 50s. He had short black hair and sharp black eyes, full of heroic spirit. Although the battle was not completely over yet, Lin Feng had already helped to deal with the most troublesome aerial monsters. At the same time, they had also killed a large number of ground magical beasts, greatly reducing the pressure on Demonic City's defense. This was the strongest wave he had faced in so many days, and he had thought that he would not be able to withstand this wave of attacks. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would suddenly appear and single-handedly turn the tide? Under Lin Feng's signal, the Phantom Mecha returned the salute. At this time, the battle at the Miracle Line had not stopped. Lin Feng did not walk out of the mech. The Wind Rider motorcycle did a cool drift. At this time, Luo Bing and Leng Sheng also arrived. Seeing the Phantom Mecha, he heaved a sigh of relief. When she received this special mission, she had already done her research on the target. When he saw the 2 rows of demons' corpses behind the bladed mech, his eyes were filled with disbelief. She took off her helmet, raised her slender and fair neck slightly, and swung her long black hair. Her slender hand gently gathered her hair, as if she was cupping a handful of clear water. Then, she tied her hair into a simple ponytail. It was just a simple action, but it made everyone hold their breaths and immerse themselves in her peerless charm. The Wind Rider motorcycle next to her also transformed into a beautiful woman. Luo Bing and Leng Sheng looked at their own appearances and confirmed that there was no problem before they moved forward. Both of them were extraordinarily beautiful. They were cold and had a heroic spirit. Quickly stepping forward, their auras suppressed everyone, and the air seemed to be a few degrees lower. Sir Commander, I'm the captain of the Wind God team, Luo Bing. I'm late, please punish me. The bladed mech waved his hand slightly, indicating that it was fine. The 2 women in front of him did make him feel a little tempted. But the most important thing now was to solve the crisis in front of them. Roar, roar. The roars of the magical beasts were endless. Another wave of crazy magical beasts rushed forward. The steel magical beasts opened their huge fangs, as if they were going to swallow the people in front of them. Seeing the huge wave of magical beasts, everyone switched to combat mode and prepared to fight again. Lin Feng connected to Su Qingwan and Enlan's channel. He sent the coordinates and said calmly, bomb the ground. Saturation attack. Quote. Then, a sky full of missiles whizzed through the air, under everyone's shocked eyes. Huge fireballs exploded on the ground one after another, like volcanoes erupting one after another. The huge energy swept through the crazy magical beasts in front of the Miracle Line like a volcanic eruption. The servant-level magical beasts were instantly turned into ashes. The soldier-level magical beasts were also turned into 880 pieces. Everyone was stunned. Even Mo Ziyuan from the military, Luo Bing, and Leng Sheng, who were former special forces, were amazed. Such a simple and violent way of dealing with them. They hadn't seen it for a long time. Although it was just a basic missile, it was still very valuable. More importantly, many base cities didn't have the ability to develop such missiles anymore. But for Lin Feng, it was definitely not a loss. Not only the points, but the huge crystal could be exchanged for several times more money than the missile. Other people could only collect 1 crystal per day. But Lin Feng was different. The system would collect it automatically, and it could also double the price. After a round of saturation attack, almost all of them were killed or injured. Then, the Storm Goddess and the Battle Soul #1 walked toward the Miracle Line with a violent aura. The Storm Goddess held the A-grade Metal Storm heavy machine gun in her hand and kept shooting at the remaining enemies on the left side. The Battle Soul #1 held the A-grade Browning heavy machine gun and kept killing the remaining enemies on the right side of the battlefield. Bao Ziyuan was dumbfounded by the huge combat power. He thought about the Commander-in-Chief's evaluation of Lin Feng. 1 man was an army, and he could fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. Shanghai, Frontline Command Center. Mo Ziyuan looked at the people in front of him and was amazed. Everyone outside was celebrating the victory. Because of Lin Feng's arrival, a crisis that could have cost hundreds or thousands of people was resolved. The Commander-in-Chief asked me to tell you to keep a low profile. I didn't expect you to come out with such a trump card. Mo Ziyuan sighed, but he didn't blame him. He was just worried about Lin Feng's safety like Han Zhenshin. I'm a casual person. I'll do what I want. But outsiders haven't seen us in our normal form. Plus, it's dark, so others shouldn't know. Lin Feng also understood Han Zhenshin's intention, including hiding his information. Well, anyway, keep a low profile. After all, although Shanghai isn't a mixed bag, there must be spies working for Sakura. Otherwise, they wouldn't have launched such a fierce and frequent attack. They must have found out something. Quote. Han Zhenshin guessed all of this. The biggest possibility he thought was that the Starfire training camp had been exposed. I'll try my best. But Mo Ziyuan didn't seem to believe him at all. Others didn't know about Lin Feng in Junhai City, but he had seen it. In just 1 month, he almost broke the sky of Junhai Base City. Modi is still in the Starfire training camp. Do you want to go in for training? After all, there are the best instructors and the best training rooms. Mo Ziyuan's persuasion moved everyone. It must be Han Zhenshin's idea. Lin Feng thought that it was time for him to go to the training room. The base was big enough now. After all, as the number of mecha women increased, the energy consumption would also increase. Especially when there were many mecha fighting at the same time, the energy consumption would increase exponentially. In addition, he had to understand the equipment's spirit bestowment technology and learn the skills of space combat. More importantly, there were all SSS-grade mecha women. Okay, then I'll go in and try. But I must have the right to go in and out at any time. I'm not used to closed training, and I don't want to go back if there's a situation near the lake. Mo Ziyuan also knew that the Starfire training camp would not be able to trap Lin Feng. Well, the Commander-in-Chief has already thought about this. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this point. This was also a reflection of Han Zhenshin's absolute trust in Lin Feng. After all, they were the best of the younger generation in the Fire Country. The reason for the closed-door training was to keep it a secret. Lin Feng looked at the woman behind him. According to the rules, only Lin Feng and Xiao Yuang were qualified to enter the Starfire training camp. What about them? Mo Ziyuan knew what Lin Feng meant, but he didn't agree immediately. He seemed to be in a difficult position. According to the Commander-in-Chief, I will try my best to satisfy your needs, but I can't decide on this matter. Then, he directly called Han Zhenshin and specifically mentioned Lin Feng's battle results. This included Murika's Raptor fighter jets, air battles, and land battles. When Han Zhenshin heard this, his heart was filled with joy. He exclaimed and said with a smile, "Kid, you are really the Fire Country's lucky star. Wherever you go, good news comes to you." Mo Ziyuan hurriedly said, "This is not luck, this is true power suppression." I know. I was just joking with him. Han Zhenshin and Lin Feng were quite familiar with each other. Lin Feng stepped forward and explained the situation. Han Zhenshin immediately made the decision. "Ziyuan, just do it for them. I'll take care of it." When the girls heard the news, they also smiled like flowers. The Starfire training camp was still very tempting to them. With the Commander-in-Chief backing them, Mo Ziyuan instantly felt confident. He began to apply for special identity cards for everyone. At the same time, he applied for Luo Bing and Leng Sheng of the Wind God team. Both of them were S-grade machine ladies. While Mo Ziyuan was still busy, Lin Feng and Lu Zi started to talk. How many people are there in the Divine Wind team? Including the two of us, there are a total of 18 people. The commander-in-chief said to keep a low profile to prevent you from being targeted. So, the others are hiding in your temporary manor at Eastern International. Lin Feng felt very comfortable in his heart. He hadn't arrived yet, but everything had been arranged properly. Well, it's getting late. We'll go over once we're done here. The battle just now had been going on for nearly an hour since night fell. It was already 8:00 in the evening. Lin Feng looked at the battle results just now. Hunting status: Servant level 1566, Soldier level 368, Warlord level 5. Energy crystals: Servant level 3132, remaining 10,332, Soldier level 736, total 1574, Warlord level 10, total 96 points, 70,620, total 95,420. Soul power 41,954, total 166,174. Lin Feng first upgraded the Soul Devourer to level 6. Lin Feng's kinetic core and related attributes increased by another 10%. Su Qingyan, who was talking to Luo Bing, was also slightly shocked. There will be a feeling of numbness when one's attribute is raised. Fortunately, she had already adapted to the energy of the Soul Devourer, so the reaction was not too abrupt. At this moment, she was very excited. Lin Feng looked at the more than 10,000 servant-level crystals and felt very happy. Previously, he had planned to exchange them for money to get something he needed at the Shanghai auction. But now, he had the Battle Soul number 1, and it just so happened that he had more than 10,000 crystals. Lin Feng directly spent 10,000 servant-level crystals to upgrade to the Battle Soul number 2. ? And Lan was slightly shocked. This sudden surge in strength was very obvious. After all, after upgrading to the Battle Soul number 2, all attributes increased by 50%. Now, when he launched missiles, the distance would be longer and the speed would be faster. Seeing that Mo Ziyuan had not completed it yet, Lin Feng looked at the system's general selection store. The lucky draw this time was different from the previous ones. In the past, the S-grade item would be a golden light, but this time, it was a glaring red light. Lin Feng looked at the item's information curiously. His eyes were obviously stunned. S-grade. This surprised Lin Feng. After all, the highest grade in the current world was S-grade. Lin Feng looked at the prize pool rules again. It turned out that the upper limit of the supreme prize pool had been raised to SS grade because of the system upgrade. Did that mean that the system would unlock SSS grade if it upgraded again? Without hesitation, he clicked on the item that he had drawn. Final God-slaying weapon, Heavenly Thunder SS Super Mech. It can be decomposed into quantum particles and reassembled into any desired form. Can be used by both mechs and commanders. It can be used for both offense and defense. Its attack can easily penetrate S-grade accessories and its defense can block attacks from accessories below S3. Lin Feng's understanding was refreshed when he saw the introduction. In his impression, Heavenly Thunder was the strongest existence in the mech race. How did it become a weapon that could transform into any form after arriving here? It could be a sword, a spear, or a shield. Heavenly Thunder, God-slaying weapon. Not bad. Lin Feng sighed to himself after reading it. He had used 50,000 points to draw an item that was worth more than 1,000,000 points. Moreover, it was a god-slaying weapon that he might not even be able to exchange for with points. He followed Leng Sheng out of the collection room. Everyone's eye models had been collected and entered into the database for activation. Mo Ziyuan stepped forward and said, "Okay, you can enter normally after passing the biometric identification. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow. The only difference is that you can come out at any time." "Okay, thank you." Lin Feng walked out of the hall and brought in the Raptor commander and the mech lady that he had captured earlier. Lin Feng said to the blonde, blue-eyed, and curvaceous American girl, "What's your name?" The girl glanced at Lin Feng and did not say anything. She only snorted and turned her head away. "Looks like you haven't figured out your identity yet." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Some ear-piercing sounds of bones cracking could be heard. It was a sign that they were preparing to move their muscles and bones. Seeing Lin Feng getting closer and closer, the commander with the aquiline nose instantly panicked. He quickly said, "My name is Isaac. I'm your prisoner. Don't do anything." Lin Feng lightly punched the commander's chest. He had indeed deliberately held back, but Isaac's blood still gushed out. There was a faint dent in his chest, and a few of his bones were broken. Lin Feng didn't care. Isaac endured the pain and said angrily, "Why did you hit me if she didn't say anything?" Lin Feng ignored Isaac and looked at the woman beside him. "He's very tactful, so are you going to tell me now? He's the one who surrendered, not me. I didn't say that I was your prisoner." The woman's attitude surprised Lin Feng. It seemed that the two of them did not have a good relationship. It didn't seem to be a contractual relationship. "So you're saying that his death has nothing to do with you?" Lin Feng grabbed Isaac's head and lifted it up as easily as picking up a little chick. That relaxed look made the surrounding people gasp. It was as if he only needed to exert a little force and Isaac would immediately lose his life. Linda recalled what the queen had said, and her expression finally changed. She didn't care if Isaac was injured, but if he died, she probably wouldn't be able to live either. "My name is Lin, Linda, don't kill him." Lin Feng couldn't see through this mysterious woman in front of him. He felt that there were many secrets hidden in her eyes. He glanced over and realized that some of the accessories were still unopened. He didn't really want to ask for the woman's name. After all, he could easily obtain the woman's basic information if he forced himself to log in. But that seemed to be a lot less fun. What he wanted was a different experience. Like a musician who listened to romantic blues every day. Occasionally, when he went to rock, he would feel the unique enjoyment of his eardrums and the earth vibrating together. That was a wild march. Lin Feng smiled. "You can be cold as you like, but the main thing is a sense of conquest. I'll leave the commander to you for interrogation. I'll bring Linda back for interrogation. We'll compare statements tomorrow." He naturally had to bring back such a beautiful woman with such a graceful figure and such good maintenance. Mo Ziyuan didn't have any objections. This was a prisoner of war that Lin Feng had captured, and he had the right to dispose of her. But the commander seemed to have a lot of complaints and kept complaining in a low voice. "What a pity, I really regret not." Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng punched Isaac in the face. "You don't seem to have learned how to shut up." Isaac's face instantly distorted, and blood spurted out along with his teeth. Then, Lin Feng left with his men without looking back. Seeing that everyone had left, Mo Ziyuan pretended to be distressed and said, "Sai, look at how badly he was beaten up. How can we interrogate him?" Then, he slapped Isaac's distorted face back. "I helped you to straighten your bones. Otherwise, you would be crippled." Lin Feng, who was walking outside the door, smiled. And Lan had turned into a riot SUV. Lin Feng got in the car and was puzzled when he saw that Luo Bing and Leng Sheng didn't get in. "You're not getting in. We are your personal bodyguards. We will follow you closely so that it is easier to protect the commander." "It's okay. Not many people can hurt me," Lin Feng said lightly. After all, he still had the god-slaying weapon and the heavenly thunder. "Let's go and lead the way. We'll be able to protect you better." Quote. Luo Bing always remembered Han Zhenshen's instructions. She thought that a motorcycle would have a better view. It would also be more convenient for her to use her special skills and ensure that she could detect any potential threats around Lin Feng. Please like and subscribe my channel.